Hey everyone. Sorry I had to push back the time to 6:30. Um I I had everything queued up, but like today was exhausting. So I'm very happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here with you guys. Hope everyone is doing well. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Um, let's get ready to talk. I'm actually really excited. You might not be able to tell from my voice, but I am good. I have tea and water, ginger tea too. Mm. Someone said, "Hi, Themis. I absolutely adore you." Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Actually, so I I usually Uber around, but I took the train home today. And if you're on the train, one of the things I don't like about the train is that, um, like afterwards, you just feel exhausted, right? Like you're looking around, you can't really think of, oh, that's why I'm dressed up today, by the way. Like I literally came from work, was like, okay, I just cannot jump on YouTube. I'm going to sit, make myself some tea, and then relax a little for 30 minutes. Um, and so anyway, I'm on the train and it's packed and I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm definitely not going to have what I'm going to this is not good." And there's nowhere to sit and I have these two huge boxes that I had to take home for some reason. And I have these boxes and this guy had like two seats. He gets up and leave and this black lady sat ran in front of she jetted in front of the white lady who was about to sit down. And I'm watching, she jets in front of the white lady who is about to sit down, and she puts her bag on one seat, and then she sits on another seat, and she just kind of sprawls out on, on, on the train, and I'm watching it. And apparently, I look like I was struggling with my two boxes because sprawls out across the end, like both seats on the train, and the white lady rolled her eyes, and I kid you not, she looks at me and she goes, "Sir, come sit beside me." And I'm looking around because she's looking at me, and I feel I feel terrible, but my hands are killing me. Like I am dying. And so I have these two boxes, and she sprawls out and she looks at me, and I'm looking around because she couldn't be talking to me because now I'm a part of the mess. And she goes, "Do you want to sit beside me? My cousin," or something like that, my cousin. And I was like, "Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah." And so I push past these, I push past all these people and I go sit beside her. And I'm sitting with the two boxes in my hand. And she goes, "You look like you needed the help." And I was like, "Thank you so much." And she was talking about God send good people to help or whatever. But I was so appreciative. I was like, "Thank you so much. Like, you don't know how much this means to me. This is one of the best things that has happened to me today." And she hugged me. She was a older lady. And she hugged me, and then I was like, "Oh my God, Corona!" But I didn't say that. And then we spoke the entire ride home, and the lady who wanted to sit beside her, I feel bad. I should. Chivalry was dead apparently because I should not have sat down. But whatever. That lady was giving like she was mad, and I was like, period. So I had to I had to tell you guys that story. Let me let me start this live stream. Yeah. So my energy was depleted, but that gave me That gave me some energy. Um, she was actually watching someone on YouTube who would be similar to my content. So in my mind, maybe she knew who I was, but I'm not going to pretend like she knew who I was. But she was watching Chrissy. She was watching Chris's channel. So I don't know. Maybe she knew who I was. Maybe she didn't. I don't know. Anyway. Deanne says, I just switched from public transportation to Lyft primarily because it is getting crazy and sometimes God sends help in ways we don't expect. That's actually legit what she said to me. Um, that was pure mess. No, it was a mess. I don't know, like small things like that. Small things like that make me feel good. You know what I mean? Like those really, if you look under my eyes, you can see how dark that is. I am tired. I am tired. I am tired of keeping my foot on everyone. I'm kidding. Um, so that happened, and that was exciting. Now, welcome everyone. I am so excited that you guys are here with me tonight. We have a story that was not going to be talked about. Literally, the only reason I'm talking about this is because of a comment. It was a comment. She knows you if she knows Chrissy. LOL. um, Great story. Um, I'm going to explain why we're doing the commentary on this, and it's because of a comment that I saw on the post that I made. Um, period. Period. So, oh, call me Coco. Hope the tea is rejuvenating, honey. I know those kind of days. Yeah, I've been having more and more of those days where I'm just like really out of it. Um, and I need to figure out what is wrong. I started going back to the gym, and I think that was what that was a problem. So I started going back to the gym. I'm going to go back to like my vitamin supplements and the veggie. So I have this um, powdered vegetables where I put it in my blends in the mornings. I haven't been doing that lately. I've just been working so much that I hadn't really been taking care of myself, and so I'm going to start that journey of self care again. Maybe start going back to the dermatologist, getting a massage, all of that stuff. I'm gonna do it again. So yeah, we're gonna be better. Mud water. Okay, let me tell you something about mud water before we start. So apparently I have subscribed to mud water, which means every month I get new mud, I guess. And I'm very annoyed because now I have like, I don't know, like five, six of them at my old place. And now they're coming here. My friend brought them over, and it's really annoying because now I have like 10 packs of mud water. So if anyone want mud water, if anyone want mud water, I have a ton of mud water. I get new mud. It is, let me take this off. I don't know why I kept this on. And there goes my book. If you look in this book, by the way, it is a mess. I decided not to look in there too much because there are pictures that are not for, like, we should not be looking at. All right, let's start. I have told you guys many a times, oh, do a giveaway with it. You are right. I know what I'm gonna do. So Vitamin and I'm gonna do we're gonna do an interview this Friday. I am going to purchase. Um, I'm gonna try to figure out something that we're gonna play, and I'm going to give 10 lucky people one her book. I will purchase 10 of her books for 10 lucky subscribers. And I will also do some mud water giveaway because I have way too much. Some of the packages on most of them aren't open. So obviously I'm only going to send the ones that are not open. So Friday we have a ton of giveaways coming. Once Vitamin confirms, I think she already did, confirms that she can do the interview on Friday regarding her book. We will them Famous skin is always beautiful. Oh, thank you. We will do it. So Friday at 6 p.m. If Vitamin confirms the interview, we will do it. All right. Now, if you have a problem with me and my content, and if you have something to say, please know tonight you can do that also. This will not be one of those really, 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 really long stream. I'm going to try to cut this at 2 hours. Hopefully, we don't need to get to 2 hours, but if we go over 2 hours, hopefully it's not more than 2 hours and 30 minutes. I'm trying to not have us be here all night. But if you have a problem, please let me know. You can come up. So I told you guys not to send me this latest content. And every single day, I get a new video from her. Um, I think for the new people who are here, I think you guys don't understand why I say don't half drink use at the I think you guys don't understand why I don't cover Chantel's videos. I don't do it because I don't find it to be I don't think there is much substance there at all. Um, and this video, when I watched it, I started laughing. And I started laughing because there's no depth. There's it's it's so meaningless that like it's not worth a response. So I am going to let you guys hear it, and then again I'm going to reiterate, please don't send me her content. It's not worth going through for me. Now, it might be profound to other people, but it's not worth it for me. She's also talking to a very specific group of women. In my opinion, she's talking to men, right? But she's talking to a very specific group of women. And I don't think those women are over here. So, like, there's nothing about what she says that is of import to anyone over on my channel. So that's the first thing, and the most important thing. So we're gonna watch together this video, and then we're gonna talk.
Man has to understand about the modern woman. She is in that relationship not because she needs to be, but because she wants to be. It's her choice. And because she is choosing and not forced, because she is financially relying on you, you have to bring more to the table than just money. Yes, bring that to the table too, but bring emotional connection, care, consideration, respect, and partnership, and you'll have more luck with the modern woman. All right?
These feminist men are like worse. Honestly, in my opinion, they are worse than these strong, independent, I don't need no man feminist women. He has the same narrative as these females who think that their grandmothers was just slave in the kitchen, barefoot and pregnant, and submitting to their husband only because he was paying the bills. When men, back in the days, traditional men were more than just financially contributing to the household. They were offering protection. They were being a decision maker. They were problem solving. They were making sure that no one hurt their family. If anything happened with the plumbing, they got it. But these feminist men and women fail to acknowledge all the tasks and the responsibility that our granddads did. All of a sudden, that's been put on a back burner, and we just highlight the wash, cook, and clean that our grandmom did. And it's just so unfair in our community, and it's detrimental because that is contributing to the single parent households in our community. And no shade to this man, but his talking points were very simple. Like, let's think of it. All that he's saying, he's encouraging men to be feminine. He's encouraging men to be all emotional and caring. Not to say that a man shouldn't care, obviously, for his woman in a relationship, but he's encouraging men to be more emotional than he is encouraging them to be problem solvers, to be decision makers, to be the head of the household, to wear the pants in the household. It's just heartbreaking because it's one thing when you see women walk around with this narrative. It's a whole completely different thing to see men do it. Men who are supposed to be the head of the household can be these simps and telling modern women what they want to hear just so they can feel good, just so they can have a viral moment on social media. It's just heartbreaking. He didn't encourage these men to be good leaders, to be good decision makers, to wear the pants in the household and to have dominance, because he knows that those kind of men require something from their woman, and that's submission. And if anything we know about modern women, they don't believe in submitting to their men. When Sims can on platform,
What am I supposed to do with that? Not like seriously. Like for the people who sent it to me, like I didn't even have a good laugh. Like what do I should I explain why men should understand their emotion and why they should operate in the way that the man was talking about? Should I like what should I do, like what should I do with this? Like there's nothing to do with like I don't think the people who send this to me understand why. Sure. I do a lot of content with people and cover talking points around things that are like hard and sometimes hard to listen to, and people who aren't the smartest, maybe, right? Um, and that's fine. But with this, I literally don't know what, like, it feels like I'm going to have to start at such a basic level that it's not even worth it. Like, to me, like, I don't, it is impossible that she believes what she's saying. Literally impossible. And if it is possible and she does believe what she's saying, I don't know what to do with that. Like, if there are people who are like this in the real world who believe the things that she believes, then that is fine. Go forward and live your best life. It is so antithetical to everything I am and I understand about the world. There is literally nothing I can say or do with this content. Like, I literally can do absolutely nothing with it. Like, there is nothing. There's nothing to review. There is nothing to critique. There is nothing. There is nothing there. Absolutely nothing there from my perspective. Nothing there. So I am just going to move on. I am not going to critique the video. I'm just going to move on. Please, please stop sending me her video. Um, it is not, I don't have anything against her. I don't have anything against her platform. I don't know this person. It's just like there is nothing. There is literally nothing there. Like there is nothing there. Nothing. Now, if you are a man, I understand why you would listen to her. I understand why you would think that she have something of value because it probably feels good to have someone like telling you you're great. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what she's telling you actually. Because if you listen to her, she's saying you should not care about your emotions and you should provide and protect and make decisions. So you would also have to be in a position to do that. So I'm done. Um, Timothy, insist on your respect. Don't explain. Block those email. Move on. Period. Thank you. Um, the thing is, I get so much of her content sent to me, and I think part of it is I introduce the audience to it, and now people are like thinking that I care about what she's saying. Like, for those who want to learn to work with the men she's talking about, you can go to her and she will teach. she, she will teach you how to work with them. Period. Um, in any case, and also, I mean, I know people are like, she's Jamaican, so like there is some sort of camaraderie. There's none. I'm fine. I promise you, we don't agree on this. All right, putting them on the head and calling them man, man. Man, 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 man. All right. So, Kanye West. And by the way, if you guys have critiques of me, men specifically, but women also, please feel free tonight. Tonight you can come up. I'll allow for us to have a conversation, because if Nika Bubbles is here, I'm going to need him to come forward. Nika Bubbles, if you're here again, I would love for you to come forward, because it is because of your comment that we're even doing this live stream tonight. Um, we posted what happened with Kim Kardashian and Kanye West. And I mean, honestly, it's not funny, but I posted it because I'm like, this is again emblematic of some of the conversations that we're having. And here we go. Timothy Thoth, you've said it twice on here. Put foot on next and move. um, so let's read what Nika Bubbles put under that under that post that I made, because right, let's do it. Can you guys read that? Put a one in the chat if you can read it. Put a one in the chat if you can read it. Put a one in the chat if you can read it. I am waiting for the one. I actually need to go to the shade room. All right, you guys can read it. Good, 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 good. So, Kanye West has been out here doing the absolute most, right? And I reposted it. And yes, I was talking more broadly about these ideas around submission and the conversations happening about which type of woman is more submissive and all of that. But that was secondary to the idea that he said that he gave, quote, the family, the culture, right? And we've talked about cultural appropriation in the context of the Kardashian prior to Kanye West. But even with Kanye West, we've talked about how the Kardashian, so not just Black culture, but you remember when Kim Kardashian wanted to steal the Japanese name for her now Skims line. Do you remember that, right? And then she was told she could not trademark the name. But in any case, we've had the conversation around cultural appropriation as it relates directly to the Kardashian. So when I hear someone say something like, we gave them the culture, ooh, you understood what you were doing. So that was my big problem with it, right? She just on the financial train of bleeding these fake alphas dry. If they want to listen to her, then let her milk them. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, okay. So let me come back on the screen for this. That it's not like, oh, I appreciate her running game on them. This, by the way, is Chantel, I'm assuming. Oh, Chanel, I don't know, remember now. If these men in the manosphere want to donate money to her, period. Like, I'm here for that. Just don't send it to me. You know what I mean? But yes, I agree. And I'm here for her milking it for all it is. Like, I'm here for that. I just don't want to see it because I don't think, like, I feel like integrity is more important than making money, honestly. Demons and Thoughts, why do Black men complain about child support and not joint custody? It's because they are not in court fighting to raise their children. They are in court fighting to keep their money. And we have stats to back some of that up. But in any case, let's continue reading. So Nika Bubbles, Mr. Witty, came and said, How y'all in here saying he should have chosen better, which women are saying that Kanye should have chosen better. I don't think people care necessarily about who Kanye chooses. I think people are just saying you should have chose better as a pushback in the way that black men tell black women that they should have chosen better, right? It's just a rhetorical point, something that any sane person would understand, but it does not matter. How y'all here saying he should have chosen better? He should have chosen better. He literally should have chosen better. Like, this is an example of when you should have chosen better, but it's not Kanye that should have chosen better. It is Kim. Kim, Kim should have chosen better. But even if I say that, it's not actually correct because Kim became a billionaire. I don't believe any of that, by the way. I don't believe any of their projection about how much money they have. I think they are going to lie their way to the bank, but that's neither here nor there. Their wealth and lack thereof is none of my business. But as far as the reports are saying, she is a billionaire. So, period. She is a billionaire. So, Kim chose Kanye, and Kanye made Kim a billionaire. And I now know that there's going to be someone upset with me. Men don't make women, blah, 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 blah. Sure. Kanye made Kim a billionaire. Like, it is what we can, if that is a point you want to debate me on, we can debate. Kim had fame before Kanye, but not at this level. She would have never seen the cover of Vogue. And I know a little bit about the industry, that part of the industry, to know that she would never be on Vogue. So, right, Kim became a billionaire off the backs of Kanye West. And it bothered her, Kim, that Beyonce was not having any of it, that Beyonce was absolutely not going to be a part of her wedding, going to play second seat to her, because, well, let me not go into this. Because my bias is going to come out and I don't want it out yet. Yeah. Kim is now considered an A-list celebrity because of her relationship to Kanye. Like, we're not gonna pretend. Anyway, so I promise you, a black woman would not be as kind as Kim has been with a man opening. I think he meant openly dragging her and creating all this drama for her family. All right. If Mr. Whitty is here, I don't think he is. But if you are here, Mr. Whitty, please come forward because I'm going to need you to explain this. I'm going to need you to explain what you mean by the statement right here. This is hatred for black women. Right. This is how I'm interpreting your statement. So if I'm misinterpreting your statement, please come forward because you didn't point out a single black woman or a past black woman that he was with. He dragged Amber Rose is mixed, but he dragged Amber Rose through the mud. And we didn't hear much from, I mean, she did say some stuff, but I promise you, a black woman would not be as kind as Kim has been with a man openly dragging her and creating all this drama for her family. So we just gonna ignore. We just gonna sit here and ignore the person causing all the problem, which is Kanye. And then you are going to somehow find a way to put black women in the middle of this that had nothing to do with them. So I'm going to need you to come forward and help me understand, because this is giving very much I hate black women. That's what it's giving. Black people will do anything for clout. Hating on Kanye doesn't make your life better. He's a billionaire. Meanwhile, you don't even like who you see in the way. Wait. I think you meant to say he's a billionaire who does not like who he sees in the mirror. I promise you, the one thing I do like is who I see. And I mean, Kanye would be the perfect example of money can't buy you happiness. And money can't buy you the love you want. Black people will do anything for clout. Hating on Kanye. I am not hating on Kanye. I have checked out of listening to and or caring about anything Kanye said ever or does ever since he said slavery was a choice, right? When Kanye joined the election, I was like, period. Look, you super fans are strange. I haven't even said anything about Kanye yet. I have literally not said anything about Kanye yet. All I do know is Kanye was singing about "Come Back to Me, Kim," while Kim Kardashian was like absolutely not dating some other guy over there who Kanye probably thinks he's better than because he has more money. But all Kanye's money is not enough to get Kim back right now. So hating on Kanye doesn't make your life better. He's a billionaire. Meanwhile, you don't even like who you are in the mirror or who you see in the mirror, period. You people are funny. People are funny. I feel like people just say anything. Kim didn't even go after his money, and they have so many kids together. All right, this statement Kim didn't go after his money, and they have so many kids together. Again, Kim became a quote unquote billionaire on the backs of Kanye West. I don't know who would be going after Kanye West's money. I don't know what billionaire woman would be like. Imagine being worth approximately $30 million, and then you marry someone and become a billionaire and y'all divorce. You guys are essentially worth the same amount. I don't understand why the fact that Kim in her divorce, which we don't know what she's going after, does not go after Kanye West's money is somehow a point of conversation. What money? She literally does not have to go after any money because she already got it. She is now a billionaire, and that was on the backs of Kanye West. It is what it is. Like, she saw sucker and she licked. Like it, articles literally state Kanye made her a billionaire. These men do not read. They don't, and they don't want to face the truth. Like the truth is, she. I'm not going to say it. Why would she go after his money? That's a broke, dusty top. Wait, let me continue reading Mr. Witty because apparently he's not here. Kim should have chosen better, but she was caught up in the of the what black men put out there that attracts a majority of women. That toxic masculinity and disgusting inability to take responsibility for oneself is no small price to pay for happiness. All right, I don't know what I literally don't know what he's talking. No, I'm not doing that. I don't know what Mr. Whitty is talking about here at all. Again, Mr. Whitty, I called you multiple times. You're probably not here. Kim chose just fine. Like, I mean, I don't think Kim was in this for love. Kim was in this for Kim. And Kim did extremely well in this. Kim did extremely well in this. Now, Mr. Whitty went back and forth with some people, and I don't really feel like going into it. So let's get into the Kanye West situation. That's Mr. Whitty. He has a troll account. Yeah, that is Mr. Whitty. I mean, I think it's interesting that you guys, mostly black women here, got pulled into this mess through Mr. Whitty, right? Like, I don't understand why anyone would have done that. But anyway, let's continue. Because Kanye West, all right. So Kanye West allegedly has some mental health issues. Bipolar was one of the reported issues that came up when people were talking about him. I'm not here to either confirm or deny that this is true. I do know, and Pete Davidson actually said this, that mental health issues is not an excuse to be mean to people. He didn't say mean, but I'm going to say mean. And I think part of that is correct, right? And we always have the conversation about whether or not we need to protect Kanye, and mental health is a serious issue in the Black community and we need to focus on it. And I do think that this is true, right? That we need to focus on mental health issues. Now, Kanye West has kind of used, well, let me not say he used it as an excuse, but the way he navigate his celebrity is one of pure manipulation. Um, you remember when he posted his daughter and talked about how kids should not be on TikTok, and this is his first divorce, so he does not know what to do. And so if anyone can help him with what to do, please reach out to him. I'm not going to put it up here, but he essentially said that Kim Kardashian has his daughter on TikTok and he doesn't like that. So anyone who knows what to do should reach out to him because this is his first divorce. All right. It is not okay for us to have the conversation about whether or not North should be on TikTok. The reason is we are being gaslit by this is serious gaslighting from Kanye West. First of all, when he said it's his first divorce, that was him hinting at the fact that this is not Kim Kardashian's first divorce, right? But let's ignore that. The thing is, you are, like this gentleman just said, he is a billionaire. He is a billionaire. He has attorneys. He has attorneys. He can literally go to them and find out what he should do in this scenario. No, he doesn't do that. He comes to us and asks us what we should do about something that we clearly will all agree is wrong. That his daughter is on TikTok. We can all kind of agree that, well, kids should not have that much access online because of all the trolls. Like sometimes I wonder if adults should have access online because of all like the low self-esteem, all the studies that indicate that you have you're less happy, you become depressed after being online. And TikTok is a cesspool. TikTok is a cesspool of negativity. So we would all agree that the child should not be on there. But that's not a conversation between the audience, us, and Kanye. And Kanye knows this, right? He is not asking because he cares about your opinion. He doesn't care, but for the fact that he wants to turn the audience against Kim Kardashian and their family with the narrative that Kim Kardashian and their family are money hungry people who will do anything for the next check. Now, I'm not going to disagree with his stance, right? It's funny because they're perfect for each other, right? These two people are perfect for each other because in some ways, you want to drag both of them, and this is a perfect opportunity to do that. So this is not a defense of Kim and her family. The KKKs are not like I no, absolutely not. I'm not defending them. However, like I see this from a mile away. You don't need our help. You ask us for help to put it in our minds that you are attempting to protect your daughter from the evil Kardashians. All right. All right. Let's step back. And now let's read his post. I mean, it's the 3Ks, right? Period. Ain't nobody got time for that. So let's do it. So Kanye says, this is an example of Kim's cousin agreeing with me about TikTok, then proceeding to ask me for some Yeezy. then proceeding Then proceeding to ask me for some years afterwards, her other cousin Cara called me saying she agreed with me, then said she would speak out publicly, which she never did. Then she suggested I take medication. My dad didn't have money, or I, I'm going to assume he meant public voice when my mom destroyed me and his relationship. I do the I do this. All right. All right. I do this is for I think he's saying I am doing this for I don't know. Grammar is not his friend. I do this for every parent on either side whose kids' futures are being one-sidedly controlled. I don't even have the right to get angry as a father without being called erratic. I gave that family the culture. If they as a whole unit keep playing games with me, I will take that culture back. A father should never have to beg for the location of their children. All right. All right. Kanye a hater, didn't he say yeah. I'm not even gonna say that out loud. All right. Girl, no punctuation. No punctuation. This is in all fairness, Kanye could come up here and pretend like he didn't mean what he said because the commas aren't there, the periods aren't there, so he could literally reframe all of this, right? I have a friend in the military who is very good at grammar, and he could make. Anyway, let me not go in there. All right. So, Kanye West decided that he's going to throw his mother under the bus, right? Now, people are saying, oh, well, you don't know his relationship with his mom. Well, he made a whole album about his mom. Now, to be fair, he might have been dragging his mom in the album, saying, my mom took me away from my dad, didn't raise me well. I am successful not because of her, but despite her. Maybe that's what's on her album. I don't know. I've seen clips of him in holding concerts. I don't know. But I'm assuming that he's saying good things about his mother. I'm assuming that he loves his mother. I am assuming a lot of things, right? I will not go listen to the album because I could not care less, right? So this has now changed in Kanye's mind, not really, from being a question about Kim Kardashian to a broader issue about fatherhood, right? And he said forever parent, but he is specifically talking about fatherhood. So the narrative here is that there are fathers like himself who wants to be in their children's life, but they are being prevented by the evil mother. For example, his own mother. Now, I would like to do an interview with Kanye. It will not happen because I would like to know why his mom kept his dad away, and was that true? Did his mom actually keep his dad away, right? And it's interesting because it seems like he is now yearning for a relationship with the father that he did not have. And he's blaming his mother for the relationship that he did not have with his father. Now, I am not saying everyone should do this, but if you have a right as a father to your child, you can fight for them in court. And very Themis, don't act like this doesn't happen. Oh, I'm not acting like it doesn't happen. I know this happened. I know there are women who will weaponize the children against the father. I am not saying that does not happen, but you're going to have to prove to me that that happens more broadly. And Kanye is going to have to explain to me how, well, he doesn't have to explain this to me, but he's going to have to explain why his mom kept his father away, because I think a lot of the this is the first time we're hearing this, right? And it's interesting that it's being used at a moment when he wants to push or take back the culture from the Kardashian and make them out to be these evil people when these same people were considered to be submissive and they were better. Kanye said he had to take what 50 showers after being with um, Amber Rose to get with the Kim Kardashian, and he fantasized about being in the Kardashians' family. But now these people are the devil, right? And then he likens what is happening to him to what his mother did to his father. And it's an interesting thing that to even think about because on some level, we have to accept that this man is playing a game. This man is trying to turn the community, black community, against the Kardashian. Now, should the black community be against the Kardashian? Another question for another time. But the way he's doing it is insidious. Nothing that he has done would indicate to me that he is genuinely trying to win custody or to be in his children's life. Maybe he is. I'm not saying he's not. But what I am saying is when you come out and say, my daughter is on TikTok, I don't know what to do. This is my first divorce. Internet, can you tell me what to do? I'm going to have a problem because you are a billionaire, as your fan just pointed out, right? And I hate myself, but you're a billionaire. You have attorneys. So you could go to your attorneys, you could get a divorce attorney, you could get a family attorney, and you could figure this out. You didn't do that. You put it on the internet. Why? Because you are looking for a specific response from us, the viewer. So when you say you are being kept out of your child's life, when you, for example, I think it was Northwest who was having a birthday. I was reading this because I did a little bit of research. I didn't want to, but I had to. Northwest had a birthday and you came out and you said you weren't invited to the birthday party, but you didn't disclose to the internet that you were supposed to have your own birthday party for her. And therefore you weren't invited to that one because you were supposed to have your own for her. And you let people believe that they were just keeping your child away from you after you agreed to do it. Not only that, you are getting private text messages from people and you're posting it online. Nothing you do right now is trustworthy. And if you continue this, your antics, it might be very difficult for you to get your children. I'm not a family law attorney, and this is not legal advice. Danda said she never prevented him in her book. Oh, she has a book. Now I'm gonna have to go out there and now I'm gonna have to go out and read that book. I'm not gonna read that book. Actually, no. Let me put it out there now. I'm not buying that book. I'm not reading that book. Um, Restraining order can't see my daughter. Her mother, brother, grandmother hate me in that order. Yeah, that's the thing. Like people keep saying, "Oh, she's keeping me from my child." Blah blah blah. If you really want your child, go to court. And if you come to me with a court document saying you failed to get custody of your child, then fine, I'll be on your side. But if you're just saying, "Oh, she's mad at me and she's keeping my child away from me, and therefore I can't see my child," to me that's not good enough. If my dad told me my mom tried to keep him away, I would go to my mom and ask, sure. But I might be upset with my mom, but if I didn't see a fight from my dad to be in my life, absolutely not. I'm not doing that. And also, like, let's be real. Let's actually be real for a moment. If I were Kim, I would be deadly afraid of Kanye being around me or my children. I'm saying this now, realizing how horrible that sounds. Based on how he's acting online, right? If he is diagnosed as bipolar, then maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, I mean, he should probably take his pills because he said he doesn't want to take them. And if he is, it's still not an excuse, right? Like obviously there are some issues there that we don't understand because we're not in the field, right? But let me just be fair. Whether or not he has it, if I were Kim, I would be extremely afraid of him. I would. Like the look, I wouldn't be taking any chances. I would not be taking, not with my life and not with my children's life. It is what it is. I positive I'm not gonna do that. Kanye is despicable for blaming his mother in an effort to prove a failed point. Let his father surface and tell his truth then. And did he not just prove that non-black women keep their children away too? Well, yeah, that's the thing. So this is the part of the whole preference idea that I just hope we one day just what is it? I think we should dead the topic, which is we shouldn't be discussing the way my vernacular has changed. Not we should dead the topic. Yes, we should dead the topic. And the reason is because at this point, people are just going to people. People are just going to do what they want to do. And it doesn't make sense that we are here having a discussion about, and Mr. Witty is posting about black women would have been much worse than Kim Kardashian. It's like, no, which black woman are you talking about? You're speaking in general terms, and that is not good. That specifically when you're talking about black women's reaction that you have not studied, that you don't know anything about. No, I'm gonna have a problem with that. Now, Kanye, thank you above Ruby's TV. Now, Kanye did say that he gave them the culture and he's going to take it. And if they keep messing with him, he is going to take it back. Um, the fact that you would admit to giving away the culture, the fact that you would admit to giving away the culture, I think is a problem. So it seems like a lot of these people, like I think he understood his role in the Kardashian life, and he accepted his role. He quote gave them the culture, and they ran all the way to the bank with it and became billionaires. Now I don't blame them. Let me just say this, like. This is not going to be, I said drag both, but there's no dragging for Kim Kardashian because there are a lot more beautiful women in the world. And beauty by itself, people like beauty is a currency, and I do believe that, right? But the truth is, not everyone knows how to use beauty to get where they want. If the Kardashians have zero talents, they have I guess it can't be zero because they do have a talent for making money. They do have a talent for selling everything and anything, and they will sell everything and anything, and they did. And they became, at least two of them reportedly are billionaires. Now we know. Only Jesus can come in front of me right now and tell me that any of them are billionaires. Actually, like for real. I don't believe that, but for the sake of this show, we're going to just continue with the fact that they are billionaires. Feminists, we calling them targets now, not right? All right. So this happened. Now, I don't know if this is true, but Kanye said, yesterday, Kim accused me of putting a hit out on her. So let me get this straight. Yo, Kanye is like, let me just say, Kanye is out here and Kanye is literally not using any commas or periods or anything like that. He's just typing all caps. I wish I could be shouting right now, but I can't. Yesterday, Kim accused me of putting a hit out on her. So let me get this straight. I beg to see my daughter's party and I'm accused of being on drugs. Then I go play with my son and I can't. I'm accused of stealing now. I'm being accused of putting a hit on her. These ideas can actually get someone locked up. They play like that with black men. Kanye think he's slick. Kanye think he's slick. He said they play like that with black men's life. No, no, no. They play like that with your life. Um, where is it? They play like that with black men life, whether it's getting them free or getting them locked up. I'm not playing about my black children anymore. You're not playing with your biracial children anymore. So Kanye knows what he's doing. And for the people in the chat, let me drop the link actually before we continue. Um, if you feel like Kanye is serious and we need to take him seriously, please come forward. Kanye invocation of black men and black men's life and that stuff is precisely done to invoke the Black Lives Matter sort of movement around police brutality, around subjugation. It's a straight up manipulation tactic. Whoever is advising him, I don't know if he's smart enough to do this, but I'm going to assume this is all on his own, right? So he's talking about black fatherhood and that he's fighting for black fathers and even throw his own mother under the bus in relation to his own father. And then he's talking about black manhood in relation to being lied on and call the police on. Like he knows what he is doing. This is very precise language. So no, I don't believe him about his mom. Like I don't believe him about his mom, but you can. You can believe him about his mom. Now, obviously, now, obviously, Candace Owens had something to say. So this is what Candace Owens had to Candace Owens says, I will be relevant by any means necessary. So Candace says, there is no 8-year-old in the world that needs social media. All right, go color. I actually don't disagree with her there. Again, I don't think anyone disagree about 8-year-old on TikTok, but anyway. Kim is wrong on this. Kim is wrong on this. The psychological effects of social media on young girls is real and documented. Again, agreed. It's actually Kanye that is trying to protect his daughter. Really, Kanye is trying to protect his daughter by pushing this out in the public eye for all of us to criticize her mother and her dad. Really, really, that's what we're doing. But period. Let's continue. Kanye that is trying to protect his daughter in this regard, and Kim is spinning this as obsession and control. There are other creative outlets for children. Look. Wait. Oh, Marie's back there. Candace Owens is going Candace Owens is going to get media coverage any way she can. Candace Owens is going to Candace Owens is going to get media coverage by any means necessary. I assure you, Candace has thrown that cape away a long time ago. All right, I'm going to read this and then I add the first caller. So Kanye says, Kanye says, sorry, this is so bad. Kanye said, thank you, Candace, for being the only noteworthy person to speak on this issue. So no one else is noteworthy. There's a lot of celebrities scared to say something in public, but they'll text me in private and say they're on my side. I will not I will no longer put my hand through a blender to hug my children. My mother took me to Chicago when I was 3 and told my dad if he came to Chicago, he would never see me again. So I bought the house next door. What? So I bought the house next door. I dream of a world where dads can still be heroes. Where dad can still be heroes. Not Kanye turning this again. He does not care what he does with the image of his mother. At 3 years old, he remembers this. I don't know. I don't know what to say, what to believe. I don't believe him. I think this is all a narrative. And it's interesting because it is extraordinarily manipulative. It is extraordinarily manipulative. So let me get the first caller on the phone. Um, hey, Marie.
Hey, Beamers. Hey, chat. How y'all doing today?
Doing well. What is up? Wait, but before you go, if anyone disagrees with me about this or anything, please know that you're free to come up here and be and be upset. Go ahead.
You know what? So I'm a Kanye fan. I'm a huge Kanye fan. But this is like it's just bothering my soul because you know what's crazy? His whole career, he's talked about the relationship with his dad and how he just yearned for a relationship with his dad. And even when he would reach out to his dad would, just wouldn't reciprocate the love. So it's just astonishing to me that he would disgrace his dead mother's name just to get public sympathy or to prove some sort of weird point. Like it's I don't know, it's just shameful, it's disgraceful. It's like I don't understand what he's trying to do. Like, because he's always come off to me like the type of person who doesn't care about what people think, right? That was a whole huge part of his image. Like, he's himself, he doesn't care about what the world thinks of him and what people think of him, but he's doing stuff like this.
Yeah. I didn't know he said. I didn't know he said he attempted to get in contact with his father or try to create a relationship, and the dad didn't. That happened.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's always talked about it his whole career about the strained relationship that he's had with his dad. He has mentioned before that his mom was a part of the reason, but it just seems like he's double tripling down on the fact that she's it's all her fault that they didn't have a relationship, just because he's going through this situation with Kim. And it's just kind of heartbreaking. It's like, man, you really will go to any lengths to, I don't even know his end goal. Like, what does he think he's accomplishing? And I really hate like man, master manipulators, because they will use um the truth, or what seems to be the righteous cause, to manipulate people. Like, because we can all agree, or most people can agree, that his 8-year-old daughter shouldn't be on TikTok. And I never seen the TikTok. I don't know what the little girl is doing. Maybe she's just doing like some real kid friendly stuff. But a lot of people would agree, like, social media isn't a place for young kids, right? But he's not saying all this because he's concerned for his daughter, or he's concerned for his safety. And somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she was on TikTok when him and Kim was together. So
I
like,
mean,
what's the
she was all online. I remember a photo. Well, I'm not even going to talk about the little girl like that. But yeah, yes.
yeah. So I'm like, I could have sworn she was on social media. She had social media accounts when you and Kim were together. So now it's a big deal. Oh my God. And I really hate when black men like him, because all black men are not the same. But I hate when black men like him use that phrase, like, they're trying to tear the black man down. Like, oh, that shit irritates my soul. Like,
Yeah,
stop
but
it.
it's interesting because like the Black Men Collective would be better helped if you were investing more in the community. But it's sad when people are like, "Oh, they're trying to take the black men down," and you're like, "But you literally said I gave them the culture." Like, I like you. The only reason they can attempt to take you down now is because you've given them access, resource, power, control, notoriety. You gave them all that they have, not everything, but most of what they have in terms of their notoriety. And now you're and the thing is, like, you're saying they're trying to take you down, but like I haven't seen
I haven't
I
seen
haven't
it. They are not. Kim is not starting this. Like, for everything, every bad thing people have to say about her, she's kind of private.
yeah,
No,
well, the I had I don't want to diagnose people because I'm not a psychologist, but like it's giving when you withdraw from someone who is a not, you know what, let me leave it alone. Let me not even go there.
no, do it because I'm
No,
totally with you. When you
no, no,
walk
no,
away
don't do
from
it.
a
Don't do it. Don't do it.
narcissist,
Don't do it. No,
don't
no,
do
no.
it.
Don't do
Okay,
it. Don't do it. Um, the black audacity.
right, right. Because I
Hi.
mean,
Oh, okay.
oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, who is that? Black audacity?
I'm the Black Audacity.
Go
I
ahead.
didn't know if you called me up or not.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's you.
Yeah, so yeah, the whole I'm gonna just give my very short viewpoint on the whole situation. Okay, so Kanye, like many wealthy black men, decided to engulf himself in this family, and also, as he would say, give them the culture, let them benefit from the culture, help them to navigate, figure out what they needed to do to become extremely wealthy off the culture. And now that for the last few years it's been very evident that he has a mental health issue. I'm a psychiatric nurse. I am not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I cannot diagnose him. But it's very apparent that he checks off every box on the DSM, of having some sort of either narcissism or bipolar or a combination of the both. Um, Now that it's been very apparent and he's refusing to get any help, he now is throwing the everything at the kitchen wall to try to bring Kimberly and her family down, which
Not
nobody.
Kimberly.
Kimberly.
I'm sorry. He said come on back, Kimberly. So I mean, and I am not a fan of at all of the Kardashians. I'm not a fan at all. But I'm trying to take the race part out of it because I can't stand culture vultures. But I do realize that a lot of wealthy black men, when they get with these non-black women, they allow them to navigate through the black culture and try. Well, they actually they actually persuade them to navigate as black and through the black culture, even though everybody knows that they aren't. But they actually encourage them and persuade them to do so. And
Right.
then when they get upset with them, then it's all of a sudden I gave you the culture, I'm taking it back. But she's now a billionaire. Her and her family are billionaires, which they would have not gotten that far had they not been attached to all these black men. Nobody was checking for them like that. People saw the little Ray J film, but nobody was other than the Ray J film. They weren't going to get past that until Kanye showed up with her at the next sitting next to Jay Z and Beyonce at the award show. So I also want to say the I'm sorry. Let me turn my car off because you're on Bluetooth. I also want to say the part about him throwing his mother under the bus. If his mother did, I want to say that go along with the story that she took him from his father. Can you guys hear me? Because I'm going in and out of
Yeah,
Bluetooth.
I can
Yes,
hear
ma'am.
you.
Okay, if she did, bipolar and narcissism, a lot of mental health issues are inherited, and maybe his father showed very strong symptoms of bipolar disorder when he was a 3-year-old boy and his mother decided to leave. Maybe his father was showing the same traits that he's showing. And the thing is, his mother probably was trying to protect him, and she said, "Hey, I got to get us out of this situation." because people will say like a double-edged sword. It's a no-win, it's a win-lose situation in the black community, because when black women, there are a lot of black men with mental health issues. People don't want to, it's a lot of people, period, but it is
Right.
running rampant in the black community. And when, not to say there are women who use and weaponize the system against men, but there are a lot of men with mental health issues. We're seeing it every day with men taking the lives of women and their children. And then it's like, if you keep the children away from the fathers, everybody's like, why are you breaking up families, why are you keeping them from the fathers? But then when you allow them to see the fathers and they end up taking your life and the kid's life, people are like, well, you should have seen the signs, you should have known better, you should have helped these people. So you should have helped him navigate through you should have helped him with his mental health. So it's like, it's a win-lose situation, because if I see the signs and I say, hey, my child is not safe being around this person, and I keep them away, then they can weaponize the black community, because the black community is really just pro-black male, to say, hey, why are you keeping him from his kids? You all guys are always weaponizing the system. You guys are always breaking up families, as if these women don't know. We know these men, so you can tell if there's something not right with them. And with Kanye, is definitely something not right. His father, he probably got his mental health issues from his father, and that's probably why his mother kept him away. And he needs to get help for everything that he's got going on. And he's only making a bigger case for Kim to get full custody of those children.
Well,
And
that
that's
part,
all.
that last part, definitely. But um, I know nothing about bipolar disorder and whether it's hereditary or not. But
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
work with it every day.
Yeah.
Every day, I work at an actual mental health at the state ward. I've been working there 7 years. I work with bipolar and schizophrenia, antisocial disorder, mood disorder, everything that you can imagine. I work with it every day.
Thank you.
Um,
Onward and upwards. Go
all
ahead.
right, hi. Actually, it's my first time calling the show. Hi. I just wanted to
Welcome.
say, yeah, I just wanted to say, I thought it was really interesting how when Kim Kardashian started, quote unquote, pushing back against him, moving away from him, she suddenly became like a black woman. Like he brought up his mother, like all the negative emotions towards his mother. Like I know, we can't psychoanalyze the guy, but I just thought that was interesting. It's almost like men who think that way, they sort of like deify these white women. They make them superhuman, and then they make black women like demonic. And then when
Pause.
they
Give
get
me
to
2
know them, and
seconds.
things fail because they're
All right.
human beings too, and you can't. Relationships are hard. Then all the issues that they have black women, they kind of project on them. Even if they have a huge involvement in the reason why it failed. And like you can't really run away from yourself. Like if they have issues with black women, and then they also have issues with white women, like it's really on them to do the hard work and clean up themselves. And I don't, this is like a self journey thing. Unfortunately, a lot of people need to do that work. But yeah,
Yeah.
I just thought that was really interesting. That's it.
Thank you. Deanne is on, so I'll put her up after. Oh, Koja
Hey,
Mali. Hey, how are
this
you,
culture.
Koja?
I'm gonna stick to the law.
Huh?
I said I'm gonna stick to the law. Now that's when I got chewed out. That's all I was saying. But I really think black women should pay attention to this, because I'll say when white America get a cold, what black America got pneumonia, and I hear a lot of black women saying they're not she getting what she deserved and this and that. Kanye throw his own black mama on the bus, so he don't love them women. And what it's doing is actually
Oh, you're
classic
going in the
narcissist tactics.
matrix.
I'm sorry, it's classic narcissistic tactics, and these people are generally good in court, and they generally win custody. I see
Hmm.
him as Ray J. Black in a few years, because this is the beginning of his stuff. But he will escalate, and people are really, really diminishing, and they don't want to call a thing. I'm sorry, that's my GPS. They don't want to call a thing, but he definitely needs to be identified, because he is dangerous. He is dangerous to those kids, and he is dangerous to Kim. And for the black women who trying to stand for him, he ain't stand for y'all, and he ain't gave my culture away because I was never part of plantation culture. So he might have gave his plantation culture away, but I ain't part of that. He could keep his buck broken butt down there submitting to the mistress of the plantation. But he didn't speak for me, so he couldn't give nothing away from me. And black women really should pay attention to this. We are seeing red flags, and we try to laugh and make it as entertainment. But this is a case study. These people win custody. It's just his behavior is so erratic. If you tone it down a little, this actually works in court. Because the thing is, if Kim didn't say, hey, he lying, say he had 3 attorneys. Now, by law, the first thing that happens in a legal separation is a time sharing plan. He doesn't want to be committed to a time sharing plan because he could have Kim could have him Monday through Thursday, and then he could have them and 3 days a week, and then they reverse. He doesn't want that commitment, because if he got that level of commitment, he couldn't be here and there. So while he's saying this, and I do believe Kim when she says she's the primary provider, because he too busy all over everywhere having liposuction parties to write the cut check to the school, to cut the check to this and to cut the check to that. And I wouldn't even give him the satisfaction of arguing over pennies. But women, black women better be concerned, because white women getting unlivened. I don't know if I could say the word, but black women, we getting it at every 5.5 hours, somebody taking one of us out. And you can go every day and you'll generally find a man talking about, oh, she won't let me see my daughter. It was just something somebody played the other day with a man. He said, come and get my son, come and get my excuse was, she won't let me see me. She won't let me see the kids. It's about the kids. They don't even care about them damn kids. Let's get it straight. And I love the kids, but I'm just saying they don't. And black women should really be invested in this, because it's really a problem for black women. And I didn't really think these was black women problems, truth be told. But what's the lady who was on your show that time? The judgy, whatever.
Yeah. Judge Justice.
Judge of justice. Until you have been in this system, this family court system, you have no idea. It is not pro mother. And he could have that house across the street, because I would be moving. He would not know where I would be moving. That is crazy. And if anybody else who didn't have money was acting like Kanye, they would have been called the police trying to Baker Act him and everything else. And he needs supervision. And that's all I wanted to say, Seaman. And I'm so jealous of your skin. I'm hating. I'm a hater.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm going to jump off because I'm using this GPS, but you have a great night, and I love your combos.
You too. Thank you. There are people in the back, and I'll add you in a moment. I cannot add people on the screen unless I know you or like you're showing your face, because some things are happening and people are putting random things on the screen, and I cannot do that. And this is, by the way, not me telling you you have to come on the screen. You can definitely not choose to come on, but it will only be your voice, and that will be completely fine. I'm fine with only your voice, but if you want to be added to the stream, I require that you are on camera or, well, yeah. How are you, Deanne?
I'm fine, Demus. How are you?
Doing well, doing well.
Okay, so I've had 36 hours to think about this. And I disagree very slightly with the take that most people are taking, that Kanye threw his mother under the bus, because as I was having a conversation, but we have to actually live in this world, and Mama Donda's no longer in this world. Her son can't throw her anywhere. But let me tell you who he did throw under the bus. See, all of us who are on this, I can see, and most of us in the chat, are of the African diaspora. And in the African mindset, you understand that you protect your elders and your ancestors, because any disrespect you give to them bounces right back. So, Mr. West, you gonna tell me that you're a billionaire and you know stronger, know better, all that money, power, and influence, you being NIGGA in Paris with Jay-Z, and you are no stronger than your daddy who couldn't figure out how to see you? You really went out there and said that a black man could get to the billionaire status, you could be right up there with the man you wish was your daddy, Donald Trump, and you still too weak? Because here's the deal. If you gonna make yourself the victim like your father was, you've just told the world that no matter how well a black man does, he's still the weakest man on the planet. He can't overcome a conflict with a black woman, and he sure ain't gonna be able to overcome a conflict with a white woman. Because actually, see, we learned last week from Manuel Acko, who put that video out last year, that black men think they just gonna get with the master's daughter. And they don't ever seem to understand that, and that video is a year old, that, you know, when the master's daughter tried to pay, the master is her dad. She gonna throw you right back. She gonna tell her security, no, you can't come up in here. And what you about to do? What you about to do? But see, this is what you wanted. But the other thing about this that's so sad, and I realize you have people in the back, so I'm gonna come down from here shortly. I remember when Kanye West threw himself absolutely under the bus because he came out and he said about Kim Kardashian, she's my perfect bitch. And I'm like, sir, do you realize you've told the world that you think of yourself as nothing but a male dog because bitch is the proper term for a female dog? And if you're looking for a perfect one, do you know what you've just said about yourself? So you came with fleas. My father would have literally, this Air Force veteran, and my uncles would have destroyed any man who thought he was going to marry me and came calling me a female dog. So you have to get into a certain kind of family that's going to allow you to do this. But remember, even if she is a bitch, she's from a family of white ones. She's still going to be able to throw you back. So you came in declaring how weak you are. You're a billionaire online asking the internet for help with custody. I mean, at least call Judge Judy. She at least was in family court. I mean, you know, at least, you know, go find Judge Mathis. Go call Judge Joe Brown. But you're going to get up here asking the rest of us who don't know never more about the law than the man on the moon. And you can't call a lawyer. And then you're going to come out and talk about, I'm just as weak and as pathetic as my poor father, who could not overcome the obstacles by my black mother. And even though I'm a billionaire, and even though I got to play with the master's daughter, she be able to play with me because I'm just as weak as my dad. And no matter how far I went as a black man, I'm still weak, tired, pathetic, and miserable, and helpless. Is this what we doing in 2022? I just need to know, the gentlemen that are backing this man up, is this what we doing in 2022? Africa's being colonized over. Joe Biden, who is also y'all daddy, who put a quarter of y'all in prison. Is this what we doing? Is this what we're declaring now? Is this what we're gonna follow? I just need to know. Because, you know, we had a guest up here last time talking about we should keep their legs closed, but he ain't going to be married for another 4 years, so he going to be thirsty. But the worst part about that is he think he going to get some 18 to 25-year-old. Oh, no. He better hope I get there before Erica, Dadero, Corey, Andy, and Cynthia G get there. Now, because we're going to have to be like, look, man, this is a black billionaire. He's supposed to be the high-value man. Sitting up here talking about he's just as weak as his poor father. We're not gonna let, and wants to call you his perfect bitch. Oh no, we're not gonna do this. So no, Kanye threw himself and all the men supporting him under the bus. And the men who support Kanye West in this, that doesn't make Kim Kardashian any better. But y'all, this is a real bad look, and y'all need to just sit down with yourself and just realize it's not that you can talk smack about your mom. No, you need to understand the level to which you have made yourself look like the weakest, most tired, pathetic, most miserable, helpless, useless men on earth in supporting this man in this. I'm done. Thank you for your time. If we have another topic, I may come back later. I don't want this for y'all, black men, but that's what y'all look like when you support this. That's what y'all look like. You just need to know. All right. Famous, thank you for that. I'll talk to you soon.
I'm so done with you. So done.
It had to be said, though, because this is a hot mess. And it's making us look stupid in front of the whole world. And we have to repudiate it so we don't get associated with it. All right.
There
I'm
is
done.
so much. Oh, Candy, I didn't say thank you, by the way, for your previous super chat. Thank you. Winter has arrived. Before you
Mm-hmm.
go,
Okay.
when we think about the ways in which we revert to victimhood, in an attempt to win, I'm assuming, sympathy, even with all the resources. Um, Without pathologizing generally, do you think there is do you think that is the default state, or is that because I don't think it's genuinely what he believes, but so do you think it's a default emotional state, or is it something to manipulate further?
Okay, so you're gonna make me go to my compassionate side.
No.
Okay. All right. So let me go this way. It is fashionable right now, because somebody mentioned Raj Black. It is fashionable right now for certain black men, not all. Because remember, I said black men that support this. I didn't say everybody. I realize in 23 million men that's not the situation. But it's fashionable right now for black men to disrespect black women, encourage themselves to go to another community. And then when they get messed over and can't make it work over there, it's very fashionable for them to come together and lick their wounds together. But we also have to look at, and this isn't a question of race, if you did not have your father in the home to teach you how to be a strong man, then you're going to be in a position where you're not as strong as other men, and you probably will be victimized more. I have my dad. I've always had my dad. So that puts me in a stronger position because I know what a man is supposed to be like. And I have my mom, and I've always had my mom. So I can directly model what I'm supposed to be. So if I'm missing one, because I work with a lot of kids who have single parents, that always leaves a lack. Now, do you have to turn to a victim? No. But unless someone comes alongside you early and says, no, 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 you're not going to be like you did with that young man, the myth. Look, you acting a fool, but you're going to stop today because I'm going to step in for you. And we found out that he did not have a father there to teach him, no, son, this is the way you're supposed to go. So if that is the case, there is a sense in which there's an unhealedness. And that's pretty obvious about Kanye West, actually. Is it an excuse? Kanye West is at least as old as I am, and I'm 41.
No.
You have to seek your healing. If you were victimized, okay, but you have to seek your healing. I'm up here, I had collard greens and I have powdered organic greens myself. I'm having to double up because I did my walk. I've got to go do another workout because it's nobody's fault but mine that I'm this size. So I have to be honest with myself and seek my healing and do my work. I'm also out here in the hottest winter ever. It is 65 degrees in San Francisco. So
Ew.
it's just like we're out there sweating
It's
and we're
good.
going to
That's
be
good,
sweating
but
some
like,
more.
yeah, go ahead.
But it doesn't make any difference. If I'm going to get to a state where, with the injury that I have, that I can walk at 80, if I'm limping around in a wheelchair at 80, talk about it's everybody else's fault because the food industry is trying to put 200 calories per day, and we didn't know that. No, because I have received knowledge of what I need to do. I'm sure Kanye had somebody around him and said, "Man," and in fact, supposedly, allegedly, it was Donda who tried to warn him. You probably don't want to get in that family. They don't have the character. Believe supposedly Donda warned him. You're not going to be in a situation where you don't have an opportunity to receive the knowledge to better your situation. God hasn't set up the universe so that you don't have occasions to know. But if you choose to ignore it and then you get the consequences, now you're going to be mad at the person that tried to warn you. And you deserve what you get. It doesn't make Kim Kardashian any better because I'm like, I don't know what goes on in a woman that would marry a man that called her a female dog. And not only a female dog, you're a perfect one. That's not a good woman. Everybody should have chose better. I mean, if that's what we're talking about, everybody should have chose better. So the default to victimhood is because it's fashionable right now for some black men, not all. But just there is a hurt part of him, but he's responsible to get healed. And his failing to work on that before he got married is what's caused a lot of this. Kim Kardashian stayed with him quite a long time, considering what we've seen from him ever since. I would have been gone in the first 3 years. I'm not going to have four. And the other thing, I have some perspective. I have people with bipolar disorder in the family. Ain't no way in the world. Because those folks try to kill you. The previous caller who said that, I have a relative. I have two relatives who actually had to flip out and try to do that. That is the real deal. Now, these people are a couple generations in this from me, but it's close enough for me to be like, oh, hey, so, you take your meds? Oh, good. Okay, I might come back for a minute. But no, that's real. That's real.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this says anything about, there are a lot of Black men with mental health issues, but this doesn't say anything about the totality of that. This has to do with you become who you model after. So Black men who will be manipulated by this and fall into the victimhood, yeah, that's going to lead you down the road you don't want to go. This doesn't mean that all Black men are like this, but it's enough backing this foolishness up that Kanye thinks he can tap in. And before I depart, here's where the pathology of Kanye comes in. He's a Black man in America. You gonna take what from that white woman? Huh? Man, call a loss before you get hurt out here. Donald Trump and Joe Biden are her daddy, not your daddy. What you about to do? I mean, Donald Trump just had his house raided. He's a whole former president. They putting papers together that he done ripped up. What you think about that happened to you, sir? He needs to go somewhere and sit down. And see, Donda probably would have been the only person who might have been able to really be able to help him. And unfortunately, and that's maybe having something to do with why. It's sort of a call for her, but it's backwards, because she probably would have been the last. It's like when Elvis lost his mom. It kind of rolled out that same way. Because she was really the only person that maybe would have been able to steer him off the wall. But you 40, 42, you 30, I don't know how old he is, but he's at least as old as I am. At this point, if you didn't bother to hear yourself and heal yourself, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
Frankly, it ain't our business. The only reason we even talking about it because he took his Black mama through on the bus. Otherwise, we just be like, well, I'm not keeping up with the Kardashians, so I don't care. You told us we were better off in slavery. I don't care. At this point?
Yeah. I mean, the reason I'm talking about it is because I wanted Mr. Whitty to come up here and tell me how he knows a Black woman would have been worse. That's what I want to know. I'm very much interested in Mr. Whitty. Like, every one of my live will be this from now on, where if you guys have a problem, please come on and tell me, because I'm very confused as to what about that post implies anything about a Black woman and why you felt the need to include them in your foolishness. And I am looking forward to hearing you explain that to me. I did not screenshot your post because you get upset when I do that and reposted it. Instead, I'm allowing you to come up here and defend yourself because I am very much confused.
Well, if he happens to come up, I happen to have a question for him too. And I'll even front run it for him. Sir, what makes you think a Black woman should have to put up with and be kinder than Kim Kardashian? I'd just like to know that. Why
And
is
it's
it this
not
expectation?
kindness. That is to sit there and let someone drag your name through the mud while you do nothing about it is not kindness. And so I need him to come explain what kindness is and why.
Well,
Like,
that's
I'm
better.
very much wanting him to come up. Like, I've never, let me not say it, but he's not going to come up. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, why is it this expectation, that Black women, well, okay, so you asked a good question. Why is kindness defined as putting up with somebody's foolishness forever and a day? And then second of all, why are we always expected to do that? It's just the insults and the disrespect. It's just the disrespect. So if he should come up here, I'll be back because I'd like to talk to him about that too. I really
All
would.
right.
Anyway, you got people in the back. I'm sure there are people that have other cogent things to say. So thanks for your time. It's always good to see you. Oh,
Thank you.
for
You
those
too.
bags, add a bay leaf to your ginger tea. Bay leaf
Bailey,
has strong anti-inflammatories, and that'll help with all the stuff under the eyes as well.
I will. Thank you. Have a good
You're
one.
welcome. Talk to you later.
Bye. Um, concerned.
Hey, my only comment is, and Dion did a great job of teeing this up to me and alluding to this before. He knows better. This is it's not a matter of ignorance. This is, a lot of times we talked about it before. The idea is if people knew better, they would do better. But Kanye is a case in point where this man is well read. He has called people out on national television as if he is the guy who is pro black and woke. He is the person who
I
sees
have
the
a question.
three-dimensional chess.
Concerned. Concerned. I have a question because
Sure.
look, I don't follow Kanye, so I actually am not being. I'm not being facetious at all. Um, I've heard Kanye talk. Well, let me not do that. Let me just ask the question. You said Kanye is well read. Do you believe that? Why do you believe that? One, do you believe that, and why do you believe that?
Great question. I lived in Chicago for a really long time, and I find that Chicago natives are similar to Boston natives, where they're really well educated, usually when it comes to Black history. And that's just a experience with being in the culture. But I will say that when he talks about some of the stuff, when he's really intuitive and was willing to call out some of the things really early, whenever he said, these people don't care about Black people, like this is what's happening. Like he usually is pretty aware, more I think further ahead than some of the other rappers that are around at time or entertainers when it comes to how the system is affecting Black people. You'll hear him speak on it, and things of that nature. And so I'm assuming that he has political knowledge and social knowledge to back that up. Though I can't recall any unique like reference he's made to any books, but he's usually putting two and two together, like live during things that are going left.
I'm gonna let you have that. I mean, I kind of want to disagree, but like, the one time Kanye did something that I thought was shatteringly important for the culture and correct and he was completely correct in this, not doing it, but his sentiment was when he took that mic from Taylor Swift. But keep going.
You are such a Beyonce stan. It's amazing. I appreciate your committedness. You are loyal.
Continue.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's really what I have to say in summary. Like, I don't think that he is playing three-dimensional chess, but I do think he is giving, even when you listen to the early music that he came out with, he basically narrated his career. When you get on, you leave you leave your ass for a white girl.
Well, that's
I'm
only
so
what he was saying about himself. Maybe
yeah.
he was intuitive with him. Continue.
No. I mean, that's really it, and that's in summary. He is a case in point that it's not about education. It's not about intelligence. I think he's intelligent, but you know what? That's up to debate. But I think he's intelligent enough for me to assume that you should have known better during all of this, because it's like giving, some people don't pass the test even if you give them the test ahead of hand, even if you give them and that's the shocking thing, even if you give them the outline and you tell them where the things are. People fail open book tests, and I think that Kanye is a case in point where you can fail an open book test. Nobody Kim married a whole man before this just to have a wedding special. No one is confused about the Kardashians playbook, and he was just like, "But she fine though. Look at that behind. I'm a, let me go for it." And then you gave her 5 kids. Like, he's failing an open book test. So I don't feel any. I don't feel any. It just shows me that I think a lot of these manosphere men, because it's to me a lot of all the same. A lot of these manosphere men may be savable, but it won't be by getting rid of their ignorance. They're not ignorance. It's not ignorance.
Look, I'm gonna echo the first sentiment that came to me that said, he's a billionaire, so who am I to talk? I can't say he's not smart. I can't say he's not well read. I'm not saying any. I'm reading the comments, by the way. If I'm looking down here, it's easier to do on my phone. I'm not saying he's not, but from what I've seen from him, it's a hard pass. It's a hard pass for me. His earlier content, I mean, I was never a Kanye West fan. I think Kanye is one of those rappers who wishes he could sing. So
Yeah,
I'm over it.
I mean, I feel you. I haven't listened to any new music from him. If I see his name on something, I'm not interested. But I will say that similarly to the way that you feel about, and I mean, this might be blasphemous, but I think he is talented the same way you think that Nicki Minaj is talented. I think that he is, but that has nothing to do with your character, though. That has nothing to do with the impact you have on the world. That's just potential.
Yeah. I mean, I hear this word genius get thrown around every day by Kanye about himself, only by him. So I guess that's not even worth addressing. But yeah, no, I'm with you. Well, kind of. Diana Princess. Prince, I think it's Prince. Diana Prince.
Hi, Venus. Counselor. How are you?
Doing well. How are you? By the way, someone called me out, said about my class teaching. If you are on my Instagram, you would know what that is, but continue. Sorry.
Oh, I need to get over there. Thanks for saying that.
Oh, that. Go ahead.
Yeah, about Kanye West, what he doesn't understand is that the family courts are biased toward the fathers. They're really in favor of the mothers, and his behavior is not going to get him custody of those kids. Worst case scenario, he'll probably get like supervised visits, and Kim will probably have like hella heavy security monitoring him because his actions are not, in the best interest of those children. And it is cause for concern because when you look at the amount of Black women that are being killed lately at the hands of Black men and the kids that are being killed at the same time, that can easily be her and her kids based on the way that he acts. And I'm sorry to have to say that, but it is what it is. I went through that, something similar with my son's sperm donor, and I had to fight it out in California family court. And it was nasty and it was ugly, and I had to hire an attorney. I had to spend like $10,000, but it was worth every dime because I got full custody of my kid with no visitation for the father to protect me and my child. And a lot of people think that because they have kids with people that they can use those kids as bargaining chips and pawns to get what they want. And he's really, his behavior is just problematic, period. Like, the courts want to make sure that the kids benefit from having a relationship with both parents, but when you're acting how he's acting, the judges are not going to look favorably in his direction. And I don't care how many attorneys and how much money he has, it's not going to matter at the end of the day.
I mean, yeah, they can say Black women would have been worse and blah, blah, blah. I know one thing. If I were in Kim Kardashian's shoe, I am fighting for full custody. Not
Exactly.
Unless, like you just said, supervised visitation would be all I would allow.
And you have to pay for that. There's an hourly rate to pay for that. Supervised visits is not free. and then
No,
it's
like
not cheap.
I'm saying, like the way in which he is operating online is scary. Like it's so bad that if I heard some really bad news, which I won't say now here because I don't want that energy, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'm actually like the way he's acting is very. It's giving very. Let me stop. Anyway,
No,
I
it's true. I mean,
appreciate
I
it.
dealt with somebody who acts like that, and then when they don't get their way, they run around and pout like a big baby. And he acts like Caillou from that cartoon, and like falls out and like throws these like massive tantrums because you're not getting your way, but you don't even behave like an adult. Like you're not. He's not even trying to work with her, you know. And then
Yeah.
people that want to say that if he had been with a black woman, it would have been this way. Most black men don't even get. They don't even go to court to even fight for custody of their kids.
Yeah.
They don't show up for the custody hearings. They don't show up to lower child support. They don't do anything, and then they want to sit up here, whine and moan and complain when it don't go their way. And it's just like the entitlement of people like him and black men with that mindset. As far as I'm concerned, you get what you deserve. You went to
Hmm.
another group of people. You you worshipped and fetishized her whiteness, and then when she figured out she got the same black men that we get with all the mental issues and self hate that he reflects when he opens his mouth and the way he moves. They not trying to deal with all that drama, and so
Mm.
she got what she got from you, and then she discarded you. And since he got narc tendencies, narcissists don't like to be discarded. They want to do the discarding. So when she discarded him first, his ego can't handle that. And this is
Well,
the result. And see, that's why he has all these meltdowns. And that's not safe for a kid because he always running on emotion. And when you run on emotion, you're not thinking. That's why I would be keeping my kids far away from him.
the thing is,
Period.
let me just say, I will clarify one thing is that I don't know if he's a narcissist. I cannot confirm that. And so those are opinions that I cannot back up. But well, I'll just say that. Thank you, by the way,
You're welcome.
Diana
It's
Friend.
just, I think everybody tends to have some of those traits, but it's one thing to have those traits when it applies to whatever you're doing that you're working on bettering yourself, but it's not hurting anybody. I get that. But when you start doing stuff and it's negatively impacting everybody else, then that's when it becomes a problem. Because if people are scared for their safety and they have to look over their shoulders and you're going about your business and this person has popped up or they've left something on your car windshield or they left something on your door to show that they've been there, then that's when it starts getting scary and unsafe.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to start happening eventually if somebody doesn't intervene. I mean, it's a serious thing, even though it's two celebrities. But when you have somebody that is that emotionally unstable, it's
Yeah.
definitely a concern about the safety of her children. And I would not leave my children alone with him. She's
Yeah.
doing exactly what she should be doing.
By the way, for the people who are like saying I should just say it and not pretend like I'm not thinking it, I'm glad you guys know what I'm thinking because you're most likely correct. But I'm not gonna say it. I'm also not gonna say why, but say what. I'm not gonna say not why. The reason I'm not gonna say it is I think it's too easy for us to be diagnosing, and I'm not doing that. I know it would be better if I just went in quote unquote and do that, but Dean says, does Kanye have a history of violence? Yes. Well, let me not say that definitively either, but there were reports. Amber Rose said it about him. Like people said he was abusive. So these are all allegedly, but I don't know. I can confirm any of it. Um, from the way he's acting, even if he did not have a history of violence, I would be extremely afraid of him. Just period. Like I would not want to be around him. No, it does not look like he has a ton of emotional regulation. I feel like he just does whatever comes into his mind when he's in an emotional state. um and I would not want to be around him. Nana, oh, Delilah says thank you, Delilah. Nana, oh,
Good evening. How are you today?
doing well, how are you?
Good. Happy to be here. I'm saying we're talking about Kanye West acting out,
Yeah.
but I had to come up here and say something. Is his behavior is erratic? I'm not a Kanye West fan at all. I don't know. I haven't listened to any of his music. So the fact that I know about his erratic behavior says a lot. I watched him when he was with President Trump, and just listening to him talk, I was like, this man is off the damn rocker. What, I'm not sure what is going on with him right now, but clearly, and then that's when I started hearing he had bipolar disorder and that kind of thing. But I think part of what we can, what we can name is emotional immaturity. Adults, whether they're men or women, I think this is some of the thing that we're seeing. Adults, like the mark of being an adult is being responsible and being emotionally mature, being able to handle situations as they come to you in an appropriate manner. Yes, you're feeling some emotion, but you can discern how to behave in a logical way, even given the fact that you're feeling that in the presence of that emotion. The one challenge I think is that we're seeing, I mean, as we look at Black men, what I notice is that they seem to equate. Well, I don't think it's just Black men. I think it's men in general. I remember reading an article about this, and that they equate quote unquote manhood. One of those traits is their ability to control women. So I think it was money. They identified their manhood or measured it by their ability to control women, the amount of money they made, and their physical strength. And so what we see a lot of times is in that assertion of manhood, that violence or the physical strength. He's showing violence in a number of different ways. That post that he made where he started talking about alluding to the white woman calling the police on him and him being vulnerable as a Black man, and then kind of throwing out Black Lives Matter. It's what he's trying to do is trying to get people. Well, they call that something. What do they call it? They call it, I think it's gang stalking. Like when somebody tries to get people all riled up, and next thing you know, a whole bunch of people are in the person's inbox and they're saying negative and nasty things about them. So
Yeah.
he's playing those kinds of games and being manipulative.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, that's what I'm getting from it. Oh, LB is back there. Thank you, Nana.
I want to say one last thing.
Go ahead.
It is typical that when you're in relationship with somebody who is extremely narcissistic, that they start a smear campaign on you when it's over. Like they just start saying all kind of wild, nasty things about you, calling you all kind of nasty names, and don't start seeing somebody else. So I suspect that she started seeing this guy Pete something, and that may have triggered him because I have nothing to do with Kanye West, but somehow I've heard that he bought the house next door or across the street.
Yeah. He said he did.
Just losing it. This is like he's escalating. And that is dangerous when you see somebody escalating. It's like their behaviors become more and more intense. They start to behave more and more erratically. It is dangerous. I agree with you. I think she's in danger. The children are in danger, and she should be keeping them away from them. But this is a common occurrence. I'm trying to talk fast because I know you got a lot of other people here. This is kind of a common occurrence. That's why you keep hearing people say, oh, if it was a Black woman, it would be worse, because we see that a lot, that there's a breakup, and a lot of times men who are already violent just become more violent when it's over. It's their way of trying to exert power and control. And sometimes they're trying to make you so uncomfortable that you take them back. And I think I did hear that he said he was trying to get her back. It's just a hot mess. That's it. That's all I have to say. That was a lot. It's a lot happening.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You said something that I'm going to discuss while you leave. Should I wait? the way in which no, I'm gonna wait. Let's add LB first and then do this because this might be a longer. Hey.
Hello. Hey. So Nana actually just touched on what I wanted to talk about, and just the fact that violence is more than physical. There's a lot of emotional and mental violence as well that happens in relationships. And even if we haven't physically seen violence yet, it doesn't mean that it's not coming. And I say that as somebody who has experienced someone with the personality type that Kanye has and almost lost my life because of it. So I just want to say, like, when people are showing extreme signs like that, don't disregard it, don't laugh it off because it's real. And honestly, the elaboration that Nana did was amazing, and it actually touched me to the point where I'm kind of like caught off right now because I wasn't expecting those emotions to come up. But yeah, and then because I came here to cape for Kanye's intelligence, but like that's more important. I was gonna say that somebody can be intelligent in the way that like we measure it by like book smart or by like capability to produce on certain levels. Like it takes a certain amount of skill to be a Kanye West in the music industry, but still, and I'm not going to take away that he had intelligence. As somebody who like, I'm going to say this and it's going to come across slightly narcissistic, but it is what it is. Like I see myself as a highly intelligent person, but also I have mental health things that I deal with. And so what I can say is that when I'm dealing with my mental health, my intellect suffered, like my ability to show my intellect suffers. And I think that he is dealing with his or not dealing with his mental health. And we're seeing the effects of that. I think if he was able to get that under control, if he's not a type of personality that we think he is, if he's able to get that under the control, you might see more of his intelligent side. But the way that he manipulates, the way that he strategizes in the industry, to me are signs of intelligence. So I wouldn't knock that. But that's all the caping I'm gonna do for Kanye.
Gigi said, what moisturizer do you use? I need it for this winter. Actually, so everyone actually in like real life, in the studio now there is light, right? Sorry, there's a tangent. But in real life, people always ask. I tell people in real life what I use. I don't want to do it on here because it has to do with one of my mom's company, and I don't feel like I honestly do use this, and I've been using it, and I see the difference. But like, I don't want to promote my mom's company. At least, unless not till she want me that check. Go ahead.
And I was reading the comments. Like, I know y'all are really hard on like Kanye is not intelligent, and I know Themis, you lean in that way.
No. So I don't. So, no. I think intelligence can be defined multiple different ways. I don't think you get to be a billionaire in America without having some level of intelligence. Like I don't. But it is the same way that I think Kim Kardashian is intelligent.
Yeah.
Like it is a type of intelligence. It is not the one we talk about when we generally talk about like intelligence, but I'm not I am not I'm not pushing back. What I was pushing back against was that he was quote unquote well read.
Oh,
that
I won't put that on you. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, as far as the like Kanye's not intelligent thing, when you're dealing with like, to me, like your mental health when unchecked can mask your true self, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I think that I I think that we can't say who he is until we know who he is with his mental health in check. But aside from that, and that's just as far as diagnosing him. Aside from that, I do want to say from like, so I was trained in dispute resolution. Within that, I studied high conflict personalities. Borderline personality disorder is a high conflict personality, same as narcissism, right? So within these high conflict personalities, there's about like 5 that I focused on. Within these, there's a lot of overlapping qualities or characteristics. And what we're seeing as narcissism could be symptoms of his disorder if
Yeah,
he
I mean,
is bipolar.
see, I'm listening because this is sort of educational for me. I don't know enough to, like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, I don't know enough to even go down that route. What I'm trying to, well, not trying to, I like what you're doing, but what I know how to do is sort of talk about the behavior. But I mean, there's nothing for me to agree or disagree with because I just don't have enough knowledge on like borderline personality disorder. I've been doing a lot of reading, but I don't feel competent in my ability to sort of navigate that sphere of the conversation here.
So
I mean, I could, but I wouldn't do it online. Like, I would not do it online.
yeah. For those that are curious, I would recommend Bill Eddy. He has a lot of books on high conflict personalities. If you read it, don't self-diagnose. Everybody does it, but I have to say it. Don't do it. Don't do
Yeah,
it.
I mean, and someone
And
said, Seamus, are you going to talk about this Healing Together video that just dropped with KS and Future? He's trying to go Steve Harvey. Oh, no, he is bending over backwards to try and go mainstream. And I've been watching and laughing the entire time. And the funny thing is, like, even if he is able to distance himself from his past and go mainstream, I think it would be the funniest thing in the world to see him navigate that world with his belief that he now has to tone down and change. But look, I don't pay attention to chaos outside of laughing anymore. Like, it is like at one point there was this conversation about high value, and then the Pookies and the Ray Rays are over there, which Pookies and Ray Rays have become a sort of a term to shelter some men from behavior that they definitely engage in. But now what we're seeing is Kevin Samuels, I don't care what anyone want to say, he is the leader of the Black manosphere. So in my opinion, and it is what it is, people can be mad like, oh, there's other people. No, he's a leader. So when you see the Pookies and the Ray Rays and the Kevin Samuels, which essentially is a Pookie and Ray Ray based on the definition that I was given, when you see them come together, it's people who are similar minded coming together to talk about ways they engage in this community. They are one of a kind. They are similar. I see no difference between Kevin Samuels and Future outside of their jobs and who has more children. Like, they're exactly I see them and I see the same people. So if Kevin Samuels is high value, Future is high value. If Kevin Samuels is a Pookie and Ray Ray, or Future is a Pookie and Ray Ray, so is Kevin Samuels. Like that, I see them exactly the same. So yeah,
um,
he did music at one time and seems that he would be good filmmaker, and that's it. If he burns his own legacy with scandal, so be it. Yeah. Thank you, by the way, DH. Go ahead.
there's just a couple other things I wanted to say, but they'll be quick. One, I was offended on behalf of Caillou. Don't disrespect him like that.
Who?
Caillou, the character.
Oh, gotcha.
There was a comparison of Kanye to Caillou. And then other than that, see, I actually took notes this time. But other than that, I did want to say something about the narrative that the courts are biased against men. I think that that can be very much true in some places and in some cases. But overall, I have seen within the judicial system a push to like even it out. And to really focus on the interests of the child rather, and not put as high of an emphasis on the mother being like the primary in cases of children that are older. Like when they're literally dependent, that's different. But like when they're older, I don't know how old North is.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's a different situation. I've actually sat in chambers with family court judges, and they've told me how they were really rooting for one parent, that a male parent, but they couldn't because on the books, like on paper, it wasn't lining up in a way that weighed in the interest of the child. So like, yes, the decisions reflect that, but like the intent of the judges and like that to me is a little bit different. And then there's a lot of good judges out. Like I feel like I'm like that person saying there's a lot of good cops, but there are judges that do care and that do want to like let both parents have the opportunity to parent.
Yeah, I think the problem is we don't see a lot of men fighting in court to have their children, and we I find it annoying when people are like, oh, 90% of the court goes, 90% of case goes to women. It's like, girl, what percent of men go in the court to fight for their children? That's what you need to talk
That
about.
too, because I will say from shadowing, because I shadowed some judges in my program, and from shadowing the family court judges, I would say that I think I saw 2 men in a day's period of watching court cases.
Yeah, I mean, they will fight to not pay that child support, but like, and that's not like
Wait,
black
no,
men. That's like all men. They're fighting like they don't want to pay their child support. But I don't see them fighting for their child. To keep, and this idea that like we see celebrities do it, we see rich men do it because one, they don't have to pay for, they don't have to be there. They can pay a sitter, but also if the child is with the mother, they're going to have to pay child support, and a lot of people don't want to do that. But now we have people who not only do they not want to pay child support, they don't want to keep their children, and it's like, okay, girl, God knew why He did not make me a woman. God knows, because I would be the worst. I would literally be the worst. I would not. You can keep the child. Period. Keep the child. I will pay you $50 a month. Let's see how you survive on that. But like, I mean, it's like people. A lot of the conversation I hear, this guy was on. There's this lady who does dating on Instagram where she has people call in and talk about themselves, whatever. This guy was like, this woman don't want to give me my children, blah, 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 blah. And then she asked, wait, do you want to keep your children? He was like, no, I just wanted them for the birthday. It's like, so you
yeah,
don't want your children, you just want to Kendra G. Yep, that is exactly who I'm talking. Thank you. So you just wanted them to show off for pictures on their birthday, on your birthday, sorry, but you don't actually want them to like live with you because
yeah.
I don't know. I'm over it. I'm
The
over it.
like without like putting anybody's details out, like I know somebody whose ex-husband went into court and said F them kids and left. On the court record. F them kids and left.
Good. The
Court.
truth is, I
Wait.
mean, I wouldn't say that. Wait. I'm not going to say that. But like, having children slow you down. Like you can't just get up and go to Paris. You can't get up and go to the club. You can't get up and like do random things. Like people with children invest a lot of resource, not just financial resource, but emotional resource, their time. Like it is a lot of work. I am an uncle now. And I'm going to be babysitting in like a couple of weeks. And I'm like, wait, I just realized I can't do anything. I realized for those 2 days I'm going to be stuck. I mean, I love the children, but it's like and part of it is like I'm looking to their mother and I'm like, I think you deserve freedom. So I will take them and I will spoil them. But like God, I don't want my own children now. Every now and then I'm like, oh my God, I want kids. And then I'm like, all right, I'm good.
I
No.
said, no, there's multiple children in the situation. He went to court, said F them kids. Then when she moved on and had a new partner, he decided he wanted joint custody. Note this person has a violent history on record. So like from F them kids now it's like I want joint custody, and it like but the custody would mean that the kids are at home alone with his girlfriend instead of with him. But he just wants it so he doesn't have to pay child support.
Yeah.
Like it's so crazy. And then there's people telling her, "Oh, well, not a lot of black men want to be part of the family and da 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 blah blah, take him back." But like, or not take him back, but like let him back in your kid's life. But it's like I didn't remove him. He went to court and said "F them kids." But like, there's still people coming at her telling her, "Oh, well, give him a chance. He's a good man." Like, no, this man used to beat her. Yes,
Oh.
in front of the children, in front
I,
of.
I feel like
And
you can say F them kids and still be a good parent.
okay, I feel like you can. You can have a moment, but like in court, when you're being
F them
you just
kids.
gave your
They're the
parental
reason
rights.
I'm here. They're the reason I'm here having to fight in this court. F them kids.
But yeah, so like it's to me it's like that situation and like seeing her go through that is so just mind-boggling to me because I'm like, not only does he still have a chance after saying F them kids in court, like he actually still has a chance to have joint custody or like some sort of arrangement after saying that in court. But additionally, like she has her community, her family coming at her, telling her to accept this man, to give him another chance, to let her kids be around him, even though he will beat any woman in his presence with no regard for whose children are around. Like if he gets
Yeah.
mad. And I think it's crazy that we're that loyal to men like that.
Yeah.
I know I
I
went on
mean,
a tangent about a personal situation, but it was just like sitting on my mind and I'm thinking about Kanye. Yes, we don't know if he's put his hands on people, but we know that he's violent. Like look, just the post alone that you shared today shows that he's at least emotionally violent.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, he seems that way to me. But yeah, let me add Reef.
Mhm.
These people I know, I think Petty, I know.
Actually,
Um,
I'll be right back.
let me remove you. All right, I think I know everyone here. Um, actually, I'm not gonna chance it. It is what it is. Reese, go ahead.
Thanks for having me on, Themis. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. I didn't call in to particularly argue about Kanye West's um, reactions as of right now, or to argue about his mental state. I think that we're all in agreement here. Anybody who's looking at this, that the man at the very least is not stable right now, and he hasn't been stable for a very long time. My point of contention stems from this whole thing about him giving the Kardashians the culture. And I'm very, very concerned with that because from the opposite side, what I have been hearing is the Black community is a matriarchy, it is a gynocracy, the women are leaders, and how the women have failed. But I'm trying to figure out, since when were Black women leading the community? I thought that the men led the community. And once again, the other side is adamant about the Black men not leading the community. But then here it is on full display as to how they are still the leaders, or at least they are viewed as such. Because Kanye West is in a position, and only the leader could be in the position, to give away the culture or to gatekeep the culture and give it to someone else, which is what he did. And
Yep.
$1 billion later, Kim Kardashian is now sitting there having been ascribed blackness by this Black man, the leader and the gatekeeper. And we're here now.
Yeah.
But Black men are still up and down. We are not the leaders of the community. You must be joking. If you're going to lie to me, make the lie make sense.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense and do so right away. The
Yeah.
other part of this is is my concern with black men and how they are following the leadership of Kanye West and his words, Mr. I am a god and I am a genius, has been running around saying, and all of the men behind him too, stating that Kim Kardashian is black. What happened to that? I thought that they all said that Kim Kardashian was black, because I remember that. They threw blackness on her once again. They gate kept her right in. They opened up the gates and said, this woman is black. Now, at the end of this marriage, oh, a black woman would have done worse. Well, by your words, Kim Kardashian is that black woman who would have done worse. She's right there in front of your face. Or did we forget that? Because I
Yeah.
didn't forget.
I mean, I think, I mean, I'm not going to argue for this, but like in the way that we sort of, I think there is no, well, let me not say there's no pride. I think there is, because of the historical wrongs that has been inflicted on Black people, I think there is a wanting to include everyone in Blackness. And it's almost a sort of disappointment to a Black person when an individual says that they're not Black. I mean, even for me, I remember this one was right though. I remember talking to this Haitian guy who in America. I think we were in school. It was him, my brother, and I. We were all talking, and I said, "Oh, being a Black person in America, it's blah blah blah." And then he was like, "Oh, well, I'm not Black." And I'm like, "Wait, what do you mean you're not Black?" And he was like, "No, I'm not Black. I'm Haitian." And I was like, that made me feel bad. But the reason I felt bad was like, I saw you're Black. But I've had conversations with people who have said they're not Black or they're mixed or whatever. And I've seen the reaction that I had to my Haitian friend who was Black. That's a different story. But I've seen that kind of like confusion come across people's face when it comes to people who are obviously not Black defining themselves outside of Blackness. And I don't know where the need, like even Kim Kardashian, like I don't know who would say she is Black, but like the idea that you want everyone to want to be Black, it doesn't make sense to me. Like I would like to exclude more people. Like I don't know. Like I I obviously know the stats, and a lot of it hurts, but I do like being Black. Uh, I I don't know. I'll talk about why I like being Black at some other time, but I do. I have no shame in my Blackness at all. Oh, the love is still on. The live is still on, and I made it. Thank you. Go ahead, Reese. I don't know if that came to you.
Oh, no worries at all. And no, I'm 100% with you. I'm seeing it, and it really speaks to identity right there. Who is Black? Who is identifying as Black? And who is being allowed to identify as Black? Particularly when you can see straight up and down that this person is not Black. Trace the heritage back. You don't even have to go that far in the case of Kim Kardashian to find out that she is very much a white woman. But
Yeah.
here we have had it, and it was shoved down our throats how she was such a Black woman. Black men again. Kim Kardashian is the new Harriet Tubman. She is doing more to get Black men out of jail than any of you Black men ever, I'm sorry, Black women ever did. This is the kind of person that has our corner and has our backs. And once again,
As
she
if
is
Black
she is
women
better.
were the one, as if Black women who were the one who put Black men in jail.
But Black women and white men appear to be the perfect scapegoats for Black men all day, every day. That's all it is at this point. And it's like water off of a duck's back for me. Black women are the problem. Yeah, sure. I'm still going to move on about my day. This nail color is cute. That's that's all I care.
Yeah.
You know?
Wait. Someone said she's not Black. To be clear, the argument was that she's not white. She's white. Continue. Kim
Yeah,
Kardashian is white.
there you go. No, that's really all I had to say about that. It's about the identity and him giving her the culture, i.e., I'm equating that as he gave her blackness and then gave her the opportunity to monetize the blackness that he ascribed to her, which we can now see has a dollar amount on it. Her blackness is now worth $1 billion. What if he had turned that towards the community? What if he had focused that towards where it needed to be, and what could that have done for the community? But oh well, maybe it's just a pipe dream. Maybe that's just my way of thinking. But that's all that I had to say, Themis. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna do rapid fire. Petty, go ahead.
Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, there is a male on the line. Period. Wait, wait. Before you go, her father is Armenian. I don't know if you guys are saying. I don't know if you're saying her being Armenian indicate that she is either black, white, Asian, or whatever. I don't know what that means. Like, are you saying she's not? She's white. All right, go ahead, Petty.
So I don't know if you covered this already, since I was pretty late to get on the live, but I don't know if you talked about kind of the public reaction to the situation going on, and what it reminded me of was, I think the first video that actually got me onto your channel, you were talking about a lead attorney video where the black man went on Facebook Live and he unalived his ex-wife and his ex-girlfriend. And what I noticed about the public reaction with that is kind of what I'm noticing here, where people were defending this man and they were glossing over any mental illness he had. They were glossing over any wrongdoing he did to demonize the women instead. And I kind of found people were doing that with Kanye. I don't think people realize how scary it is for, I don't know if he's a narcissist. I do know that he has mental illnesses. For this man to be saying, hey, I'm gonna move in the house across the street from you and you can't escape me now because you're trying to say I'm a danger to you and my kids. Well, now you can't leave. And I think about someone like my mom or my sister or even my daughter going through that, and the way that people gloss over that to instead talk about the TikTok or Kim's past or whatever. And I've seen them do it with Bill Cosby, with R. Kelly, the way that we just, black men in particular, just sweep this bad behavior under the rug and try to justify it. Oh, he was trying to buy NBC. He's trying to tell us something. So, yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about, how everybody is ignoring Kanye's behavior and want him desperately to be in this child's life. I was thinking very heavily about the black man who went on Facebook Live and what he did and the parallels between that.
And even that, like you said, they justified it. That's the thing. Like, I don't understand, where is the accountability? My problem is not only Kanye, because that is something that I think needs to be discussed, but like the reaction to it. We're not going to get to Azalea Banks because Azalea Banks be Azalea Banksing. Like, I mean, I agree with her, but it's like, ma'am, but yeah. The need to push off responsibility does not make sense to me. And when I think about sort of like what is being played out, like we don't actually know what's happening behind the scenes, right? But like what we see and what we comment on, it does not make sense that people are just out here saying, oh, he needs this, and the system is trying to go take it. Tasha K, the system, the machine, the machine is going after him, right? Like I don't understand how we don't see how harmful his behavior is. I find what he's doing extraordinarily harmful. And this is coming from someone who has zero sympathy for Kim Kardashian. I think Kim Kardashian attempted to take advantage of someone she believed to be a powerful force for her to get to the A-list. And she did. Kim Kardashian got everything she ever wanted and more. And So it's not like I feel bad for her, but like there are children involved, and I don't know what Kanye will and will not do, and I would hate for something bad to happen. So I don't know why people are ignoring the fact that at this point, like literally at this point, Kanye West is acting out in a way that should be concerning to everyone, black, white, everyone should be concerned. Hey, we need to talk to like the video so Themis will boost to the top of the live page. Oh, you guys are the best. Go ahead. I cut you off, I think, or maybe you were done.
No, that's. I was thinking also about Lauren Smith Phillips and how black men reacted to that, and how everyone chose to attack the woman instead of holding the killer accountable. And I mean, I've just seen so many cases like that recently. Those two in particular I just talked about. So when this thing with Kanye happened, especially with the whole having a birthday party and wanting to be, I think he wanted specifically to be there to be around Kim, especially if he's having his own birthday party where he will
Yeah,
see
they
his kids.
agreed that they would have it separately, and then he comes out and said and lie essentially about why he was being taken. It was not allowed to be there. It was just be there. So yeah.
So he's grieving this woman and he's antagonizing her publicly and very vocally. And people choose to just ignore it or sweep it under the rug, or even worse, acknowledge it and justify it because, well, what is she doing to make him like that? Well, why is she keeping his kids away? So, yeah, I mean, that's all I have to say. It's pretty redundant.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is not redundant. And I wish Mr. Whitty was here to come up because I really wanted him to talk. But because this is kind of how I wanted to end that conversation with him. Even if you think black women would have been mad and annoying and all of those things and dragging him publicly, and the white woman wouldn't, and the white woman is being nice and kind or whatever, it seemed like it doesn't actually make a difference in the treatment by the man. Because Kanye, like you were saying, Kim Kardashian is nice, is being nice, and black women wouldn't do this. But so it doesn't seem to make a difference whether or not the woman would be aggressive or not if the man is going to continue to behave the way that he's behaving. And then I would have hung up on him. That's what I wanted to do. Thankfully, he didn't come on. But thank you. You were not redundant. It is what it is. Go ahead. I think only Alyssa. Wait, is this Alyssa that left and came back a while ago? There was an Alyssa that I needed to speak with. Alyssa, you're on mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? No, I'm not the same, Alyssa. I just been sitting in the back until
You're
now.
not. I hear your voice. I know the other Alyssa voice. It's not that.
Okay. Hi guys, how are you doing? Glad
Doing
to
well.
be
How are you?
I'm okay. Glad to be back on the panel. I'm going to make it quick and then I'm going to jump off because Miss Reese stole every bit of my thunder and it was awesome. It was awesome. But let me just say this because I'm going to help LB out. Like LB was talking about Kanye's intelligence. I do think he's intelligent. He does a lot of unintelligent things that we have witnessed over the years. It's like he has some type of inner fight going on with himself. But I also agree, this is a very dangerous what is going on. And I don't know if people remember what month before last, Kanye got into an altercation on the street with a fan. It was something about over, I think the fan wanted him to sign an autograph or something, and it was captured on video. And he went off, and a fight broke out. And this fan, this person is now suing him. And when Kanye, his cousin, who travels with him, was trying to make him stop because I think she was aware of the cameras, and the way he looked at her, it was as if he didn't even know who she was. I would tell everyone, everyone, Google that. This happened like a month or two, maybe 2 months ago. So this is a very dangerous time. I'm not a fan of the Kardashians, but both of them are very wealthy people. You have to remember that. But what I mean by Kanye's intelligence, he knows how to push the buttons for the Black community algorithm. And that is what he is doing right now. And not all of us, but too many of us are falling for it. When he started with the black man out the home and the white women are doing this and this is how they treat the black man, but the whole time he's running around in Paris up under another white woman. And then people aren't seeing he's saying one thing and then he's doing something else, or he's doing one thing and he's saying something else, and it's manipulation. He knows he doesn't give the black community, I don't think he has any respect for us and the way how he maneuvers around us and when within us. Because Charlemagne the God, someone who I'm not the biggest fan of, but he said on his show that Kanye is black when things aren't going his way, but he puts on the MAGA and he's somebody else when things are going his way. And we have to remember that and look at that. Now, enough of Kanye, and I'm on my way out, but I want to say this about Kevin Samuels. It's funny to see him trying to go mainstream, but I don't think that's going to happen, because we can't, just because two low conscious rappers allows him to share their platform, that doesn't mean he's going to be able to go mainstream. He has too many skeletons and too much dirt all across social media. So Future sharing his platform, no, Future's Future. So there's no need, nothing else for me to say about that. But thanks, Themis. That's all I wanted to say. And Reese, girl, you did that. You took all of my thunder, and I'm going to jump down and listen.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I do agree with Charlemagne on that point also. One of the things that actually, I said I wouldn't do this. Like, even when I talk about Kevin Samuels, I don't put his name in the chat. I don't, because the people who like him are kind of annoying to me now. Like, they'll come over here and just like not actually have any kind of basis for anything they believe, and talking to them is very difficult now. But I'll tag him if I'm not going to tag him. I don't want him here, but I will put his name in. The reason is I find it fascinating that a lot of people don't think he can go mainstream, and I'm in the middle. Like, I thought he couldn't go mainstream until I saw him with Nicki Minaj, right? And not what he said, because I covered that and I didn't care. I just laughed. But his fans seem to justify it. Like, the fact, like when I saw his fans saying, "Oh, he won," I thought they were like, he won because he got on Nicki Minaj's platform and spoke to her, and so more people know him now, right? Sure, that's how he won. But people are like, "Oh, he doesn't change. He didn't change his rhetoric. He said what he meant. What he said is consistent with what he did. He's still the Godfather." And I was like, So no one is listening to his message anymore. Like, the fans that he has on YouTube won't disappear. And so he probably could change his message completely now and still go mainstream because his fans won't hold him accountable. And that's fine if the manosphere doesn't implode. That seems odd to me, but now I'm fascinated because the someone said the Pookie side of the manosphere is outraged. Wait, I'm gonna get dragged for this and I shouldn't. I mean, it's too far in. No one is gonna watch the video this far. So there were 3 YouTubers who were sent to me who did live stream, and they were like, "Why are they calling people Pookie? It's the woman's fault, and we all men need to get on code because Kevin Samuels is trying to disappear and blah, blah, blah." And I was like, so there is a clear distinction now in the manosphere about who they consider to be quote unquote high value, which is not something we're going to agree with over here, and who they consider to be the Pookies and Rays of the manosphere. And the people who are mad at Kevin Samuels are what they consider to be clear, they're all kind of Pookies and Ray Rays. Like, let's not even mess that up. But like, Honestly, I shouldn't say they. I feel like we are all, because the way we're using Pookie and Ray Ray is to like dismiss bad behavior in the community and say, oh, they're not men, they're not black, they're just Pookies and Ray Rays. I know this because of that 10-hour stream that I did last time where someone was like, oh, those aren't men, those are Pookies and Ray Rays. And I was like, I see what you're doing with this quote unquote Pookie and Ray Ray thing. I see what you're doing. I'm not going to let you do it. But the men they call Pookie and Ray Ray out in the manosphere, they are mad. They are mad. I watched hours of live stream just laughing because they were like, they should not call us Pookie and Ray Ray, and we should not have to dress in suits, and we should be able to wear our pants low if we want, and we should be able to talk how we want to talk. And they're trying to be like the white man and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, got it. So you know where you fit. Got it. You know what they're saying. Got it. All right. But anyway, the Kevin Samuels thing is extremely fascinating to watch. By the way, there are multiple people who told me that they watched the entire 10-hour stream essentially. Thank you. If I don't know anything, I know that I've succeeded on YouTube, because if even one person watch a 10-hour stream of me talking to someone, like, thank you. Like literally I could fail right now and know that I didn't fail, I succeeded. So anyway, um I cut someone off. True. Was that you?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, you didn't cut me off. I just had a comment about the Kanye situation. I heard everyone kind of making really common sense comments about the realities of divorce and the things that you can go through. But I really think all of this is just a publicity stunt. Like, these people have lots of money. If they wanted this to be private and what do you call it, mannered or polite or what have you, it would not be going down like this. Like, neither one of them are fools. They're very, what do you call that? The word's escaping me, but they do things on purpose. Like, I just believe it's a publicity stunt, and I think maybe they may be moving into something else, and we'll see, a new fashion line or something else at the end. I think they're doing it on purpose. So that's just my 2 cents.
I don't disagree with you. I completely agree with you. The thing about it is Kylie Jenner, Kardashian, all of them, the way their companies are valued based on the reading on Times, I think it was, Forbes. The calculation for their net worth requires them to maintain the kind of popularity that they have now. Essentially, these people are the biggest social media influencer ever to exist. And they need to constantly be in our mouth for them to make money. And so I don't doubt that this is a publicity stunt at all. I am hopeful it's not, though, because the children are involved. But look.
No, yeah.
I don't think they care. And that's my opinion. That's not predicated on anything. Do not sue me for that. But in my opinion, that is not predicated on anything but my feelings. I don't think they care. They'll just do whatever that will cost them money. Kim loves attention. Kanye loves attention. And they put them two people together and like, come on. But I'm gonna pretend like I take your word. I agree with you, but I'm gonna go ahead and pretend like this is not a whole publicity stunt. Dustin says.
I just wanted to say something. So when you spoke about how the Black community is used to it, like used to the behavior, the man who spoke a while ago, I remember someone.
Wait,
I think it was Brooklyn, but she said the Black community was a domestic violence shelter, right? I think that comes into play, like the sort of dysfunctional behaviors normalized. So when people see people acting in that way, like Future or even Kanye, they think it's okay. And like the way that they're using kids as pawns is really inappropriate. Then now we see how these patterns get passed on, right? I wanted to say also, so I remember listening to a therapist, like she would do talks about narcissistic behavior, and she said it's yes, you can't diagnose people with narcissism. However, you can say that their behavior is narcissistic. So to comfort you in that way, because I know you didn't want to get there, go there. And then also, like, there's a really good book called Why Did He Do That? If people are interested in learning about like dysfunctional, specifically dysfunctional men or dysfunctional relationships and how why the men act like that. If you ever get a chance, I would suggest it's a really short read, but it's very insightful. The person who wrote it, Lundy, he's a counselor, a therapist, and he deals with men who are abusive. And he'll talk about how they're, a lot of them, they know that they're doing that behavior. They're doing it because it works and because they can. That's it for me.
Thank you. Destiny says you have to still edit the 10-hour live because that part where someone tried to flag you is still up there. So let me announce this to the thing. Thank you so much for that. But I will not be editing it out. And the reason is I attempted to do it and YouTube won't let me because it is too long. So I did email YouTube with the timestamp and explained what happened. I'm waiting for their for them to respond. There is no issue on my end. I followed all the procedures that needed to be followed on YouTube. I read all of it before I even started a YouTube channel. And so I know how and why I'm within the bounds of whatever regulations they have on here. I am. So even if my channel does go down for that, it will be up most likely. Because there's some level of discretion YouTube still has, but nothing should be wrong. But if my channel disappears for a week, 2 weeks, or whenever, know that I would be behind the scenes fighting it, but I'm not taking that down. I'm not taking it down to then edit it and then re-upload it. I'm not doing that. So it is going to stay, and the YouTube editor, which allows me to remove the section, does not allow me to remove it because it's too long. So I'm not playing these games with the person who did it, and I'm not playing these games with YouTube. So yeah, if it goes down, it'll be back. So that's it. All right. I think Arda was first and then Dean.
Hi, Temis. I hope everyone can hear me.
I
I just wanted to
can.
say thank you for having me on. So excited to be here. Um, I've been following your show for a little while, and I was definitely locked into the 9-hour session. That was intense. But
It was. It was. I'm happy to have you here.
but I just wanted to quickly add on the whole Kanye Kim situation. I'm not a big fan of either or follow them, but I almost have no choice. I'm sure a lot of people are in the same boat whereby even if you try and avoid it, you're going to see a story somewhere on your timeline, somewhere it happens. So here we are now. But definitely the part that did raise my eyebrows was when Kanye decided to move next door to Kim. Now that in and of itself, if he is not violent, if he's not a whatever he may be or whatever other troubles that he may be going through, might not be the worst thing. Yes, that would be great if you get on with your ex and you are trying to co-parent and maybe being close by could work. But so soon after separation, it definitely feels very manipulative, very controlling, and quite frankly scary. I'm not in a partnership or married, but even if I were to break up with someone and they were to move in next door, whether it's renting or buying, that is really disturbing. And I don't understand why people are sort of laughing this off. That is actually scary and weird. No, I don't feel like there's enough people sort of mentioning how scary and weird that is. But anyways, That's my 2 pence on that.
No. I love that. You can please stay because I'm gonna ask Dean, who asked the question about violence. Well, go ahead, Dean, and then I'll ask you the question. The question I have for you.
Well, I was going to talk about the Kevin Samuels guest. Well, Kevin Samuels is on a future video, and guess who's mad? Like the Irish.
Oh, before you do that, then let me ask you the question. Why did you ask if he was violent? If he had a history of violence?
So the reason why I asked was I did some research after Deanne made the comment about people who are bipolar who are prone to violence. She was right. So I did some research, and they said although it's a stigma, if there is a history of violence, someone who's bipolar can be violent, but you can't just automatically rule them to be violent if there is no history. That's why I asked.
All right, got it. Good. All right. So it wasn't good. So it was not Order's comment, which would have meant something completely different.
No.
All right, go ahead with your assessment.
Yeah, because I got timed out for saying guess who's mad in the chat. But like Kevin Samuels is kind of going mainstream, and guess who's mad? Like the ironic thing is that you have manosphere guys who are mad, and I didn't realize that you were aware of that whole Pookie and educated lame kind of debates that are happening.
Yes, yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like those guys are mad.
Yeah,
like that image of the black man in the suit or the whole kitten. Because they're also suggesting that he's homosexual too. But he's a creation. He's an internet creation. He didn't do it by himself.
Yeah. Let me find this thing while you talk, because I need to find a picture that's emblematic of what you're talking about.
Oh, about what him with the shoes or whatever.
No. The debate that is happening online can be summed up in an image that someone put out, which I find extremely interesting. Oh, I thought he deleted it.
Yeah.
And he was essentially asking, which one are you? Now, I have no love for this person, but he was like asking, which one are you going to be? And this had the manosphere, the debate about the educated lames on one hand and the quote unquote Pookies and Ray-Rays on the other.
Themis, this is a good thing.
Oh, I know. I think so. Well, depending on who win the debate.
This is a good thing, and I'll tell you why. For far too long, the guys on the right have just been running amok and doing what they please, And I there's a certain segment of women that are just going to look at all black men as pookies, but I think the debate and I think this rigorous debate that's happening is a good thing. So, this is my 2 cents.
The fact that it is a debate is
well, because they're all pookies. Because that's the argument. Kevin Samuels, he's not educated lame. He didn't graduate college.
This man put on a suit and have y'all on.
Yeah, there's a joke. It's like Kevin's the lead attorney is who Kevin Samuels pretends to be.
Okay, wait. Oh my God, I feel like this live is gonna go too long. Oh my God, I actually want to do a live where we talk about this because let me do this. If the lead attorney had stuck to his guns, the thing is, like, for me, I don't understand this whole thing about mainstream anything. I'm just in my little world here. And like even some people were saying, oh, if you stop talking about black issues, more people would watch. You should go back to politics, blah, blah, blah. Girl, I don't care. I'm not doing that. Leave me alone. You can't tell me what to do. But I do recognize that TLA does have, if he's an attorney, I still didn't check this, but if he is, he does have the credentialing, right? Something that Kevin Samuels does not have.
Exactly.
He was co-signed easily by men because he was essentially what they wanted to represent them, right? In terms of education and all of that. So the O'Shea also wants to be considered part of the educated and the intellectual crowd. That's why he keeps going to med school.
He graduated. He's an intellectual.
He's not. He
Give the
has
man
not
his
graduated.
respect.
He has not graduated. Okay, O'Shea Duke Jackson has not graduated from anyone's med school. If he says that, I promise you. All right, let me not get into his business. But anywho, I would want to know the med school that O'Shea Duke Jackson happened to graduate from. That is not here nor there. So if the lead attorney was able to tailor, in my opinion, tailor his message better, he could have risen to the top of the manosphere and go mainstream.
So
Kevin Samuels attempting to go mainstream now is going to require, I'm not saying he can't do it, I'm saying it's going to require a lot of backtrack. It's going to require him to be apologetic. It's going to be like he's going to have to change so much that I don't know how authentic the people who like him are going to think he is.
they're not going to care. It's all about fandom at this point.
Well, the Pook is on the.
They are mad.
The Pook is in the manosphere. Don't want it. The Pook is in.
They are mad, but this conversation needs to happen. You know, this whole anti-intellectualism, this embracing these bad behaviors. It's a conversation that needs to happen, and there's going to be a lot of hurt feelings. There are a lot of hurt feelings, but
it should happen. But what I don't like about it happening now, the thing I don't like about it happening now is, instead of people becoming the educated lame, I feel like they're going to do a shortcut like Kevin Samuels did, where you just put on a suit and declare yourself.
It's improving the black man's image, and I am here for it.
True. I mean, aesthetically it is, but substantively, like, what are we gonna get?
We'll get to the substance later. But that picture on the right has got to go. They have got to go ASAP.
Who gonna move them?
I know that's what's happening right now. You know, I hear what you're saying, but that's what's happening right now.
Who gonna move them?
Yeah. That's one thing that Chrissy has said that I've always thought that she was spot on. You know, why is it that the quote unquote good black men aren't holding their position in the community, and they're allowing these pookies to kind of run rough.
So now the educated limbs are. So the educated limbs are stepping up.
Hey, what someone said? What is it? What is this? The revenge of the nerds?
Well, the educated limbs are out here cleaning up shop. They're like, we're going, girl. I mean. Look, I'm actually here for it. I'm here for the educated lames going in and cleaning up their community. Like, I would be a part of it, but like, I'm a fruitcake, so that's not gonna happen. But I'm here for it. I am here for Kevin Samuels leading the educated lame as a false messiah to clean up. I'm here for it.
He's not leading any. Like, that's another thing that I don't know. He's not a leader, but
Girl, stop it. It's not. You know. You know, Kevin
it's
Samuels
basically
is
an
the
avatar.
leader.
He's basically an avatar right now. So,
I
but
mean, he is not your, but he is the leader. Kevin Samuels is leading the educated lame in the fight against the Pookies and Ray. A wolf in sheep clothing.
yeah, you got a point there. But
Look,
I found the ironic thing of guess who's mad? But it's not who you think is mad. It's a
I
whole
mean,
group of guys.
yeah, I mean, I know how we can fix the guys on the right. Buy them roommate suit. Yeah, the roommates also put on suits too. And like everyone is wearing suits. And I mean, I'm here for a good suit. So period. But like I am here listening and I see it playing out in real time. The Pookies and Ray Rays aren't gonna go out. They're not gonna go down without a fight. Yo, I heard one of these men talking and he was mad. I'm not gonna say his name because
Yeah, there's a
no.
lot of homophobia. Like
Yeah,
a ton of homophobia.
all right. I don't believe there's a ton of homophobia, right?
Oh
Like
no? Okay.
well, hear me out. Hear me out. Not completely. They are homophobic, right? But the homophobia is new because everyone has been calling Kevin Samuels gay since the glitch. Since before the glitch, right? And no, none of these men, all of these men were like, all the Godfather, the Godfather, the Godfather. But now, since Kevin Samuels want to separate himself from the Pookies and the Ray Ray, now the Pookies and the Ray Rays are calling him gay. No, if he wasn't gay before, he's not gay now, and he won't be gay in the future. If he's gay then, he was gay when you were supporting him. Look, I don't know. I don't. I get what you're saying, but like their homophobic comments don't mean anything to me. Like you
Yeah,
don't get to weaponize homophobia now after you've been cuddling with this man even before. Like no.
yeah. It's just I don't know. It's you'd want people to try to improve or push forward a better image, but it's interesting just to witness this. They're just mad.
So I'm afraid of this though. So there was a part of me that was like, yes, we can start with the image. And maybe we should do it simultaneously, but there is like I have this weird feeling where like you see how Kevin Samuels put on a suit and he's definitely if there are a separation between Pookie and Ray Ray and the educated lame, well, Kevin Samuels is not a part of the educated lame, so he would be a Pookie and Ray Ray. But he put on a suit and then he spews his venom out there. My problem with focusing on image, which I do think is important, I've said this, um, is if we do not change things substantively, then we get to hide behind an image that is not real. Um, I don't feel good about that, but I want our image to be good, but I want it to be good because we are good and we did the work to be perceived. Not I could not care less about the broader society. I care about how we see each other, and I know we don't value each other because we're killing each other. The way we talk to each other and the way we treat each other versus the way we treat the people of the broader society is very different, and it's telling because we don't respect each other. But I do wish which I do wish we change materially and not just on the surface level. But I'm not pushing back against you necessarily, but I fear that men are going to realize because there's some truth to this that if you put on a suit, you might be perceived differently, and you can use that to promote your degeneracy.
Fair enough, but who would you most likely see, seeing gunning down or shooting an innocent 5-year-old in the street? You
The
know,
brown guy, the guy who was a doctor, was a nurse, and he went live and then went and did
so you're
it.
going to use an exception to the rule?
I'm not using an exception to the rule. I'm saying I don't want us to start thinking that we can, well, not, how do I put this to not make it bad? I think there is a tendency to think that we know based on how a person look what they're capable of. And I want to stay very far away from that because I think that becomes more akin to white supremacy ideas and talking points. Um, and I know I'm only saying this because I've had interactions with people based on my preconceived notions about them. I thought one thing, and they were the most warm, beautiful soul that I've ever met. And it was in a time of need for me where I was literally scared out of my mind. And the way that person helped me, like literally, if you looked at him, he would, I was afraid essentially, and I was a child. And the grown man took care of me in a way that I did not expect in terms of helping me. Essentially I got lost doing something I had no business doing, and someone helped me find my way home and got me food and whatever. And I honestly saw him because I was a child. I saw him as someone like a quote unquote thug. And from that moment, I realized, I mean, obviously the exception don't make the rule, but I fear that we put too much in aesthetics. I know I do, but I don't want to judge too harshly based on how people dress. And then people on Wall Street dress to the T, and they're the biggest thieves in the world. But that's neither here nor there. Cancer, the not all men, and singling out one group as the problem when the collective is at best complacent or continues to perpetuate. Well, I agree with this, but this is part of what I think Dean is saying. The educated lames are making an effort to clean up shop, and I'm here for that. Like I am here for that. Go ahead, Dean.
I just checked myself in the moment there. There was a level of anti-blackness in my comments, but my sentiment was just, no, you're right. But I was just basically, like our image is so bad. Like,
Yeah.
can we get a little bit better? Is that too much to ask?
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you, by the way. I wasn't pushing back against you. It's just like, yeah, and I should not also use my like personal anecdotes to talk about something more general when I stick so close to facts. But I use my anecdotes when it's in the benefit of Black manhood, because we are losing bad out here in these streets. I need them personal anecdotes because we're losing bad.
Famous. Did you see London's comment?
No, what did he say?
He said how presidents wear suits and everyone in Congress. So
Oh, yeah. Ooh. The L are setting the PR up. Hafiz is head of the curve. The white people gonna get wind of the manosphere, but all that will be left. All that will be left is PR. Yeah. Um. The thing is, like, even saying what I just, whatever. I'll leave it alone. Um. Does anyone want to respond to Dean? By the way, or talk to us about the Kevin Samuels thing?
Yes, Themis, I just wanted to make a couple of points. I would have to agree with you. I get it. I understand the idea of cleaning up the image of black men. It really does need some work. So I'm not going to knock that at all. Definitely go for it. However, I agree with you in that let's proceed with some caution here Because right now, what I think that we're looking at is, and we accuse Black men of a lot across the board, is performative masculinity. And
Mm-hmm.
we don't want to shift from performative masculinity to now the performative educated lame, where anybody can just throw on a suit and it's all style which they can deliver on, but there is no substance behind it. They look the part, but they're not really saying anything worth anything. So
Kevin
are you
Samuels.
exactly? So are you really correcting anything at that point apart from just hygiene and grooming? So let's
I mean, to be fair, the hygiene and grooming need to be front and center because
fair point well made.
the way some people are out here talking about they don't shower, I'm like, okay, maybe you belong. You do belong with your preference.
Fair point well made. But seriously, beyond going beyond all of that, we really want to get to the point where, if we're going to clean up the image, let's do so both externally and internally. So I would agree with that. With regards to Kevin Samuels possibly going mainstream, no, this oh boy, I don't want it to happen. I'll just state that flat out, because I know that once he gets out there and that message gets out there, quite frankly,
No, 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 no,
oops,
no,
sorry.
no. If he gets out there, that message won't. He's gonna have to choose. It's either him getting out there or his message stay here. Like you don't go out there with that message. And if you are allowed to speak that vitriol in public, there is a concerted effort to do some harm. If you are able to go mainstream with your message as is, know that we have bigger things to worry about than Kevin Samuels, if he's allowed. What Tasha K call it, the machine. If the machine allows him to do this, there are bigger problems you need to worry about than Kevin Samuels. I promise you that.
Oh, go right ahead.
There's no advertiser that would link with him. So if he's being pushed out there, it would only be for a specific agenda. So no.
And and that is what I believe. If his message does get out there, it is just to further a particular view of Black men. I really do believe that. I think that oh boy, he could kind of wheedle his way in under the guise of, hey, we're going to have like a panel discussion, and here is internet sensation Kevin Samuels with a differing point of view. They could probably wheedle him in that way.
If Kevin Samuels goes mainstream and spew that vitriol, I promise you this: I will work tirelessly, to be able to meet him face to face on whatever platform he is on. No, absolutely not. If Kevin Samuels goes mainstream, he's not going to continue this. And we know this because if you heard him on Nicki Minaj or with, what's that guy, Future. I mean, I don't know why he was doing it with Future, but if you heard him with Nicki Minaj, you know that there is no way, and he does not have the kind of backbone required for him to push through with his message and stay the way that he wants to stay and go mainstream with it. He does not have that backbone. If he is intimidated by Nicki Minaj on a live chat, where if he went after her and she hung up on him, he could actually use that as content to prove himself to be like this strong alpha person who doesn't care what women think. If he did not do that, he does not have the kind of backbone that is required to stand up against the system. So anything he says, if he goes mainstream, will be in accordance with whatever the system want him to say or the machine want him to say. I don't have that kind of faith in him. Like he's just gonna do what needs to be done based on the system.
And I agree. I believe that it will go one of two ways, but it does really fit back into that narrative that it's what he is allowed to say. So if he's allowed to take over the message that currently stands without walking back anything, it's just so that he can fit a narrative to say, well, look at these Black men, this is how they think, in a way to denounce the way that the manosphere thinks and all of that stuff, how they approach, how they reason, if you can call it that. Or he will have to kind of play the whipping boy, if you will, where he will give a watered down version of his message, try and denounce his past, which they will throw in his face at every turn. And then he's gonna crumble under it to be, oh, well, not really, kind of, sort of. And then again, same thing is going to be what's the word I'm looking for, is going to be achieved. If he is not going to be looked at as, look at how foolish this reasoning is with his message intact, he's going to have to abandon his message and be looked at as, look at how weak he is.
Yep. And he already started abandoning his message. He literally said, he never said black women were the least attractive based on facial symmetry. So he's already backtracking and whatever else people say. Our image is bad. Instead of putting on suit and dodging black women, KS, let's focus on fixing black men. Yeah, I in agreement. When he was on Vlad, he backtracked. Yeah, every time he meets in this is one of Nicki Minaj's most violent songs. Anywho, I think it's going to be very difficult for him out there in mainstream. I also don't know why people like to go mainstream. I don't know. Like, you can literally create your own business, company. You can literally leverage all of this and become an owner. And I don't know, people just want to sign a contract with a big network. And I've never understood that. Like, even artists who are independent, who are doing their thing by themselves, it's like, it's just like, not like why do you want to do this? I knew you would know the reference. Anywho, someone said, what does TBMOTH means? Someone say it in the chat. We won't say it on here. Does anyone have anything further? By the way, let me read this thing. So he said, Black America has a decision to make. On one side, let's look at the sides before I read it. So we have the right and the left. Right and the left. All right. On one side, we have Black man excellence, doctors, lawyers, high-ranking military officers, businessmen, all educated, highly disciplined, smart, and productive. On the other side, we have drug dealers, ex-convicts. I don't like having ex-convicts, whatever. Low lives and real whatever, who have destroyed our communities. The choice is clear. We are going to support one and promote the accomplishment and educated and wait, sorry. The choice is clear. Are we going to support and promote the accomplished and educated and this sentence. Disciplined Black men and women so they can uplift us and our image so that we can regain our rightful place? Well, y'all need to start with the educated women. You need to uplift the educated women, like you said. Or are we still going to let the low lives take us down in the gutter with the slime? They called him all kind of white supremacist.
Yeah.
They call him all kind of white supremacists. They were big. I don't want to read them comments.
Yes,
but they were big mad. And period. I'm assuming you agree with him, Ian.
I think we know who's been doing a lot of the harm. You know, it's like not a secret. You know, so I'm perfectly fine with that post. I understanding the anti-blackness that's there, which is crazy for me to say that, but I agree with the sentiment.
I mean, I did a video called The Black Man's Shadow where I essentially had these two images. I don't know if anyone knows that. Let me show it to you. But I didn't say which one was the shadow. Because I think I don't want it to be so easy for people to think, oh my God, I'm doing great. And it's those people. No, it's all our collective problems, in my mind. Let me show you guys here. This video, the cover for this video, you see this one right here, is essentially that image. And that's what I was talking about in this video. I was trying to figure out, it's the second image, this one.
I'm familiar with the video.
That's what I was talking about. We have a decision to make about how we are going to operate. Are we going to realize our shadow self and be better, or are we just going to ignore it and continue down a path that's ultimately going to be more destructive? I think the fact that there is a debate about whether or not we should move forward in this way is strange to me, because I think what is happening is people are saying, oh, this is white supremacist and you want to go to the white man college and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so we're not even on the same page about how to build. Like, we're not even on the same page about whether or not education is like, at one point I thought, okay, maybe they're just jealous of women's education, right? Not they, but some people. And then I'm like, wait, they don't even want to be educated because they think education is the white man's tool or whatever. And so I'm like, wait a minute. So we don't even agree about the value of education. So we can't even. I don't know. We have a big fight coming up. We have a huge fight coming up because I don't know what's happening. Oh, Sai, go ahead. Oh, we're going to close out now. We have, I'm going to give it 10 more minutes. So let's do it. 10 more minutes. I'm timing myself. It's open discussion. Sai.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So first I want to address one singular thing. Dean, are you still with us?
Yes.
Hi, Dean. Okay, so first of all, very quickly, I want to address you, Dean, directly for the single error that I made in regards to the timeout, because I noticed that you kind of did mention that earlier, and I saw a little bit of commentary in the comments. I do apologize for the singular error of timing you out after some very antagonizing remarks that were made in the comments. So I do apologize for, in that case, jumping the gun. However, in me taking accountability for my actions, the reason why I think, or one of the lessons that Amos tries to enact or teach us every day, I would also like to kind of use this as a teaching moment for us in the chat, us watching, and for you yourself. Words that you speak for you. Your actions garner a little thing called a reputation. And when that happens, the amount of clemency that you have, the amount of mercy, the amount of time that people are willing to put and grant you the ability to grow and to make errors, the same as I did, diminishes. So I just want to kind of and again, apologize for that, but I do ask that you take into accountability the reason why things like that happen or errors or mistakes can be made once, like I said, a reputation is garnered. And also, just like the previous caller said, just because you put on a suit, or in this case, come up and answer for the mistakes that you made in the moment, just remember that in the future, words and actions cannot always be taken back. The amount of times that you have to keep coming up and keep having to prove your innocence grow and grow and grow and grow until eventually the lesson is learned to speak with intention and clarity without antagonism. So I will apologize, and I just ask that you think of that in the future, okay? And then I also wanted to speak on some things in regards to some comments that I believe you said, Mr. Whitty or Bubbles or whoever they are in the moment stated, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm solely going to speak on using the name of Black culture, and specifically in that case, Black women, for the convenience of stepping on backs to as an attempt to again minimize the responsibility or the accountability that is needed in order to call yourself a leader, in order to call yourself a man, or in order to call yourself someone who is active in the community. When you do that, when you garner some, or excuse me, I keep saying garner, when you use somebody's name, when you use the image of someone who wasn't even in the conversation for convenience, you automatically invalidate yourself as someone of integrity, someone of intention, or even someone of validity, I assume. It was amazing to me that when a Black woman, that Black women weren't even involved in the conversation, but got dragged into it, again, as a way to uh, diminish any responsibility on the outside or from Kanye's problematic behavior, especially on the other side when another great Black woman, his mother, her image was also utilized to minimize the fact that he was doing very problematic behavior. They used her name in one moment to separate the fact that he was being a problem or saying very violent things because he's hurt, because he's wounded, because it's her fault for leaving him in quote unquote death. But on the other hand, it's her fault that that his mother, or excuse me, his father was away. So again, this whole, or using the Black community in one moment to prop yourself up, saying that Beyonce is the greatest, or that George Bush doesn't care about Black people, and then on the other hand, kind of pulling a I'm not Black, I'm OJ kind of a thing. I'm an American. I'm anything else. So again, when you do that, you completely just invalidate yourself, and you show yourself to not only be um, what is the right panelist? If you have a good word to describe it, please help me.
Mhm.
Um, when you do that, you kind of prove yourself to not only be a problem, or to not only be um, unaccountable or a person of integrity, but you also show that in some ways you show a sense of cowardice, because you will run and you will use any excuse in the book to you will run and you will use any excuse in the book to save yourself, really. And I think it's about time that we stop conveniently using this name of oppression on one hand, but then using the infantilization on another. And so I just kind of wanted to just address that and speak to that.
Yeah.
And thank you very much. I'm seeing the words. Thank you very much, everybody. But either way, you show yourself the whole way through to not be a person of integrity. And if you're not a person of integrity, if you're not a person of bravery, then you cannot then say that you are an activist. Then you cannot say that you are a man or a woman. You cannot say that, because true men, true women, true leaders, true people of purpose and leadership are integral and speak with intention and speak on behalf of the whole, not just themselves. So I just wanted to say that. I hope that I made sense. Dean, I do hope that you do not take it, well, he disappeared. But I hope that you do not take this as a personal attack. So thank you for letting me speak, Themis, everyone. So good to see you. Hey, chat. I'll go ahead and quiet myself.
Thank you. And I think the last person who has not spoke is Mariam.
Hi, Themis. Hi, everyone. Hopefully
Hey.
you can hear me all right, because I'm like just chilling. But I wanted to say, Themis, thank you for bringing up sort of the dissension that is happening in the Black manosphere, because I did not know about that. I'm actually trying to watch this content less, because it's sort of wild on both sides. But it was so perplexing to see those comments, because I feel like it's almost indicative of a class divide. And I don't know if anyone's ever really explored this and how this might shift, or what the evolution of the Black community or Black America might look like. Because if you do, if your social class goes up, your views will change. And hopefully it doesn't lead to anti-blackness, but or perceived anti-blackness, but this conflict almost was coming.
Yeah, I
So
mean, go ahead.
yeah, I was just saying, like, I'm really intrigued. I don't want to say I'm excited because, like, drama shouldn't make me shouldn't cause excitement. But I think for a group of people who were so rah rah rah, and if anyone says anything against us, whether it be Kevin Samuels or one of the other sort of leaders in the Black manosphere, like, we'll just go after them, whether personally with direct attacks, which a lot of Black female content creators have witnessed, and have weird things happen to them on YouTube. But to see this dissension is so perplexing. So I'm kind of like, what will happen, and what will we see on YouTube, and will it
Oh
really
no,
mean
it wasn't perplexing to me. My introduction to the manosphere, unfortunately, was Kevin Samuels. And while it was not his word, as soon as he said the word high value, and he
anything?
started describing how much money you should make, the conversation shifted. And this is why I said he is a leader. The conversation in the manosphere shifted, and people without two nickels were talking about high value. And it was interesting because I thought, well, the people who want to be considered high value in a suit will not want to be associated. Like, there is a level of elite, like, baked into the idea around high value and essentially high earning from Kevin Samuels is literally exclusionary. And he points out that there's only 1% in this and blah, blah, blah. And I made numerous videos saying I don't understand why Black men are allowing themselves to be used by this man to propel this idea that he is high value. He is becoming high value because of you, and he's excluding you, and he's talking down to women, and you're having fun because you are living this weird life, getting this kind of fulfillment watching him drag women, but you are being dragged. The reason he
Absolutely.
says you're average at best and you can't get a high value man is because there's not enough of them. So you need to go find a quote unquote average man who makes less and they're not high value. He was not only disparaging her in that moment, he was talking about the entire Black male community. And while they were cheering him on, they did not see this bubbling up. And I said it before, and I knew this was coming. So it is when Dean started talking about it, I started laughing because I literally foresaw all of this. I could
Wow.
when people get a little education and a little money, it tends to go to their head. And these
True.
men want no parts of the other group of men. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying they're not right.
I
They're not
agree.
right. They were
I
spewing the same vitriol. They're the same man. In my mind, they're no different, right? Kevin Samuels definitely is not different. So, like, seeing it now, I find it quite interesting that it is so surprising to these men. That it's gonna go further. It is definitely gonna go further. Um, and they're probably going to even carve up the manosphere, like legit carve
agree.
it up, where this that is no longer the manosphere, and we're going to see who wins in terms of who gets to define the manosphere. Is it
Maybe
going to
they'll
be the
assign a
average?
new pill.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already lost with the black and blue and red pill, but
The
I was ready
purple
for
pill.
this. So, I mean, I saw this coming from a mile away. Like, there's no way you're going to say you're high value and you're going to define it with college education. You're going to define it with money, and you're going to define it with network of people who also have money
Hmm.
without excluding half well, more than half, 80, 90% of the Black male population. He knew what he was doing because he will give you the percentage of men who are high value. He will. And so it was interesting to me for him to say, oh, the average man make this, the average man make that, and Black, we are not doing great. And if you want a high value man, you're going to have to be this, this, and this because there's so few of us. And then men were like cheering them on. Of course, they don't like you Of course, he does not want to be associated with you. He does not. He does not want you. He does not want to be viewed as the Pookie and Ray Ray. And so he's going to drag your name through the mud, Pookie and Ray Ray. Girl. Meanwhile, I'm over here defending the Pookies and Ray Ray. I'm here like we need to all be blah 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 blah. No, so it is what it is. I'm here for it. It's not the drama that I'm here for, but like the fact that none of these people saw this coming and they're like, Kevin Samuels is backtracking. Why is he trying to go mainstream? I don't understand. And why are they calling us Pookies and Ray Rays because we don't have a college degree and because I have 3 felonies? And it's like, well, had you come to my channel, you would have known that I don't discriminate about you and your felonies, and that in fact, when you do your time, that I would want you to be able to vote again. And like the funny thing is, I think these men keep thinking, oh my God, I hate Themis hates black men, and it's like, no, I just think we have a ton of work to do. I believe we can do that work, but I don't know if some of you want to do it. And the reason I now know some of y'all don't want to do it is because you said getting an education is white supremacist. At that point, we don't have any conversation to be had. Like there is
Well,
no
you said the
conversation.
other night, not everyone can come, and we just have to, accept that. Like when you made that statement from the last live, I think it was the last live, you were saying like we have to acknowledge that not everyone is going to be able to come with us in this journey.
Yeah.
And that's what it is,
Yeah. So that's where I am. I may or may not do a video on it. I'm probably going to do a live stream on it when it gets to where I want it to get to. But I am not willing to ignore it. I'm not willing to ignore it. So that is it. I thank you all. I said 10 more minutes and we got 3 hours and 30 minutes and I said 2 hours. So Deanne is in the back, so we'll do Deanne in the after. Up here, up, wait. Mr. Witty, please come forward. Please come forward. I have questions for you. I have questions for you. I think you have answers for me.
Well, look at God.
Look at God.
I'm amazed. He came through at the end. He was like, oh, he's about to close out. I'm going to come through.
Mr. Witty, please come up. Click the link. You and I can have a conversation. You, me, and Deanne will have a conversation in the after show because I have a question. Yeah.
Demas, if I may just address the chat before you. Hi everyone, Sai here again, just as a moderator. Again, this is a space in which we try to learn, in which we try to grow, and we definitely do hold people accountable. But please, in the chat, yes, there are some controversial views. Yes, there are things we don't like to hear, but please, no violence, no crude or rude remarks, because we do, even though we may not respect all the intentions of every guest, if you are brave enough to come up, and if you are able to stand in what you say, we will at least respect that fact. So I just ask that there are no rude, disparaging, ugly, just attacks of character. Allow someone's words to bury them or to carry them. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Yes, I don't see you, Mr. Witty, in the back. I have an iPhone now, and when I click the link, nothing happens. I have an iPhone. Oh, there you are. I see you in the back. All right, guys. Blah, 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 blah. We'll have a nice day, whatever. I'm going to click off and then come back on because, period. Hey, Mr. Witty.
Hey, how's it going?
I
I
am
actually
good.
really don't know what you called me up for.
Oh,
So
then this is fun. So you just
I
got on.
I literally just like pulled over to my phone and I was like, oh, I need something to watch. And saw that you were on live and I just checked the other live and I was like, wait, that's not a 9 minute. That's not 9 minutes. And it was 9 hours. So I just had to comment and say that.
Themis, someone said, Themis, what is community for $5.99? Hashtag to like, I don't think I will ever get over the TBMOTH. Like, I don't think I will ever get over that. All right. So I only did this live because I was wondering, maybe I am mistaken and maybe I just don't understand. So I'm going to have you explain this comment that you posted to me because like I'm literally reading it and I'm like, I don't know what's happening. And maybe I'm misinterpreting Mr. Witty. So Mr. Witty, take the floor and explain this comment for me, please.
How y'all? Okay. What about that comment?
Explain it.
Explain what about it?
All
I
right.
personally think it to be self-explanatory.
All right, period. Cool. So my understanding should make sense then. So you said, how y'all in here saying he should have chosen better? I don't understand that. If Kim Kardashian is keeping Kanye's children from him, shouldn't he have chosen better?
I said I don't understand how one could say that he should have chosen better, in that I feel like he is the common denominator in terms of what's problematic about their relationship. So if anything, I would be when the whole thing was coming off, their whole little feud that day, I was seeing people pop up and around about their comments on the situation. I just was like, how is this about like him? Like, I feel like there's just this need to place the Kardashians in this villainous position, in contrast to him. And like, I didn't watch this live, so I don't know what you guys talked about in terms of his giving them access to the culture, but it's like those girls, those types of girls
Wait.
that are
So
adjacent to that world always have had access to that world and to those kind of guys.
All right,
So
wait. So you said how y'all in here saying he should have chosen better. You are saying we should
as
have
in,
said she
yeah,
should
I'm
have
saying
chosen
that
better.
she should have chosen better, not
All
him.
right, but your description of it is saying that he did choose well because then you went to, I promise you a black woman would not have been as kind as Kim has been to a man openly dragging him. What does that mean?
It means exactly what it says. I don't think that if
How
he would
can
have,
you wait?
I don't.
How can you promise? How can you promise
Oh,
that you
because I can promise you, because he has a history. He has black women in his dating history, and none
which
of
black
them.
woman has ever dragged him publicly?
He was very, very openly dragged by Amber Rose.
Amber Rose is not a black woman.
She's not.
She's not a black woman.
What is she then?
Amber Rose is a biracial woman.
She's a biracial. Then we disagree with that. I don't think that Amber Rose identifies as non-black.
I don't know what she identifies with, but Rachel Dolezal tried to identify as black, and I promise you, she's
I don't
not
think
black.
that anyone in the black community thinks that Amber Rose is equivalent to Rachel Dolezal.
Well, no, I'm
maybe
no.
Maybe you are, maybe you do, but I don't.
Stop. What you're not going to do is that you said she does not identify herself as black. It does not.
I didn't say that. I didn't say she doesn't identify as black. I said she identifies as black.
Yeah, but I'm saying what she identifies as and what she doesn't identify as does not matter.
I personally believe that if a person is biracial and they decide to identify themselves as black, then I
Can a
take them as
biracial
black.
person identify themselves as white?
What?
Can a biracial person, black and white biracial person, identify themselves as white?
I personally think anyone can identify what they want to anyway,
No, no,
but
no, 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 no.
in terms of, you ask, can they or should they?
No, 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 no. I
Anyone
said
can
can.
identify themselves as white or black. That's the
Anyone
answer
can
to
do it.
your
So
question.
again, I will bring up the Rachel Dolezal thing. Is Rachel Dolezal black? She identifies as black.
You should rethink your line of questioning. You're not
I
asking the
should
same
not
question.
rethink. Who you identify as
You're not
is
asking the same question.
Who you identify as is completely irrelevant, is what I'm trying to tell you.
In your eyes, or is that definition?
Is Rachel Dolezal black?
Is that by definition irrelevant?
Is Rachel Dolezal black?
I'm not. Is that an actual real question, or?
Yes, I'm asking you. Is she black?
Well, I don't think that we're like having a proper conversation if we need such a base question.
No, because you are saying what they identify as matters, and I'm telling you what you identify as does not matter in terms of
Again,
race.
you didn't hear what I actually said. You're mishearing. I said it doesn't matter what what I said is that a person can say they are whatever they want to say. If you want to be Chinese and say that you're black, I can't get into your body and make you not say that. You are not going to be
I'm not
black.
telling you what they identify. I'm asking you, if you say you are black, are you then black?
If you are a black person who says you are black, then you are black.
I never asked if you are a black person.
Are you asking you as in one? This is such a weird semantic conversation. What are you asking me?
If there is any human being who says I am black, does that mean they are black?
If that person comes from the lineage of blackness, meaning that they have black blood in their body, then I allow them to call themselves black.
Do not qualify my question. The fact that you don't want to answer is the problem.
No, it's okay. Themis, I'm not like, I literally just came on and put a comment in there. What are you asking me? What do I believe is the definition of black? What does this have to do with Kanye?
No, I'm talking about
I don't even know what your line of question is talking about.
I am talking about culturally. And the fact that you don't want to answer the question, you have not directly answered any of my questions because you know
your questions are not making sense to me.
Is Rachel Dolezal black? Does that
no? Rachel Dolezal is not black.
All right. Does she identify as black?
At a time she did. I believe currently she no longer does because people called her out.
No. When she identified as black, was she black?
No.
Exactly. So being
exactly what? That's what I'm saying. We never disagreed, so I don't understand what you're. That was a really long.
Disagreed with me. Because you say you are black does not mean you are black. Because Amber Rose or whoever says I am black does not mean that they are black. They are biracial, and we know they are biracial. And like you said, she could just choose whatever she wants to be. Amber Rose cannot choose to be white.
So she's black.
No,
so she can't be white. You
Amber
just said
Rose,
she can't choose to be white.
Why can't
she
choose to be white?
Because she's black.
Can Amber Rose choose to be white?
No.
All right, but she can choose to be
black. She's not even white passing. That's why I don't even understand the.
But she can choose to be black.
She is black.
You understand that is the one drop rule, right?
Yes, I do understand that.
And you do understand that the one drop rule was created by white people to tell black people who is black and who is not.
I don't understand what that has to do with Kanye West.
It does.
And my comment about Kanye West.
You said even if Amber Rose was black, by the way, this is.
You asked me for an example of a black person in his past who criticized him. Yes. I gave Amber Rose an example. If you don't agree with that example, I will take that. I will take your assessment of the situation. If you don't agree with her being black, then okay. Then what next?
She's not black. But
she's not black. Okay, she's not black.
Even if she were black, right? You said I promise, you said, I promise you a black woman would not be as kind as Kim. So you're saying we're not even at the part where where we're debating it. So
Okay, that's why I'm
you
trying
said
to
it
get there.
was
I don't
clear.
understand
So
what's.
obviously it was not clear, right? You were saying a black woman. You didn't specify which black woman. So
No, I
are
did
you
not. I made a comment on YouTube. So before we get into like this, like the semantic breakdown of every word in every sentence, let's just be clear. This was a passing thought on the thing. If you
it
want
was
to be,
not a
if
passing
you would like for
thought.
me to take 2 seconds, I can give you 2 seconds and explain the whole comment to you before you break down each word and verb
Well,
and past
no,
participle.
you do not get that right. You can leave if you want now, but you don't. I went. The first thing I did when you came up here was put the comment up, and I said, "Explain this to me." And you said it was self-evident. I then said, "Are you sure you don't want to explain this to me? Because I have an interpretation." You said, "No, it is self-evident." Then I went, and I'm going word by line because I want to make sure I understand what you are saying. And thus far, we have had a ton of disagreement. So it is not as
Well, we
self-evident
have
as you
disagreements
mentioned it.
because you spent 5 minutes asking me about the national, like about whether or not Amber Rose is a black woman, and that has nothing to do with my comment. Respectfully,
I
like we're
asked
not
you
even
to
talking
name.
about my comment for the last 5 minutes.
I did. I was. You asked. I asked you what Amber Rose, what black woman has ever spoken poorly of
And I
Kanye
said Amber
West,
Rose, and we
and
spent
I was
five
telling
minutes
you she was
disagreeing
not
on whether
black.
or not she was
So
black.
we were talking about your comment. Next.
Next, what?
No, I'm going to the next part of your comment. Um, you said, I promise you a black woman would not be as kind as Kim.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
To give you full synopsis, I promise you a black woman, quote unquote, means it is my belief, my strong belief. Let me put it more clearly instead of promise. My promise is based on a strong belief that black women generally today, I believe most black women that have been in the sphere of Kanye West have told him to go sit his ass down somewhere. And his first girlfriend, who is unequivocally black, not biracial, who he was with, didn't put up with his stuff. And after Amber Rose, he hasn't touched who is not black, whatever anyone wants to say. He hasn't touched another black woman since. So I was simply saying that, like, this whole thing, especially about people's kids and the whole PR way that the whole scenario is being twisted, I don't feel like a black woman would be like, and Kim has been very nice to him, has been very accommodating to him, showing up in his own collection at his concert with his kids, even while he's dragging you in songs. I don't think a black woman would put up with that. I would be like, okay, you want to be out here dragging me on the internet? You want to be out here, like, So I was saying that I feel like a black woman would have told him, okay, you want to do this? Let's just go to court. And if you want to keep making statements about me with gang members on live with the game, then I'll make this kind of statement that she just released yesterday.
All right. So you're saying that it is your belief that black women would not be nice to Kanye.
Yeah, it was my belief that black women wouldn't put up with the amount of shit that Kanye has been doing, especially post divorce. I feel like most black women be like, nigga, give me my money, run me my check, and goodbye. And
All
if
right.
you want
You know what?
to get mouthy,
that is your belief. I won't fight you on your belief. Your very incorrect belief, by the way, because
maybe they wouldn't. I would hope that's what they would do. My belief is based
That's
on
where we're
my
going
hope,
now.
and
How
the
do
women
you
that I know,
define
the women that I
kind?
know, the black women that I know, that's how they would deal with Kanye. They
Yeah,
would tell us,
yeah.
sit down.
Good. How do you define kind?
How do I
What
define
he
kind?
what what letting someone walk all over you is not kind.
No.
And you describe Kim's behavior as kind, which means black women's behavior would be unkind. So why is Kim's behavior, which is not reacting to him, kind, but a black woman, in your opinion, would be unkind to him?
Kim's behavior can be considered kind in that she has the option, the money, and the resources to make other choices that would be, let's just say, more detrimental, like more detrimental to Kanye. And by you're saying that he's walking all over her, I don't disagree. And I'm saying that it's kindness to choose to turn the other cheek when you could make a more aggressive action.
And you're saying black women would be unkind? What would black women's actions be?
I'm saying that I believe a black woman or black women generally would probably not continually give him as much grace as he's been given. At least I wouldn't hope they would.
But there's nothing about this that indicate that you are on board with black women. In fact, you said, how y'all in here saying he should have chosen better? I promise you a black woman would not be as kind, which implies that him not choosing a black woman was him choosing well. Better.
No, that's not what that implies. That's an insinuation maybe, but it's not what that implies.
So you're telling me these two sentences, there was no punctuation, so I don't know.
Exactly. Like they're random passing thoughts in the night.
Sure. Passing thoughts. But are you saying that they're not connected? You're saying, how y'all say here, saying he should have chosen better. I promise you a black woman would not be as kind. You're telling me those two sentences are completely separate thoughts.
I'm telling you that when I came in and you see the crying eyes emojis, the reason why they're crying eyes emojis, and I'm saying that in a light-hearted way. If you want explanation for what I'm saying, I'm laughing with crying eyes, saying, "How are you saying that he should have chosen better?"
You were laughing at the black women. You were laughing at the black women in the comments saying you should have chosen better. And then you followed up with, I promise you a black woman would not be as kind as Kim. Are we going to be intellectually dishonest here? Are we just going to operate in bad faith? Because
what I'm saying is that no one should be giving him the grace for the level of ways that he's taken things. The level to which he's taken things is, I believe, now at a level
everyone was dragging Kanye in that comment. There is not any single person in that comment that was pro Kanye. Everyone was dragging. Even you should have chosen better is dismissive to Kanye. Everyone was dragging Kanye in that comment.
Well, that's your opinion and your reading of those comments. It was my reading of the comments that it seemed more to me. I was reading a lot of comments that seemed to be focusing a lot on him making other choices for a spouse, which was just confusing to me because I didn't understand how anything, like whether he was with Kim or any black woman or a Chinese woman, I don't see how removing or changing the variable of his partner was the issue. He was obviously the issue, which is my point. So I'm saying that, it doesn't matter. If there's no scenario where he could quote unquote choose better. There's nothing better for him. He is the problem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We would agree that he's the problem, but this statement doesn't say there's nothing better for him. This statement puts Kim above black woman. And not just a black woman, but black woman.
You see, that's what the internet does. Like,
no, that was
not
what
I'm doing.
That's right. please
not
take
what I'm
accountability
doing.
for this, man. Like, at least say, "Oh, I was joking. I was trolling. I didn't like the comments." Say
I
something like
wasn't
that.
trolling. I said already that it was a passing statement with with laughing eyes, and you wouldn't accept that. You were saying this is very serious. I'm telling you verbatim. I'm in agreement that Kanye is not shit, ain't shit, and I'm just saying that I don't think that his. I just didn't understand the framing of the problem being his choice of partner. That the whole that just that basic sentence. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. He
So
should
you
have
don't
chose better.
understand.
What
So
choice
you,
could he have made that would have bettered the situation is what I didn't understand.
how long have you been on this channel?
How long have I been on the channel?
Mm-hmm. With me and with us.
I mean, I've been following your channel probably for
Probably a
since
year.
maybe a year and a half or so, but like
I don't think the channel has
I
been
actually
here
don't
for.
follow anymore. I just subscribe. I'm subscribed, but I don't really follow anymore.
Oh, yeah. All right, it's fine. Good. But when you say you've been here a lot when men come on and say women should have chosen better. So you are telling me you do not
Oh, please,
understand where.
sorry, Themis.
Hmm?
I'm just before you just that was a real smart cut, but I've been here a lot when men say what? I don't want to be like responsible for being in the room on a live in some conversation that I don't like. I don't even remember the last time I was even on a live of yours. So please don't say that I've been here a lot in conversations of any sort because I wouldn't know what you're even referencing. Just to
So
be clear.
you've never heard the phrase "you should have chosen better."
I don't like yeah, no. I'm not on Black Twitter. I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on like the reason why I also stopped coming to your live is literally respectfully, like not anything that I have really against anything. So I was realizing that I was really out of my depth in terms of the
Okay, let's be
conversations
clear.
because
Let's
I
be
don't
clear.
follow any of the
Wait,
other
stop.
conversations
Stop.
either. I don't know any of this
Like
pink
you
blue.
said this like 4 times, so let me just stop you right here. That you don't come to my life does not bother me at all, like in the least bit.
I'm not saying it to bother you.
Yeah,
Why
no,
are
no,
you
no. I'm
telling
just
me that it
letting you
doesn't
know
bother
because you
you?
said it like 4 times now, and you saying it annoys me. Not that you don't come to my life.
No,
Like,
you just said you just said of me that I come to that I've been in a lot of your lives.
yes,
So
where we talk about a very specific, where
I'm
we
simply
talk about.
correcting you.
All
I'm
right.
not
Where we talk about a very specific subject. I'm not saying you're always here. I ask you how long you've been here because all the times we talk, most of the times when we're talking about the manosphere, the idea that women should have chosen better comes up. And I push back against that narrative. But women have all come out and said, hey, I don't like that because you should have chosen better, put the blame on the woman. And now women are using that against men as a sort of rhetorical point, not meaningfully. So, I mean, I guess it could be meaningful. So the fact that you took that and you said, okay, you know what? I'm going to cape for Kim Kardashian. Fine, you can be a fan of hers. I don't know if you are, but you can cape for her. And when you did, instead of saying Kim is a nice person, Kim, blah, 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 you juxtaposed Kim Kardashian against Black womanhood. And you said, how y'all here saying he should have chosen better? I promise you a Black woman would not be as kind as Kim. There is no misunderstanding there. Like, I could have misinterpreted the meaning of words, but those two sentences go together. And you are saying there would be no better choice in Black women than Kim Kardashian because Black women would have been treating him poorly in the media, and Kim is treating him kind for letting him drag her name through the mud. That is what you're saying. So the fact that you are not standing in that is kind of concerning to me because I was waiting. The debate hasn't started because you have not admitted to, even if you were just joking or just passing it, that's what you were saying. That is what you were saying. You were comparing Black women to Kim Kardashian and Black women's perceived behaviors in your mind to what Kim Kardashian is doing. And you are saying Kim Kardashian is handling this kindly and Black women would not. And so Kanye chose better in choosing Kim instead of a black woman, because a black woman would have done worse. That is what you're saying. We're not pretending like that's not what you're saying. That's why I was frustrated, because instead of like caping for Kim Kardashian, for some reason, it feels like you decided, you know what, let me just throw black women in and under the bus because they're no good and they're making these comments. Instead of just defend, you could have defended Kim. You could have defended Kim. The one drop rule was created to let black women know their children could not achieve whiteness. That there was no way to achieve white. Yes, that the one drop rule was created to exclude what people who had black in them from whiteness. It was to quote unquote keep the white race pure. So the fact that we perpetuate it now is kind of sickening to me. I think this may be a no, it's not. It's not a misunderstanding. It is Mr. Whitty not owning up to what he said. There is literally no misunderstanding here. There is no misunderstanding at all. There is none. Go ahead, Mr. Whitty. Sorry, I muted you.
I mean, I respect you, and that's why, and I, and we've had our disagreements before, and that's why I enjoy watching, and I will sometimes, chime in and make a little joke here and there in a chat, because if you bring me on to ask me why I said what I said and ask me to explain what I'm saying, I attempt to explain, and then you tell me that my explanation of what I said is not actually the true explanation of what I said, but your characterization of it is the correct one, then what else is there for me to? Is that what you brought me up, was to tell me what I meant?
No, I brought
because
you
it
up
is a
here.
misunderstanding. I am not trying to juxtapose black women against Kim Kardashian or anything like that. I'm literally like, the point of my comment was to say no one can save Kanye West by himself. And really, I suppose if you want to know why I impose or put black women into the sentence at all, was just because there's a common part of like, and this also why I stop, or why I don't engage in a lot of these conversations a lot of times, because I don't know any like, I heard Manosphere for the first time on your channel. I don't know anything about any of these pills or any of these conversations that are apparently very, very popular in the black sphere right now. And like, I literally spend my day on MSNBC. I don't know any of these things that are going on. So when you say that this phraseology is a very common thing that people say right now, about like, so-and-so should have chosen better, I'm not aware that that's a common phrase that people use in these conversations, and that's why that's being used in that way. I'm
All right.
literally just interjecting myself.
Someone just said they didn't. They read it another way that was also dangerous. So apparently there are multiple ways to read this. So let me see this. I only care about the first paragraph, by the way. How y'all here saying he should have chosen better? I promise you a black woman would not be as kind as Kim has been with a man openly, dragging her and creating all this drama for her family. All right.
Really, the crux of me saying that, like I was saying, was there's a lot of people always go on comments. I feel like and I'm not really even into celebrity stuff enough, so I don't even know enough about that. But I was like, oh, I always hear people saying, like, oh, you see, that's why he should be with a black woman. He should be with a black woman instead, because, these Kardashians are like people love, these internet memes about like the Kardashians being like witches, and, they're putting spells on black men, and every black man that gets with a Kardashian, their life goes down and blah, blah. So I just was just like, I felt I was reading, I maybe was misunderstanding people saying choose better them insinuating that he should have chosen black.
Mr. Whitty, I think you and I and the entire chat agrees that Kanye is to be blamed for this. This is not a Kim problem. This is a Kanye problem. Because again, what I was going to do is point out the fact that Kanye if Kim is submissive or blah blah kind and all of that, and he treats her that same way, then I mean the common denominator would be him, right? Click. But what we end up here doing is I am at a loss because at no point have you explained how these two sentences, if you can call them that, I'm being very generous. Someone said,
Yeah,
why?
no, they're not sentences. They're comments.
I mean, all right, all right.
They're like tweets. Think
Why
of
did
them
you
like
bring
tweets.
why did you bring black women up?
I brought black women up, as I said, because I often hear the online refrain about Kanye's life would have been better, or he wouldn't have these problems if he wasn't with the Kardashians and he chose to be with a black woman.
All right,
People often say that he lost the culture when he went with the Kardashians.
So you did not like the fact that people were saying if he were with a black woman, then he would have been better. Because that's not necessarily true, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. I don't like that sentiment. And
all right.
so when I saw the comments saying that he should have chosen better, I was should I say, I shouldn't have been, but I was assuming that they were saying he should have chosen better, meaning it as he should have chosen a black woman. That's what I was reading those comments as saying. I thought chosen better.
Wait. So, Mr. Whitty, see, you could have just admit this from the get-go. So you were annoyed that the people were saying, and not rightfully or wrongfully, but like that you are with a black woman doesn't necessarily mean your life is going to be better. So there's some truth to that. But when you say, when people see them, they keep saying, oh, you should have been with a black woman, but you don't believe that being with a black woman, which I agree with, doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be, that Kanye would have been doing better, right?
Yeah.
And then you commented how y'all here saying he should have chosen better, where you thought they meant better, meaning a black woman. And then you continue to say, I promise you, a black woman would not be as kind as Kim. Are you not then comparing Kim's kindness to what a black woman would have done?
Yes. Her kindness.
That's what we
her
were
talking
about. Literally, that's what we were talking about. That's what I was saying.
Yes, that's true. The sentence structure is that the kindness is being compared between the two people, but it's not like the point of the sentence is not to compare her kindness to black women's kindness. It's just not. And if it's put together in that way and that's what it's conveying, then,
you just agreed that that's what you meant.
I'm sorry that's what that's conveying, because that's not my intention. My intention is simply to say, like, and there should have been a transition, not that. Well, I'm smoking right now. There should have been a transition between those two sentences to clarify what I was meaning. But my first sentence was saying, like, are you like? I should have said, I hope that what people mean by choosing better is not to mean choosing a black woman, because no one would have made this scenario better for Kanye. He's having these problems because he needs to go take his medication and sit down somewhere. That's literally like when I'm smoking a joint and passing through my YouTube comments and I end up in your section. This is why I'm telling you, I don't want you to rack your brain deep into the depths of all of these explanations, because I'm really like, that's not where my intentions are. That's not ever where my brain goes. And if the structure of my sentence is such that you are confused about whose position I'm on, then I can only try to tell you to give me the benefit of the doubt, because you can bring me on to ask me and to interrogate me about it, but it's not written in such a way that it has any form of support or any way for me to really support it. And so all I can do is tell you what my intention is verbally.
All right, so let me say, because I don't like hearing your voice shake. And if I was aggressive, not if I was very aggressive. The reason is, I kind of blocked out everything you just said because I'm gonna stick with you accepting accountability because that's the you that I can. By the way, we're not doing the homophobia in the chat. Just FYI, like moderators, please block any homophobic comments, like at all. Um, when when you said yes, I people would say when they choose black, if he choose a black woman, this wouldn't be happening
And
to
you can keep
him.
the comments as is. I don't even see the comments.
Oh
I'm not,
yeah,
you know.
no, but it's not just for you. I think we need to have a level of civility, and maybe because I got heated, they got heated, so maybe I'll take the blame. Don't block anyone now. I'll take the blame for that, but let's not do that. Um, so when you said the sentiment, if he was with a black woman, he would have been better. That sentiment you rejected by saying, how y'all gonna say choose better? I promise you a black woman would not be that kind. When
Exactly.
you said yes, I was comparing the two, that little part. We're no longer going to do the big debate that I wanted to have in discussion. I'm going to accept that you meant that and you are taking responsibility for the juxtaposition that you put forward between Kim and black women, right?
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
All
if
right.
if that's how that's like seen, I can totally see. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not like a difficult thing to pose. It's not. Yeah, and I will sit in that, you know,
Yeah.
but
But do you
it's definitely
see?
not said with any malicious intent or anything like that.
Yeah, but I actually do believe you, but do you see how it's harmful?
Well, I personally, mm, I see how it can be misconstrued, and if you read it to be and misconstrue it, then the assumptions that you can draw would be problematic. I could totally, you know, I will totally accept that, those
Yeah.
possibilities. And you know, I personally, you know, I'm old. I like to think of myself as old in that kind of way, in that I personally don't put a large stake in comment section stuff, and I like to just think of myself as like adding to the you know to the conversation. But like, I think because there are so many trolls, like, and I think because I'm not like actively engaged in like the community conversation all the time, I think when people don't know people's like actual
Intent.
intentions from long-term engagement with them, it's like, oh, this person must be coming in and saying this because they're trolling, or you
Yeah.
know, they're trying to like, you know, especially like that's why, you know, I don't engage with stuff, because this whole manosphere stuff, I feel like, shades the way that like things like anything you say, like not anything but a lot of things are said online in specifically these spaces. So you know, that's why
Yeah.
I,
No,
you know, I keep them to a minimum.
this is not at you, CJ. I don't actually think this was like we agree at a point as to what the meaning was. I don't think this is a misunderstanding. Like I really don't think this is a misunderstanding. A black woman, but again, I could be misunderstanding that. A black woman would not be as kind as Kim. A white woman is kinder than a black woman, as kind as is a comparison. Stop the rambling. I mean, I think on
I
a
just feel, can I just say, like, I personally, like, I went to the new school, you know, a very, very, very liberal institution. I totally understand where these kinds of like insinuations are being like drawn from my say, and I feel like that is very much in vogue in like intelligentsia, or people who are just like engaged in these conversations like at nauseum. And it's like, I can't do anything about people assuming that like that I would have some kind of negative
context that I'm putting out there for any reason. Like, there's just nothing that would benefit me in any kind of way to do that.
Yeah.
I just,
I I
and
I am wait.
if that's,
Jay's
yeah.
coming up, and Jay thinks I am like misunderstanding you and stuff. So I want to hear what Jay has to say regarding me misunderstanding, because Jay, I do have a lot of respect for Jay. I have respect everyone. Um and I get really annoyed sometimes, and I shouldn't let that part show when like certain. Jay, go ahead.
Hi guys, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
So people may disagree. I think some things happened where the written text was a problem, and that happens sometimes with comments. My reading of it, yes, I think Mr. Whitty was saying a black woman would not have been as kind, meaning a black woman would not take Kanye's nonsense, meaning you guys are saying he'd be better with a black woman, but no, it doesn't matter if he's with a black woman because Kanye is a mess, right? I can see the saying Kim would be kinder. Basically, he's saying Kanye chose the most passive person that he could have chosen, and it's still a problem, right? So my reading of it was not that Kim is better than black women. It was that Kim is more passive than black women, right? But that Kanye is the one who has the issue, and so choosing better is null and void. As in, Kanye doesn't matter who he's with, he's going to be the problem. That
So
was my reading.
you read kind as soft and passive,
Yes.
and you ignored the first sentence, which says, "How y'all on here saying he should have chosen better?" You read
No,
better as what?
I didn't ignore it. I'm taking it into as part of the phrase. What's the
But
point?
so
Choosing better.
what does
So the
better?
assumption he made was that choosing better was a black woman. And my understanding is that he's saying even if he chose a black woman, that it would not have been better because the black woman would not have allowed him to get away with all the stuff. I think the main thing is that Mr. Whitty is not seeing a black woman being less passive as a negative thing. I think that's the difference, right?
I
That
mean,
that a black woman would not have.
you can't say that because Mr. Whitty said, no, that's not what he said. If he meant that, then he would have said,
He
oh,
said that
I
in the
meant,
beginning. He said that
huh?
in the beginning.
No, he did not. He said he wasn't comparing them initially.
Is he still there, Mr. Whitty?
Yes, I'm here. I
Uh,
really was, thrown by 5 minutes on Amber Rose. So the initial part of the conversation, but I said initially that I wasn't comparing black women to Kim Kardashian as being as I would like the notion there wasn't even about their like levels of kind of kindness in terms of like one being softer. Like she was saying, I wasn't saying that the softness or the kindness was a positive. I wasn't looking at a positive. I was looking at it as a negative and saying that a black person, if you were a gay man with a white guy and he was having similar problems, I would say a black dude wouldn't be putting up with this nonsense, and I would have written the statement the exact same way and used male. Like,
AJM in the comments, AJM, I do not have internalized racism. I do understand the problem in juxtapositioning kindness and this idea that black women are aggressive or not gentle. But my thought is that I didn't think that he meant it that way. I can understand that going forward, maybe we can think about perception of black women in society, but that wasn't my reading of it.
I
That's
mean,
all.
to be fair, the debate was going to be whether or not Kim was actually being passive, but we're not even going to we're not even going to get there. I don't want to get there anymore because I feel like this comment is clear as day, and I don't think Mr. Whitty fully understood, and maybe because he said he was joking. But I will give him that he didn't fully understand what he was saying. But he was comparing black women to Kim Kardashian and saying Kanye chose better by choosing Kim Kardashian because a black woman would have done him dirty.
Like
Um,
I
you-
like
go ahead.
I never got like I can be 100% honest with you that I can't even currently make that leap in my head. Like what you're saying, what you're attributing to me doesn't even make sense to me now as you're saying it. What her
It should. I'm
understanding
glad it doesn't make sense. That is a good
no, like
thing.
it makes like it doesn't make sense in that like I would have to have such malicious intent, I feel like, for black women for that to be what I wrote for that reason. Like the way that she is saying that she read it as is exactly how I meant it. Like
Well, what she's saying
and
is
no
essentially
deeper.
what I'm saying, but she's saying that you are redefining the word better and you are redefining the word kind. You're redefining the word better to mean better in terms of kindness, which kindness in her mind is more passive. That is what she's saying you are comparing the two and you are saying Kim is better, but you are not saying better in a good way. You are saying better to mean
No,
kind is submissive.
I didn't think she was saying that I was saying Kim was better. Well, I think she was
Wait, no,
understanding
she's
that
here.
I
She's
was
here.
I'm
saying
here.
that black
I'm
women.
here. I'm here.
Jay-
I think he's saying that it doesn't matter who Kanye chose.
No,
That's what
I
I'm.
was specifically saying
no,
I was
absolutely not.
specific. I
Absolutely not. We're
specifically
not doing
said
it. I
that
love
black
you.
women
I
wouldn't put up
actually
with
do love
them,
I
you
don't
both.
think. I don't think
positioning
that
them
he.
as
I don't
better,
think he sees it
and
as a
also
bad
saying that
thing.
regardless of
That's what I
which,
mean.
it
Wait,
wouldn't matter.
wait. Stop. Nika. Let's go to Jay.
My thing is, for me, of course, I'm sensitive to this as a black woman, but that was not my reading. My reading of it was that he didn't see it as a negative thing. He wasn't saying, oh, Kim is better. For me, he wasn't saying, oh, Kim is better than black women. I think he was saying that a black woman probably would not have been as passive. Yes, we can
Okay,
argue that.
wait.
We can
Stop.
argue
I
that
thought you
image.
said you did not first sentence. What does
I'm
explain
sorry,
to me
you
what the
froze for a
first
second.
sentence mean?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, say it again.
The first sentence says, "How y'all in here saying he should have chosen better? I
Right.
promise you, a black woman would not be as kind as Kim."
Yeah, so he made the assumption that people meant he should have been with a black woman, right?
Yeah.
And my understanding is that he's saying even if Kanye was
Wait.
with a black
Let's stop. Do you think he was comparing black women to Kim?
I do, but I
All right.
don't think it was in the way that we're interpreting it, or that is being interpreted.
Wait. So, all right. So you think he's comparing black women to Kim?
Yes, but
wait.
But there's a
So do you
nuance.
think he's saying Kim is better
Where's
than
the
black?
nuance?
Wait, no. But do you think he's saying Kim is? I'll let you explain the nuance in a minute. Do you think he's saying Kim is better than black women?
No.
A better choice.
No,
Yeah.
not in the way that it's
No.
being interpreted.
Wait, do you think he's saying Kim is better in any way than other black women?
I think that he's saying a black woman wouldn't have been as passive, but I don't think he sees that as a
No.
worse
I don't. It's not what he sees. It's like what he says. So, do you think he's saying Kim is better in some way? Better. Maybe we need to redefine better for later. But like, do you think he thinks Kim is better in any way?
No, I don't.
So, what is this thing about kindness then?
For me, I interpret it as like passive, as like a black woman. He said, like he thinks that a black woman would have been like, don't talk about me like that in the media. Sorry.
So change better to more then. So Kim is more passive, but he is comparing black women to Kim, but he's saying Kim is more passive. He just used the word better and kind instead of saying more and passive.
But I'm saying choosing better. I mean, I think he's repeating what people were saying, that he should have chosen better. So he's like, what do you mean choose better?
Yeah.
A Black woman wouldn't have taken this nonsense, right?
Yeah, a Black woman wouldn't have taken. A
That's how
Black
I
woman would.
interpret it.
Yeah, a Black woman would not have taken this nonsense.
Right? And this is all Kanye's mess. So whether he's with a Black woman or Kim, it doesn't make any difference. And
No,
in
it
fact,
does make a difference because it makes a difference because Kim is like more passive.
I think he's saying Kanye even chose the most passive person he could, meaning a Black woman would not have. I don't know how to explain it better. You know?
No,
I
but
don't know.
there is a comparison being made, and
Yes,
what you're doing is you're like the comparison says on its face, right? Can we agree that on its face he's saying Kim Kardashian is better than Black women because Kim Kardashian is kind?
I don't read it like that. I don't read it like that. I know what you're saying, but that's not how I read it.
No, on its face. I'm not asking how you read it. I'm saying on its face, is that not what this says?
Yes, that is what it says on paper, yes.
All right, so that is what it says. But you're saying we need to redefine the word better and we need to redefine the word kind.
I guess I don't have the same charged interpretation of kind in this context as maybe you do. Like, I don't see him as saying, oh, Kim is such a nice person and Black women are bitches. Do you see what I mean? Like,
all right.
think
Well,
it's
I mean,
interpretation of the
SKJ,
word
I think
kind.
SKJ agrees with you. So go ahead, and then we'll have Deanne because I mean, I will again. I am a man of my word, and if I'm wrong, I will say I'm wrong. And if women are saying, "Okay, yeah, you're wrong," then I take a huge L live on screen right now. I will take that L and I will carry it,
Saved
and I
by
will.
Black woman.
But
I
Themis,
will.
I want to say that I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm just not sure for me that it fits exactly in this context. But I see the importance of what you're saying. And Mr. Whitty, it sounds like you were getting it as well.
Yes, like exactly. Like I totally understand the
Wait, no,
importance
Mr.
of.
Whitty. I will apologize to you directly after this. Because maybe I am just. I don't know. Go ahead, SKJ. I think you agree with Jay.
I do agree with Jay. I think it's kind of what she said about the charge behind the word kind. When I hear how are you saying she would have chosen better because even a Black woman would not have been this kind. To me, I'm interpreting that as the Black woman is the better choice, and she would not have
Oh no,
given
well, you are
Kanye
dead
the grace.
wrong.
That's how I'm reading it. I'm not saying I'm actually.
Because at the best case scenario, and I would still be taking an L. The best case scenario would be they're even. The worst case is that Kim is better. So the best case is Jay's point where she's saying, "Oh, there's no better. They're gonna be there's no better." Right. So there is no reading of this that would say Black woman is the better choice. There is absolutely no reading. I've read this front, side, back. I've read this. There is no reading that is going to make Black woman the better choice in this.
I don't even know what to respond to that because that is literally I read this comment and I was like, yeah, the better option for him would be a Black woman and she would not have put up with this. So I'm not sure what you're looking for here.
You're right. He's saying Black women would not have put up with this. Oh, well, I don't know if would not have put up with this, but would not have been so kind. So being graceful and say he meant would not have put up with it. Okay, fine. But I don't understand. But by the way, I'm very much into words and meaning. So if this is annoying for anyone, I understand. It's fine.
That's fine.
I'm sorry. My thing is, he said that at the beginning. He said, I was saying that a Black woman would not have put up with this. So he said it himself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I don't think anyone has to take an L in this. I still think it's an important lesson in what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and I see how it looked, right? And this idea, like you're saying, that comparing, who did it the other day? Kevin Samuels did it, right? Always comparing Black women with other women of other cultures and how we're aggressive and this, that, and the other. I just didn't read this scenario like that, but I can see the importance of what you're highlighting.
Yeah, well, it's not just what I'm highlighting, though. It's Mr. Whitty explained that he was frustrated seeing Black women say he should have chosen better. And he admits that choosing a Black woman would not necessarily be choosing better. That is not wrong. He is probably correct. Like, a Black woman does not necessarily mean better. But a Black woman doesn't mean not better either, right? Like, there is no interpretation there. So when he said he was frustrated with seeing Black women say you should have chosen better, and then he goes on to say, how y'all saying he should have chosen better? I promise you a Black woman would not be as kind as Kim.
Mm-hmm. My interpretation was that he meant in this situation, he was frustrated with people saying he should have chosen better, meaning a Black woman. That was my understanding of it.
All right. Well, Deanne, go ahead. If Deanne agrees with you both, then I'm wrong. With
But
you
lots of
three.
people disagree in the comments. Like, people disagree. So, sorry,
No,
Deanne.
it's not just like people
It's all
disagree.
right.
This is the part that I do, like. For me, I know we can agree to disagree, and that's fine. And I think that's important, important part of the human condition. But I don't think it is okay for us to to go this deep in an effort to protect. Mr. Whitty can protect himself, but to protect what we think he's saying, because to me it's clear as day. Based on what he was saying now, it is still clear as day, and I don't understand. Like, he agrees at one point, and then he backtracked a little, and then he took accountability, and then now we are in a place where it's almost like we are, like, he never agreed. Like, it's almost like we are pretending like he didn't already agree and took accountability and kind of apologized. Now we're saying, oh, that's not what he said. And it's like, but he already said that's what he said. And so, like, I mean,
I think he took accountability for how it may have looked, and
Yeah.
that he's understanding what you're saying. I just
no,
don't
he
think
did.
that's what he
He
meant.
did take accountability for how it may have looked. That he did do. But before he did that, he agreed that that's what it said, and then he retracted. I'm going to go back through this and find them. But I mean, I think when the people can make mistakes, so it's fine. Go ahead, Deanne, because let me read the super chat before you go. I think Black women are used to our compliments being backhanded, and it's bizarre to see us rejecting the truth. Thank you, me. This is how Black women get caught up by Black men. We literally read things that aren't there to make the words of Black men more palatable than they are. Go ahead, Deanne.
Okay, so Themis, if you hold the L, I will hold it with you because I was both an English teacher and a professional copy editor.
Period. All right, I'm not holding no L's. No L's tonight. No L's tonight.
Mr. Whitty, I was coming up before you were called up, so I will accept that you are enjoying your evening's recreation, and I will even accept that you were out of your depth, and perhaps what you meant is not what you said. But I hope you understand what you said, according to the rules of the English language, took 21 million Black women and made us inferior to Kim Kardashian. That's what you said. Now we have spent 30 minutes contextualizing what you said, which brings me to the end of my comment. I understand you were making a joke. Making jokes about 21 million people when you are out of your depth is not wise. That's the end of my comment about that. It goes with the comment that I was actually coming up to make. Since reading the English language is challenging, And since we're not even saying what we mean to say, we want it to be interpreted a totally different way, that goes to my comment about does not matter whether the person you're dealing with is dressed for the urban environment or has a suit. You better know that the person that you're dealing with, how to choose better. You better be a person that knows how to understand and how to use and how to interpret the language as it is written. The problem about living in a what's the word for that? I don't want to say post-truth, but postmodern environment is just what we saw today. You better make sure that you are a person who understands that what you read, like Maya Angelou said, when people tell you who they are, believe them. Better make sure you understand how the language is to be used. Better make sure that person has good character and does not make jokes about millions of people that are out of their depth. Better make sure this person accords themselves in truth and righteousness at all times. And you have to be that person so that you can then choose that person. We're up here. I mean, we're all sitting here reading the same English language. We all are highly intelligent people. And so if we took that out and we attempted to choose a mate, and a mate said something like that about Black women, and we found every way to try to figure out that he didn't mean it, even if he said, well, I said that, but I didn't mean it. Ladies, where are we going to end up? Gentlemen, the same is true. And what also happens is, okay, let's take it as it was. It's a joke. Well, for that joke, you could be written off forever because for 403 years, Black women have listened to their entire humanity being thrown under the bus by white women who are supposed to be superior. So even if it's a joke, you might get written off by someone because you made a joke that was just not well considered.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't a joke,
the thing is, you're so right about that. And the thing is, this is why when I see names in the chat that I know are like commenting, I will, because I am emotionally attached to people who have been here for a while. It is a thing that I need to work on. I need to stop. But I don't want to write people off. This is why I called Mr. Witty up, because I'm like, no. We go and debate and we go and yell and we're going to figure out what you meant, because that's not okay. But continue. That's why I didn't write him off, because I was like, no. I need to understand
I'm not
this.
saying that you should have. I'm glad that we had this opportunity to discuss what was said and what was meant. But I always say this. Kim Kardashian and Kanye West have money enough to make mistakes and ride off into the sunset.
Yep.
We as a people don't. So when we come out here and we have not considered what we have said, we have not considered the impact of what we have said. And then when we get told, okay, that's going to come off as being very anti-Black woman, then we're going to have to then contextualize what we said. We cannot afford this. And it's very hard to have to be in a tactical mindset all the time. I understand. Sometimes we just want to come relax and crack a joke. Generalities are dangerous. There is a further comment in that further paragraph. Black men attracting the majority of women? Absolutely not. There are 3.9 billion women and girls in this world. Absolutely not. But then we get so comfortable with these generalities. When I came on earlier, I was careful to say the kind of men that support the foolishness that Kanye West is doing. I know that 20 million Black men are not all the same. I understand that. Well, we kind of need to also be careful about how we talk about Black women. And not even a kind of. The English language means what it means. We have spent 30 minutes trying to find a way that better and more kind does not mean that by definition, Kim Kardashian is kinder than 21 million people. That's what the sentence means. But I'm glad Mr. Witty had a chance to explain that that's not what he meant. But we do need to take more care. And Themis, here's what I commend you for. Oftentimes we don't hold each other accountable. And so we have an environment. And I'm also glad you said a part about the homophobe comments in the chat. Of course, I can't look at both at the same time. But we do have an environment where we can hold each other accountable for what we say and possibility and examine. And maybe next time, if this is a large misunderstanding, if for the purpose of discussion, then maybe this misunderstanding won't have to happen again. And we move on and we grow. And that was the purpose for me coming up here, actually. We have to grow so that we are qualified for better.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And Sai actually announced that the StreamYard was closed, and she was in fact correct. So by the way, anyone asking about the Kevin Samuels, yeah, we saw it. I'll probably talk about that Friday as part of the live. But thank you, Deanne. Thank you. Wait, this explains why people say the education system is failing, that men compare black women and Kim. No, here they are caping and playing, making make believe. Curry up and eat. Thank you for your $4.99. I think you had something to say, Alyssa. And let's do closings. I feel like Deanne just closed us out. So let's just do this quickly. I think
Will I
LB
be able
wanted
to?
to say, yeah, you'll be. LB wanted to say something to the chat. I just saw your thing.
Thank you. So while I have thoughts on what just happened, I think that Miss Deanne left it in a really good place. I just want to address the chat. So today I had to block somebody that I never thought I was gonna have to like block a comment from. And I was actually kind of disappointed. I know that even I am guilty of like being antagonistic in a way at times, but I think it's very important that we remember like that the community standards are that we do not name call. We aren't disrespectful. We're not here to troll. We're not spamming. And I just want to personally say, as a mod, like the next time I see the word mammy, I'm blocking you. I'm blocking you, period. Another mod may give you a timeout or warning, but I'm blocking you. And I'm saying that as a warning because I don't want to block anybody. But I'm very tired of seeing that, especially. And then with the homophobic comments, also, any of that, like all the name calling, all the phobias and the isms need to go. And we're going to really start cracking down on that. In addition to that, I do want to say that I know that it's difficult when someone's being, and I'm not saying that anybody was necessarily, but in general, when you feel that someone is being dishonest or disregarding a group of people or anything along those lines, it's difficult to say nice things. And the same thing they tell you as a kid, if you don't have nothing nice to say, just wait it out, just be quiet. And I had to be quiet at a certain point during the chat because I felt that there was dishonesty. And all I could do was remind the rest of the community to be respectful if they chose to speak. Themis, I know, doesn't want to censor anybody, but he also wants to protect everybody that's here. And that requires us to really pay attention to what's being said and to not allow things like that to happen. There was one other thing that I wanted to say, but I can't think of it at the moment.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Jay.
I get really tired of full-grown adults not being able to have disagreements without people, just like LB said, without people being called mammies and this and that. It's just so annoying. Just so annoying that people cannot express disagreement or express, no, I don't see it that way. I think this is very important that we identify this and the other without name calling. It just really grinds my gears. And honestly, I will block you too. I join LB in that because it's completely unnecessary. Let's have some elevated conversations. This was heated. We were able to have disagreements. I know a lot of people disagreed, and I do think it was an important topic. But please, come on. We can do better than that. It's very immature. That's
And
all.
I will block you and not even bother to explain it. If you disappear next live, you will understand why you did, because I may get there faster than the other two. And I said that with my chest. We're not gonna do this.
I remember the other thing I was gonna say, and I haven't. Sorry, Miss Deanna, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead. No, I was finished.
And I didn't. I haven't talked to the other mods about this, but this is something that I'm suggesting in general. And Themis, feel free to let me know if you don't agree. But I think that going forward, if you see somebody name calling in a way that's extremely inappropriate that supports a phobia or ism, please tag a mod. Like tag a mod and tag the name of the person who made the comment and tag a mod so that we could take care of it.
Let's also discuss people not being disingenuous. I'm
Well,
here
that
for that
too.
too.
But
I'm here for that too, because one of the things.
I mean, remember that people like I'm an adult and I saw it a different way. And to be quite honest, I'm a bit insulted that people don't give me the space to interpret it the way I interpreted it. Whether I'm wrong, I understand I could be wrong. But come on, guys, you know?
Someone said, Themis over intellectualized Mr. Whittier's comment. You need to take the L. I will take no such L.
No.
I was willing to do it. I was very willing to do it, but upon thinking and rethinking, absolutely not.
Can I say something, Themis? This is only Elisa.
Oh yeah, only Elisa. Go ahead.
I'm always quick when I
can I please say something? Just because it was about my comment and
No,
Dan
Mr.
spoke
Whitty,
to
we
it.
will definitely.
And everyone is speaking. Can I just at least say something? Since
Yeah, you will
you're
definitely.
speaking about
wait.
me, but not letting me talk about.
We talked for 30 minutes. Like you will get a chance to speak. I promise you this, that we won't end the live without you being able to speak. Only Elisa, go ahead.
Yes, real quick. Mr. Whitty, hey. Deanne for president, hey. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm always quick. Themis, you didn't take an L. Mr. Whitty, you did what a lot of us do. We come on social media, we get cute and quick. And by using the word kindness, you threw some shade at Black women. And I don't think there was any malicious anything behind that. So just own it. That's what it was. That's it, Themis.
Thank you. I agree with you. And my thing is, I actually don't think he meant it to harm. But I think it was done. And when you think about the comparison that always happened between Black women and other groups of women, it was a little shade that kind of, for me, reminded me of like Kevin Samuel saying, a Latina woman are going to take your man, or like Asian woman almost submissive, or whatever he says. And so for me, it's like, I understand the joke, or I understand the shade, and I get why you would say it, specifically after you came up and you said you didn't understand what choose better meant, and you saw a lot of Black women do it, and in that context you responded in kind and to shade in a shameful way the Black women who were doing it. And for me, it's like, I at some point you were accepting that and then you retracted it. Um, the way Jay and SKJ read it. Now, obviously, I disagree with Jay and SKJ. I have respect for both of them. I said SKJ look like my sister, and Jay has been here forever. Drags me whenever she feels like she does not ever in the mod meetings. So, like, I do respect them, but I disagree with them. I think you have to put you will think I intellectualized the comment. I didn't. Literally, I read it on its face. To get to SKJ and Jay's understanding, you have to read in, like you have to go in. You have to know him, you have to believe him, you have to trust him, and then you have to read into what he's saying. Which, I mean, it's your prerogative. So, period. I like your hat. actually would want a hat now. All right, go ahead, Jay, before, and then Nika, Mr. Whitty can close us out.
Me? Oh, I don't have anything else to say.
Oh.
That was it. Night, everyone.
Good
I'm glad
night.
we had this great
We-
conversation. It was
No,
a
I
tough
was gonna
one,
say
but
we
it was
love you
good.
still, but I don't think we like that's not necessary because you know we do.
It's all good. Yeah.
Go ahead. Wait, before you go, the reason I'm keeping you last, Mr. Whitty, is because I'm giving you the second to last, like the finale. Depending on what you say, then I might come back. SKJ.
Yeah, I was by the time Dean jumped in, I had enough of the rolling around. So I feel like what everyone said pretty much encompassed exactly what I think. I think that I'm actually glad that there were people who disagreed with you, and not because I have any smoke for you. It's actually because I love you and I love to see you go back and forth. And I like to see us do it in a respectful way. And I closed the chat at some point because I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
participate. I really want to engage in this conversation without the chatter. And I agree. I think we just read it different ways. I think it's really interesting that the way that you read it, you think that you intellectualized it appropriitely.
I didn't intellectualize it at all.
Oh, well, I guess understood it appropriately, and maybe we over intellectualized it, and then we're thinking of it the opposite way. I think there's just a difference in perception here. But I completely understand what you said. But anyways, happy to leave it there, and I'm glad I could be up.
Fair enough. I mean, we can agree to disagree on that, but yeah.
That's totally fine.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitty, you cut your hair. You better be giving us a new. You're muted. You better be giving us a new look.
Oh no, my braids are just out right now, so it's hat.
Oh.
It's hat time.
Period. It's
Hat
giving very much. I am a new man, and I'm here to win.
No, you know, I I'm heartened by the end part of the conversation because I do personally believe that you over intellectualized my statement. And that's why earlier I prefaced myself by saying, I went to the new school and I understand the way that conversations about things that can be very small can become, be made very exhaustive, and that there are actually many ways to intellectually consider a very simple thing, which is why one has to be careful with the way that they put things out into the world because they can be misconstrued. And so I had to put myself into the uncomfortable position of getting into this conversation that I had no intention of getting into. I just happened to click over into the chat, but I accepted it and engaged in it because I do enjoy these kind of intellectual conversations, and I think they're important, and I think that they're necessary for our community. And so that's why I still passively engage in your channel. However, as was beginning to happen, that I didn't even see because I don't watch the chat while I chat, like there are that we've had our blow ups, and I was very very sorry for what happened because it's so out of
That's
character for
forgiven.
myself.
That is forgiven. Like you don't ever
No,
have to
no,
bring
no, no,
that up
no. But
again.
I say that to mean that I understand the way that these things can become very passionate for people, and because of that, that's why I made a conscious. That's why I spoke specifically about consciously disengaging from the channel, not because of any me not agreeing generally with most of their stances, but I find that generally I am misunderstood, and that there are the few people who do understand things the way that I'm saying them to be the way that I'm saying them, but even they're slaughtered sometimes. And so, I understand that the internet world is a place where people find their groups of fishes, and you let them swim together, and so
Yeah, but
I don't need you to take an L, and I don't want you to take an L. I don't think I don't believe that there's any necessity for winners and losers here. I think there's no one who's going to close the conversation better than Deanne. So, I'm not going to argue with anything that she said. If I, as a person, I very much grew up as a Jamaican in the breeding of the intellectual world that you are building. So I understand and respect the rigor of which you are, digging into what I've written. And so I'll take the L for having written it in such a way that it could have any misunderstanding. But I also am a person who decidedly lives outside of that intellectual world, because as an artist, it doesn't really vibe with I'm a very much a person who I allow a lot of grace to other people. And if you see me get shaky or upset, and you can hear my voice shaking in conversations, it's because it's very saddening. It makes me very sad, the how little grace I know is given now between people. And I understand why it has been reduced. But I'm a very, very, very Christian person in the way that I live my life in terms of grace. So I know that other people, don't have to give me that same level of grace. And if I haven't earned it from them or whatever, they feel like, that's up to them on their side. So I disengage to not have to upset my spirit, as my mother would say. But, when I know that I'm being misunderstood, I can't put a gun to anybody's head and make them see things my way. I can only, describe my own opinions as best as I can. And that's why I preface myself, by saying I'm smoking or whatever I'm drinking when we're talking or whatever, because I'm not going to, engage in a conversation in a very intellectually rigorous way and be
No,
dishonest
I get you.
about the state of my
When I wanna
my conversation.
when I
So
wanna act a fool online, I be sipping.
yeah,
Um,
but
the-
I only I engage in the I told you before that I felt singled out, and you've told me always that you always give me a platform to explain myself, etc., etc. And I find this to be a good place that you have built that has a very mostly large female following. And I'm a fashion designer. I work in a very female world. I know how rigorous women can be as well in their intellectual thought and their specificity of wordplay. So I don't like to, and it's not fun for me. And like you said before, you even joked about it. I'm sorry if I'm being tedious about the sentence. And I've joked even before when you've dragged other people. We're like, this word, you said this word, and we've spent 30 minutes on
no,
three
because
words
I
in the
think no, no,
sentence.
no. Well, let me just
So
stop you for not
I
to,
don't I
because I
don't
don't
like
want
to
to
get
attack. Wait, wait,
in
wait, wait.
difficult
I think
conversations.
I think we say things in the moment, and this is why I talk about Carl Jung. But I was going to say this is why I talk about Carl Jung a lot, which I literally only did it once on here. But I think some of the things in our subconscious comes out, and some of the things that we don't deal with, like, are shown in our actions, and in this case our writing. And when I'm harping on something and people reject it, it could mean that they're saying that's not what I meant, but it could also mean that they're recoiling from the possibility that it is exactly what they meant, right? And oftentimes, I'm not saying I'm always right, right? Again, I am not one to
My
think
sister's a
I
lawyer. Your disposition is not unfamiliar to me.
yeah. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to like ownership of things, I can literally sit here and be completely stoic if it's someone that I don't care about. And the reason I care about a lot of people on this channel is because I've seen their name when I had 200 subscribers. So the fact that I see your name means that I feel, and you know how people have those weird internet connection to the content creator. It is the opposite now, where I am feeling like I'm having a connection to my audience. And if I see your name and I know your name, I'm going to have a problem if what you're saying is a problem. And so I bring you on not because I want to grill you, and I get a bit emotional when I talk because it feels like the main thing I talk about on this channel is accountability. And when I feel like we are stepping away from owning what we've done, it bothers me. It bothers me a lot because I would much rather someone made a mistake and say, look, I was mad. I wanted to hurt you. And so here is what I said, right? And I was like, oh, okay, cool. But you see how that's wrong. And can we say we're not going to do it again? Because we are human and I'm going to make a mistake. You're going to make a mistake. What I cannot abide is someone making that mistake and pretending like they did make the mistake and wanting us to move on. Because if you get away with doing something wrong, you will keep trying to get away with doing more things wrong. I'm not for that. Like, I don't want to be emotionally or care about anyone if they're going to not have accountability. The one thing that I cannot do is be around people who will not take accountability for what they do. I'm not saying you need to be perfect. You can be wrong, but you need to take accountability. You can say, look, I just wanted to show y'all and I wanted to do this. And I'm like, that is wrong. And I am pissed, but we would talk about this offline. Because then I would have a problem that might require me getting more emotional than I'm willing to do online. So then I would say, let's take this offline because I don't want this kind of content to go viral. And I would literally say, let's do this offline. But I don't understand when people are saying, oh, I didn't do it, or oh, you're misinterpreting it, because then it's like I and maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like I can't trust you. But the reason I'm going to give you a leeway now and say you're wrong and I'm right, please don't say I'm right now, because if you do, we spend an hour and I would be pissed. So just continue with the fact that I'm wrong in this. The reason I'm not wrong, but like I'm giving you leeway, is because Jay and SK came up and said that they interpreted it the way you said that you meant it. I don't believe you believe not I don't believe you, but I don't believe that's what was meant. I respect Deanne and we're in agreement. I also respect Jay and I respect SK. So I'm gonna assume that there are multiple interpretations, though those interpretation requires you to read into what is actually being said on the paper. I am going to say, okay, maybe they read into what you actually meant, and I read into what you wrote. Okay, all right, period. I'm just gonna let them have it and be like, okay, fine. But know that I'm not picking on you. I'm just calling you up because I'm like, I need to understand this.
Yeah, no. And like I don't, there was the last time I came on live was, I think, from a comment that I made on a different photo post that we made, and then there was a misunderstanding. And for me, you know, that's why like, because there are many different, online communities, obviously, as everyone knows, right? Depending on your interests, you can have knitting communities or whatever. And um, in these more specifically politicized conversations, there's just, I feel I think the perfect word was used when she was speaking to your, she didn't have the same reaction that you had to the word kindness, but to the word kind, but she's a specific word, like almost like trigger, and I do believe that
like I grew up, in foster
No,
care.
wait,
So
wait.
I
She
should say I
said,
had a lot of therapy growing up. So I'm able
no. Wait.
to
All right.
identify triggers before they happen. And I think sometimes people don't understand how to. I understand how you can read a comment that seems a certain way to you at first,
Wait.
but it's not
Not
always
Mr. Witty
appropriate to go with what
pathologizing me.
triggered you first.
Wait.
You know,
I love this. This is funny. This is actually fun. Now, I saw the word kind where Jay saw the word passive.
exactly.
But the word kind was there. Like
Yes, no, and exactly, and I will be even more specific. She literally read my brain because
all right, yes.
when I wrote kind, I meant passive. I meant kind as in the behaviors she's currently exhibiting are kind and not negative or bad ones, which they could and should be given his current behavior. And my whole thing, and I to Deanne's point about being careful not to make fun of over 20 million people. I very specifically was making fun of Kanye in my statement without ever having even really use his name, but the way that the for me, I believe if you don't understand, if words don't come with intent, if the intention of words is not a necessity for us to think about, then what is the importance of a word?
Yeah, I think words are
If
super
intention
important.
doesn't matter and you just read things prima facie, what's the point of really anything? Context obviously is always important, and so I'll take a dragging grammatically any day for something that I wrote in passing on a YouTube video. But if one is not allowed the basic grace of intention, without a full necessity to reconsider one's place in the world and what one is putting out, there has to be a hierarchy of our thought. The way that we conversed with our deli man and our professor is not with the same amount of intellectual output. So when I leave a comment on YouTube, it will surely not be the same as a paper that I have to turn in to a university or to work. And so I assume wrongly, generally, that other people are reading things in that same capacity. But the level of importance that is given to Twitter post and YouTube, I'm not personally engaged with. I should be. It would be more beneficial to my career if I was more on social media, but it's tedious and not enjoyable to me. So I don't personally engage with it, but that's why I said I take the L, because I understand that that's the internet world, that when you put your comments out there, they can be misconstrued in any way. And so you have to be able to, you should be able to, or not able to, at least willing to come up and defend them. So I'll defend them. And if you don't believe me, then, you cannot believe me. But that's why I was, I joked and said earlier, saved by Black women again, because I didn't have two Black women to save me, I would be heavy drag right now.
Black women
I would
keep
be getting
saying,
a heavy dragging. So thank you
girl, it was gonna get heavier. It was gonna be heavier. But these Black
exactly.
women,
So, I'm a
these
very
Black
conscious
women
person. I
came up,
understand context.
and these Black women came up and they were like, absolutely not, Themis. You're not gonna drag my Mr. Witty. And I was like, oh, all right, period. Because the what just happened, you said SKJ and Jay read read what was in your mind, and we Deanne and I read what was written. So I mean, they have mind reading powers, and I'm gonna need them to teach it to me. But I'm kidding. All jokes aside, all jokes aside, um, this went on for too long. Yeah, it is my slick drag.
You know,
Not me up here
I've
dragging
always had a way of
SKJ and
attracting
J.
attention, so I don't mind.
No. Not me up here dragging SKJ and J.
You see, the most amazing thing about the internet is like you can just turn it off. Like I can't see it, so it doesn't exist in my reality. Like regardless of whatever anyone is saying, it doesn't have to exist for me if I don't engage with it. So like the dragging, the homophobic stuff that people were saying, that's what I'm saying. Like people can attribute whatever they want. I respect you, and that's why I still come to your channel, because you drop
appreciate
gems
that.
and you drag the people who should be getting dragged. But I've told you before,
that.
as a gay man, I like you got the straight world. You guys have stuff to go. Like y'all got a lot of tension right now, and so I've disengaged from some of y'all world stuff, and I keep it to fashion channels and stuff like that on YouTube, because
well, this will be.
I can't do this.
I am fashion. Have you not seen me? Demon Santos, you don't have to indefinitely stand by your word because you said it. You can say you were wrong. Yeah, no, but you have to say you were wrong. That's my point. Like, I think growth is important. I read what was written along with you and Jay.
But I'm also, I also believe in my own, thoughts strong enough, whereas I can very respectfully disagree with you to the end. I totally understand both of the characterizations that could be construed from what I said as it was read, but it would be wrong to say that we have not all gone to school and read a text and come back with different analysis of a text. And just because we come back with different analysis of a singular text that's written all the same way for us all to read doesn't mean that, one person is being intellectually dishonest or disingenuous, and, like to throw the little shade. Like, it's like, that's when you have to reassess your own triggers and the things inside of yourself that make you feel that way about things. And then think, okay, what is really happening here? If someone is explaining this to me, why can I not accept their explanation of their own thoughts? And why is that explanation not a valid one?
I think there is a need to say my subjective reality is the reality. That cannot be the case in a world where we have social interaction. The reasonable person standard is going to reign supreme, whether we like it or not. And so the reason why someone will say the way in which you are providing evidence about that which you have done does not make sense is because a reasonable person would not do the thing that you have done and get to the conclusion you claim you have gotten to, right? And so while you could be absolutely 100% correct in that this is what I meant when I said it, and I didn't do it to cause harm, a reasonable person would say no. And so without the ability to read your mind,
sorry, just not to interject, but that's you can't state that as fact. A reasonable person, that's based on what the chat,
the reasonable person standard
the ratio
is
of people
going
who
to
agreed
be
versus disagreed. Is
okay.
that
So
what
the
you're basing that
reasonable
on?
wait. No. The reasonable person standard, as it applies to you specifically, would be the English language and how we would interpret English and writing and grammar and word choice. And add to that what you said up here. It's not just about what 50% of the population said. It is what is reasonably understood in this moment, at least in the case of your writing. And so when we're talking about the reasonable person standard in the interpretation of what you wrote, it is reasonable for me to believe that after you have said that you felt some kind of way when black women were saying you should have chose better, and you don't believe a black woman would be quote unquote better, and then you wrote, um how could he have chosen better? Should he have chosen, like, how could he have chosen better? Kim Kardashian was kind. You are comparing Kim Kardashian to black women. At least that's a reasonable interpretation, the most reasonable in my mind interpretation of what you've written. It doesn't mean it is objectively accurate, because you could actually have meant birds fly high. You know what I mean? Like, that could have been your meaning in writing it there. But a reasonable person would not know. It is why when you had high school exam and they ask, what did the author mean by the sun was shining over the mountain? It is why there is an A, B, C, D option, and one of them is correct, because the author could actually mean something completely different, but it doesn't actually matter what the author meant. It matters what a reasonable person should think the author meant. That is the distinction.
Well, if you want to speak to, academic understanding of or testing for reasonable understanding of things, there has been a greater expansion generally in most academics in testing to include more long form writing of answers to things, because they find that it's more important for people to have you can see whether a person actually understands the information from an explanatory reading of their response to it than you can in a ABCD forum. And that's what I'll say to the value of that kind of that kind of reading of someone's of a work. A text, yes, can be read based on the reasonable standard of what people can, what people read from it. You are the lead moderator here, so you set the reasonable standard of what that text, of how that text will be understood.
I mean, the reality is, I'm going to end it here, but the reality is, if we all went around and we only communicated through our subjective ideas, right?
No. I'm talking about objective ideas. What I'm
Yeah,
speaking
no.
specifically to the fact that
The only objective standard is the reasonable person standard in these kinds of communication. Like, it's not possible
and
for
two
me to
other
know
people
unless
read the
I
same
am
thing and
Jay.
had a different idea.
Yeah, unless I am J or SKJ, there is no way for me to know what is subjectively being thought in your mind, right? All I can do,
Unless those two people are just anomalies, and
yes,
they couldn't possibly be representative of a larger pool of people who may also have the same range of
they
thinking.
have a kind of empathy maybe that I don't possess yet, and maybe one day I will. Wait, because we agreed that they articulated what was in your mind. Look, I don't got that gift.
No.
I do not have that power.
I agree
They
that they
articulate what
understood
was
my
in your mind.
words as I wrote them to be as I meant them.
And they picked up what was in your mind. I picked up what you wrote. So, I mean,
you read what I wrote.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying that you read what I wrote and only read what I wrote. You read but didn't understand. It's like to hear but not to understand. What is the value? If you I can say I could give you Braille. I could read to you. You could read the same text. We both agree that the same written text you're going by a general standard. You're saying that there's a reasonable standard. I'm saying that you set the reasonable standard. So
my comment and the
I don't
relevancy.
set the reasonable standard. The reasonable standard
Well,
would not be,
what I'm
it is
saying is
not
that
reasonable.
there
Wait,
could
wait, wait,
be a
wait, wait, wait,
context.
wait, 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 wait. I don't set the reasonable standard. It is unreasonable for someone to have to know what is in your mind to interpret your writing. That is unreasonable.
That would be correct if that would be a necessity to understand what I wrote.
They literally said, you literally said they read your mind. They literally said, I
utilizing the
think this is.
evidence of the fact that two people did not know what's in my mind and understood what I wrote to mean that what I
But they
wrote
said they
was
read your.
explanatory
You said
to some at least.
Wait, no. You said they read your mind. Not only did you say they read your mind, they actually said words that were not there. They said passive as an alternative to kind.
They
said
understood
more
kindness as passiveness, as passivity. And that's what I meant it to be.
Kind is
and
not
kindness
synonymous.
exists within a range of
Kind is
behaviors,
not
which
in
could
any
also include
language.
passivity.
Kind is not synonymous to passive.
I think that could be debated.
No, you can't debate me on that.
I think that it could be debated that
it cannot be debated. It cannot be
a part of the range of behaviors.
The fact that they read into what you said, that is beyond unreasonable, but it is a generous reading of what you said. To say that someone is kind is not to say that they are passive. Those are not synonymous.
Not prima facie, no.
Yes, I am kind. A lot of people say I am definitely not passive.
However, I think if you were to ask people if they think passivity might be a trait associated with people who are kind, I think that
those are two different things, though. I would agree with you. People who are passive can be kind. People who are kind can be passive.
I'm saying that the word, while not synonymous, you don't need to read my mind to understand the possibility that word could be
a lot of
within
people
the same
I
range.
used to work with, a lot of people I used to work with were passive. And that is why when their aggression came out, it seemed passive aggressive, because they could not be directly aggressive because they did not feel strong enough to be aggressive. Passive aggression is real. So yes, you can be passive and mean. I have met a ton of people who are absolutely horrendous, but they're not kind. So kind ain't passive, even in your own estimation. Even in your own estimation, that a person who is kind can also be passive and are usually passive. You can say that. It still disproves your point. Like, your point is not made. It is disproven by by what you said. When someone comes up here and says, hey, I think he meant passive, they are leaps and bounds ahead of what you're saying, and they're in their mind justifying what you could mean.
I think it's beyond the reasonable standard to believe that to believe that one who associates passivity with kindness is leaps and bounds beyond the range of possible behavior types.
No, I didn't say any of that. I said they were not synonymous. That's what I said.
But you said that they are leaps. They're making leaps and bounds beyond the range of what kindness means.
No, they are doing leaps and bounds to make that the word you said. You cannot say, oh, kindness. Kim Kardashian is kinder than Black women, essentially is what was said. And they're saying, no, he's not saying she's kinder than Black women, even though that's what was written. He's saying Kim Kardashian is more passive than Black women. Passive in that sense is literally nowhere inside. Jay said, I listened to his explanation and I didn't read his mind. So based on your explanation, she got the word passive from you, and that's why she said passive. Based on your writing, she did not get passive.
Okay.
Passive is not synonymous to kind.
Okay.
So even she's saying, well, no. I didn't get passive. I did not. interpreted as passive. He explained it as passive. So now you lost one supporter.
I mean, I like I to me this is no different than if you write a book and I read your book and I understand your book as one thing, and you have a press conference and I come up and I say, Themis, I love chapter 13 where you said XYZ in paragraph 3. And I'm like, did you mean blah, 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 blah by this? Because that's what you're saying here. And you tell me, no, actually, that's not what I meant by that. A lot of people read this book and think that that's what I meant by XYZ, but that's not what I meant.
Yeah. And
you
then
are
I
still
would
allowed
show.
as the author
No,
for
no.
that to be your truth.
No,
And
I
I
mean,
will say, oh, well, we all here as the fans, that's what we have a reason. It can reasonably be understood to be read as X. And I will never disagree with you that there could be some reasonable
then
understanding that it could be read as
I
X,
am a terrible
especially in this
wait.
current climate.
Then I am a terrible communicator through my writing. If I write something and the entire world misinterpret it, and even after I explain what it should have meant, and they said, no, I don't see that at all. What I see is my interpretation, and everyone else is saying what they saw is my interpretation, then I was bad at communicating my ideas. One or two things, just completely terrible, or I'm just lying. So it is fine, but I tell you that I would be like,
But
not that I would be.
and this is where I think I think people may not understand like where I come from in this position, is that I don't have any like resistance to being like wrong. Like what you're saying, like I'll take. Am I the worst writer ever? And I have no
I am not
understanding of.
saying
No,
that.
no, 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 no,
Please
no.
don't do
I'm
that.
just
Please.
saying, if that were to actually be true, if that were to be the L that I need to take because I'm not conveying my thoughts correctly, then I'll take that, because like I don't take these things personal, and I like the reality of what I really mean is not changed by other people's interpretation of what I mean, regardless of how many hundreds or thousands of people might be in a chat room thinking such.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I noted to the two people is because if you want to get intellectual, we all exist and utilize social media with algorithms. And it is more than likely that people through groupthink exist within the same spaces. And so it doesn't make sense for me to ever be upset if I find myself in a room of people who share a commonality of ideas that might be different to my own. And if I don't find that to be my home space for sharing of ideas,
I hope you
intellectually, that
know,
makes sense.
Mr. Whitty, I hope you know that I actually thought I was right when we were ending, but I was willing to like say, okay, whatever, let's agree to disagree because two other women came up and blah blah blah. So maybe I was wrong and maybe I need to go reread it. After speaking to you now, I have only confirmed that
No, because
after speaking to you, I'm just
and that's
like,
important
okay,
to
that's
you. I feel the importance of this to you.
it
To
is
be
very
right.
important to me. I don't know why.
It's like I told you, my sister's a lawyer. I feel it. I feel the importance to the point to like, if I don't intellectually make it make sense for everyone to agree with me, it's not going to happen.
No.
And that's okay.
I was with you again until you said for everyone to agree with me.
No, but I'm saying like
I
what
actually
you're
don't
saying.
care
You
if
told me
anyone
earlier
agrees.
that there would have been a larger dragging if I didn't have two people that,
You know,
No,
and
no,
before
no,
Deanne
no. It
spoke, you
may
said,
no for
okay, there
that.
are two.
No, no,
If
no.
Deanne also agrees, then I'll really apologize.
Yeah,
So you were
yeah.
saying,
No,
okay,
no, no,
if
no,
there
no.
were
I
three
said
of a
if
kind,
Deanne stop talking for a second. If Deanne agreed, I would apologize. That's what I
yeah, that's what
said
I just said.
because I trust Deanne's opinion. It is
Yes.
not because I want people to agree with me. When those
No.
two other women came up and they were agreeing with you and saying maybe I got it wrong, I literally was questioning my own reality. That is what was happening. So
Why though? I
because
mean,
I
I
am
think
not
that the
thinking,
way
wait,
that you
stop talking. This is really frustrating. You keep asking questions and I'm answering it, and then you interrupt it. I thought that I could possibly be wrong. That is always a possibility. I do not believe myself to know everything. So when I have people interjecting and saying, okay, you haven't thought about it this way, then I think about it as, okay, maybe I am wrong. I need to do some more thinking. I don't, for the life of me, think so highly of myself that I cannot consider that I am wrong in the middle of a debate. I will do that. I have done that. And having JNP, I forgot the young lady's name, come up and say, okay, I thought about this. One person said, okay, he's saying black woman is better. I was like, okay, yeah, no, that's not what he's saying. There is a difference. So don't do that. Do not do the underhanded thing where you are like, oh, no, 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 no. No, we're not doing that. But
I'm not sure what you meant. Again, so I like that's what I'm saying. I don't I don't exist from a space that is so reactionary to things that. And actually, while the conversation was going on, I remembered that there was a YouTube video, podcast, or something that I was watching recently where people were reacting to that guy talking about Spanish girls being raised to do be with men or whatever. And then you kind of slightly lightly mentioned it or later on when you were talking about something. And I was like, this is the thing. It's like, this is in the air. So then when you say this over here, it's triggering people because they're already like thinking and like these Kevin Samuels come. It's like, you know, I feel like sometimes like, the internet, it's like this bad episode of the new Sex in the City, where it's like you said something and everyone is like upset about it. And then you're like, oh wait, I didn't know this made everybody upset. But, and it's like, I trust my own bona fides, like I've lived my life. I know my own intentions. I graduated high school when I was 15. No one can intellectually check me. If, you know, if I sound crazy, I'm totally fine with sounding crazy. If I was misunderstood and my explanation of what I really meant doesn't satisfy, that's also okay. But my explanation is out there and it can be understood as it's presented. And that's all, really.
all right. Well, period. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Um, I am so sorry I had you on. We went to 5 hours and I was not trying to get to 5 hours. I am
Remember what I said when I first came up on the show? The one critique that I have of you, the one. We spent an hour. And even either the English, the old saying used to be a man's word is his bond. So if we're gonna be in a world in which the words that people say don't actually mean what they say, we're going to give an hour trying to make English words mean what they don't mean. And if people think because they graduated at 15, they can't be intellectually checked, okay, then maybe we don't want to spend an hour on it because there's no point. Just a thought. Anyway, Themis, I'm not going to hold you.
No, I appreciate that. I do have something to say before I leave, and it's I I'm deciding, I'm literally creating a list and I'm going to my therapist and I'm going to be like, I need to emotionally disengage from these people. And it's not because they're bad people, it's none of that. It is just because I don't think people are approaching some of these conversation in good faith. And one of the reasons how I know that is I think where people feel like there won't be consequences to them admitting something, they will admit it, right? And he felt safe enough to admit it and then moved out. And so was he just because he thought he would get to his situation a lot? I don't know. I was asked to be here. To be clear, I spent the time because I was asked. Yeah, no, you're fine. It's not your time. Is whatever, right? And so when I talk about operating in good faith or bad faith or uh, sorry, I wanted to see
I
your
thought it was
pictures behind.
backstage.
I wanted to see the pictures behind you, and so I pulled
Oh,
it up,
okay.
but I did. Let me
There you
move it. I can remove you. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see the picture. Um, so again, I keep thinking, and I keep thinking people are going to operate in good faith, and they're going to admit what they do, and I keep thinking people are going to like be honest, and it just doesn't happen. And I don't know which is the truth, but I know there was a lack of honesty because there was a lot of backpedaling and changing of opinion and all of that. I I think ultimately I'm going to stick with the fact that it is okay to not completely understand everyone and not get the full picture, but like at least to the extent that we're talking about something that you've provided, at least give us some reason as to why we should have an alternative belief. And I haven't seen it yet. And to 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 read into the word, to read, I'm not willing to read into those words that weren't there. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna say that might have been your intent, but that's not what you did. And to talk about subjective reality versus objective truth and objective reality vis-a-vis the reasonable person standard, I am not sure what I can do with that because it doesn't make sense to me. They don't know how to be honest, Demas. This manosphere space is literally delusional, I think. So I don't know what to do about that. And it's fine. I don't have to know what to do about it. I can just continue to do this. But I just feel like these are going to be long. If I continue to talk to people, it's going to be long because I don't like having these conversations where people are lying through it. We haven't even gotten to the debate because even if Kim Kardashian is defined as being passive, I would then have to argue about what passive means, right? And that's what I actually, literally, what I wanted to talk about when he brought up passive. But I wanted to talk about kindness first and what kindness meant and why it was believed that Kim Kardashian is being kind where Black people wouldn't be kind. But then we changed it to passive. Demas tries to really understand, but may overextend himself in the process. Yeah, well, oh, no. I know I have. And 5 hours and 30 minutes later, I have overextended myself. And I need to set my own boundaries, and that's going to happen. That is definitely going to happen from now on. Um, Last thing, please note, I will always allow for disagreement. And every time I go live, I'm going to ask for people who disagree with me, not just on the topic that is at hand, but anything. I will engage with you, but you have to be direct. You have to get to the point. You cannot meander. And while I do think it is important to contextualize your life and your life story, it is not going to be the place for it unless it is important to the discussion at hand, because we cannot be filibustering throughout the entire life. Like, it's draining for me, it's draining for the audience, and we need to get to the point. So let's do that. Demas, I appreciate your patience with this convo. You are not crazy. You are correct. And I agree with Dean. I'd like to email you. Oh, SKJ, please email me. Thank you. My email, let me give that to you if you don't remember. Actually, if you want a faster response, you probably want to do it on Instagram. That's my Instagram, but that's my email. All right, that's it. Was there anything? I feel like that's it. This is a work week. This is still part of the work week. Thankfully, I'm going to work from home tomorrow, so I should be fine. But I'm trying to go to the gym. So, thank you,
Good night, Demas.
everyone. Good night.
Good night, everybody.